Chen Yu and his stepmother, Junrou, are as incompatible as fire and water. After his aunt accidentally wanders into the bathroom and has an intimate encounter with him, Chen awakens the Dragon Phoenix formula. He discovers the secrets of the Chen family bloodline and learns that he is afflicted with the Dragon Fate. The Dragon Fate is a curse that has plagued the Chen family for generations. Chen Yu's father died in the prime of his life because of the Dragon Fate. Determined not to follow the same path, Chen Yu begins cultivating the Dragon Phoenix formula. The Dragon Phoenix formula requires dual cultivation with women to absorb the yin energy within their bodies. Thus, Chen Yu defies fate, opens a medical clinic in Jiangnan County, and embarks on an extraordinary journey through a sea of beautiful women while remaining untouched by any of them. Chapter 1: Mortal Enemies. Bought the JK uniform. Tonight, you're the master. After a busy day, Chen Yu parked his car in the underground garage of Lakeside Retreat. As soon as he got out and opened WeChat, a message from his stepmother, Junrou, suddenly appeared. After sending the message, Junrou attached a sexy and highly provocative selfie. Chen Yu's face turned livid. Suppressing his anger, he opened the photo. The enlarged image showed his stepmother, Junrou, lazily reclining on the sofa with a half-empty beer bottle in her left hand. At 36, she looked slightly tipsy, her face flushed as if covered in a layer of rosy clouds. Her delicate features were cold, alluring, and breathtakingly beautiful. Her devilishly curvaceous figure was wrapped in a loose nightgown. With her right hand, she tugged at the collar, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Her long, golden, wavy hair fell casually over her shoulders. Junrou lightly bit the corner of her lips and twisted her slender waist seductively. Just as Chen Yu was about to take a closer look at his stepmother's alluring figure, the photo suddenly disappeared. Junrou had recalled the photo, along with the few messages she had just sent. You really are something, Junrou. My father has barely been gone, and you couldn't stand being lonely anymore. You've already been seeing another man, haven't you? Chen Yu gritted his teeth. Ever since Junrou had married his father, their relationship could only be described as being as incompatible as fire and water. A year ago, his father had been diagnosed with blood cancer. With the family's finances in crisis, Chen Yu had borrowed heavily to pay for his father's treatment. To repay the debts, Chen Yu had repeatedly tried to sell the furniture mall his father had operated in Jiangnan County, but his stepmother had rejected him every time, always using the excuse that Sophie was still in school. When Junrou married his father, she was already divorced and had brought along her daughter, who was 5 years younger than Chen Yu. Ever since his father's death, Junrou had been determined to drive Chen Yu out of the Chen family and seize the property his father had left behind. Staring at the recalled messages on WeChat, Chen Yu was furious. If she hadn't gotten drunk this time and accidentally sent the messages to him, Chen Yu would never have discovered that his usually cold and intimidating stepmother was secretly such a provocative woman. Bang! Chen Yu grabbed the transfer agreement for the furniture mall, slammed the car door shut, and headed home. Tonight, he had to confront his stepmother once and for all. With 5 million yuan in debt, even if he worked 3 jobs, he might never be able to pay it off in his lifetime. You're back. As soon as Chen Yu opened the door, Junrou, reeking of alcohol and wearing a loose nightgown, impatiently opened it and said coldly, I didn't make dinner. Find something to eat yourself. Looking at the nightgown wrapped around his stepmother's graceful figure, Chen Yu saw that it was exactly the same as in the photo, making him even angrier. He couldn't help imagining Junrou playing all kinds of provocative role-playing games with other people. The thought made him want to pin her down and teach her a lesson. By the way, your aunt is coming over tonight. Holding a glass, Junrou tilted back her fair neck and drank some warm water. She spoke calmly, as if nothing had happened. If there's nothing else, go to bed early. His aunt? Right. Junrou had a close female friend named Su Yingying. They were supposedly from the same village, and Junrou had insisted that Chen Yu call her aunt. Could the person his stepmother had arranged to meet be his aunt, Su Yingying? Chen Yu secretly wondered. Mom, I have something to discuss with you tonight. Chen Yu touched the transfer agreement in his pocket. In the past, he had always been timid and submissive around his stepmother, never daring to resist her. But after months of being relentlessly pursued by creditors, he had finally reached his limit. He had made all the necessary preparations to fall out with his stepmother and move out of the house. As he spoke, however, his eyes inadvertently fell upon Junrou's loose nightgown. The soft silk fabric clung closely to her skin. She really wasn't wearing anything underneath. Whatever it is, tell me tomorrow. Apparently sensing Chen Yu's intense gaze, Su Junru's pretty face flushed. She immediately turned her back to him and continued drinking her water. Hearing his stepmother's firm refusal, Chen Yu immediately lost his nerve and sank wearily onto the sofa. After working all day and coming home without even a hot meal, Chen Yu genuinely felt that his stepmother had always looked down on him. There was no affection in this family, let alone any sense of warmth. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Seeing several bottles of Tsingtao beer on the coffee table, he casually picked one up, tilted his head back, and took a drink. The beer tasted refreshing at first, followed by a bitter flavor mixed with a strange salty taste. Something was wrong with this beer. Ding! Suddenly, a WeChat notification sounded from the phone his stepmother had left beside him. Since she had forgotten to lock the screen, Chen Yu casually tapped on it and opened a WeChat conversation between his stepmother and someone saved under the contact name Master. You little slave, you'd better listen to your master tonight. That's right. Be a good girl like that. The beer is nice, but don't drink too much. I'll give you some candy tonight. After listening through the voice messages his stepmother had received, Chen Yu froze, the beer bottle still in his right hand. He didn't dare listen to the latest messages. His face grew hot, and he suddenly felt nauseous, wishing he could vomit up every drop of beer he had just swallowed. So before he came home, his stepmother, Su Junrou, had actually been undergoing someone else's training. Who gave you permission to look at my phone? Su Junrou, who was standing in the kitchen, suddenly spat out the water she was drinking when she saw Chen Yu holding the beer bottle in one hand. She hurriedly carried a plate of fruit out of the kitchen and slammed it onto the table in front of Chen Yu. Her pretty face was flushed with anger as she snatched her phone away and snapped at him. Are you trying to drink yourself to death this late at night? If you die, who's going to pay off the debts your damned father left behind? Watching his stepmother angrily retreat into her room, Chen Yu felt increasingly parched and overheated. The images of his stepmother being trained by someone else kept flashing through his mind. He was always busy trying to repay his father's debts and had never even held a woman's hand. And now he had drunk from the very beer bottle his stepmother had just used? The more he thought about it, the more restless and heated he became. He immediately went into the bathroom, took off his clothes, turned on the shower, and let the cold tap water wash over him, trying to clear his wandering thoughts. I'll confront her tomorrow if I can't do it tonight. Chen Yu secretly made up his mind. You little slave, are you taking a shower? Just as Chen Yu was thinking about how to deal with his stepmother, a sweet, bell-like giggle suddenly rang out. The frosted glass bathroom door was gently pushed open. Through the hazy mist, a graceful figure stepped inside and suddenly wrapped her arms around Chen Yu from behind. Chapter 2. Bound by the Dragon's Fate. Dog slave, do you know your master has come to bathe with you? In the misty bathroom, Su Yingying's silvery laughter rang out. The toy I bought this time is finally not a knockoff. Su Junrou, you're really thoughtful in your efforts to make me your master. Splish splash. Hot water gushed from the faucet like a wild dragon. Steam filled the cramped bathroom. Chen Yu stood frozen, speechless. The pent-up lust surged through his blood in an instant. So, all these years, his aunt and stepmother had been comforting each other in secret. Chen Yu, who had never touched a woman before, suddenly had a wicked idea. He would play along and enjoy the fleeting pleasure his aunt had offered. Huh? Has technology gotten this realistic? A moment later, although the steam obscured Chen Yu from Su Yingying's view, her heart fluttered and her cheeks flushed crimson like clouds at sunset. She had used many toys before, but never one that truly satisfied her. Chen Yu, are you dead in there? From outside the room came Su Junru's sharp scolding. Hurry up and wash. Your aunt will be here any minute. The showerhead was still spraying water inside the bathroom, but Su Yingying's hand came to an abrupt halt. Then, with a gasp of "ah," she was about to cry out. Auntie, don't scream. Chen Yu spun around and clamped a hand over Su Yingying's mouth. If my mother comes in and sees you bathing with me, what do you think she'll think? MMPH, MMPH. The sight of his burly, muscular frame snapped Su Yingying to her senses. The person she had just been holding, could it be Chen Yu? At that moment, Su Yingying wanted to break free from his embrace, but the moment she remembered Chen Yu's warning, she trembled in fear. Since childhood, she and Su Junrou had shared a deep sisterly bond, over 20 years of friendship, as solid as a rock. But if they were discovered together in the bathroom, not even 8 mouths could explain it away. That sisterly bond would be shattered beyond repair. Chen Yu, why didn't you say something earlier? Once Chen Yu released her, Su Yingying's face turned bright red. Breathing in the mature, masculine scent emanating from Chen Yu, and with images of her earlier actions still fresh in her mind, she said cautiously, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Taking advantage of your aunt like that. Auntie, you can't blame me. You're the one who came in." Chen Yu turned off the faucet and switched on the exhaust fan. The mist gradually dissipated. Su Yingying was 35, running a clothing store in Jiangnan County. Usually sharp and decisive, a true powerhouse of a woman, she had treated Chen Yu fairly well over the years. As the fog cleared, a flawless, perfect body was revealed before Chen Yu. Fair skin, long and straight legs. It painted a scene of breathtaking beauty. "Chen Yu, you're still peeping." Under Chen Yu's unabashed gaze, Su Yingying's face turned as red as the evening clouds. Her wet hands quickly covered her most intimate areas. Bang, bang, bang. The stepmother's knocks came at the door, her voice cold and impatient. "If you don't come out, I'm opening this door." "Mom, I'm coming out right now." At the sound of the knocking, Chen Yu instinctively pulled his aunt close, terrified that Su Yingying might slip up and cry out. In the silent bathroom, Su Yingying cooperated and stayed quiet until the sound of Su Junrou's footsteps gradually faded away. "Chen Yu, I'll bite you to death." Feeling Chen Yu's sudden movement, Su Yingying breathed heavily, raising a delicate fist as if to strike. Her face was so flushed it seemed water could be wrung from it. If there had been a crack in the floor, Su Yingying would have slipped into it without a second thought. Because the moment Chen Yu had held her, Su Yingying felt an overwhelming sense of fullness, a sensation of unprecedented bliss, a feeling she had never experienced with Su Junrou. "Auntie, I'm sorry, Chen Yu pushed Su Yingying away. That damp, electric sensation vanished in an instant. Just as he was savoring the aftertaste of that beautiful moment, Su Yingying shot him a glare, then tiptoed out of the bathroom. "It's over." Su Yingying must have gone to tattle to Su Junrou. The moment Su Yingying left and closed the door, Chen Yu's face turned ashen. He was currently at Su Junrou's mercy to pay off his debts. His deceased father's furniture mall was half-owned by Su Junrou. For the transfer to be valid, he needed Su Junrou's signature on the contract. Bang! Thinking of the 5 million in debt looming over him, Chen Yu grew angrier by the second. He punched the bathroom mirror, shattering it. Sharp shards of glass cut into his skin. Crimson blood dripped from his palm onto the family heirloom jade pendant lying on the sink among his clothes. "I am the ancestor of the Chen family, descendant of the Chen bloodline, bound by the dragon's fate, cursed through generations, all doomed to die young. Now I bestow upon you 3 family arts, the Dragon Phoenix art, the 13 Ghost Gate needles, and the primordial medical canon. Cultivate them diligently, and you may defy fate and change your destiny." A deep, resonant voice echoed. Chen Yu trembled. A flood of information filled his mind, and in that instant, he understood the true cause of his father's death. His father had not died of cancer. He had died of the Chen family curse. All members of the Chen bloodline, bound by the dragon's fate, died in their prime. Only by cultivating the Dragon Phoenix art, through dual cultivation with a woman, could one break the family curse and roam the world free. Free. "Father, if you had cultivated the Dragon Phoenix art, perhaps you wouldn't have died." Picking up the family heirloom jade pendant that had always hung around his neck, Chen Yu was overwhelmed with emotion. In the past, he had been timid and spineless, lacking any masculine spirit. He had never even touched a woman's hand. If he hadn't accidentally received the inheritance from his Chen ancestor, his fate would have been the same, doomed by the dragon's fate, living only a short life before dying young like his father. But now, as long as he cultivated the Dragon Phoenix art, the more women he was with, the less likely he would die young. Instead, he could defy fate, change his destiny, and rise above all. After getting dressed and composing himself, Chen Yu stepped out of the bathroom. But the moment he entered the living room, crisp sounds of whipping echoed from his stepmother's room. Chen Yu looked up toward the closed door. His vision was like X-ray, piercing through the walls. He saw his usually proud and dignified stepmother, dressed in a JK uniform, a necklace around her slender neck, kneeling on her skirt like a slave on the floor. Su Yingying stood there, a whip in her right hand, toying with a Budweiser beer bottle in her left. Chapter 3, Role Reversal. "Ing, use the whip. Lash me hard." Inside the room, the proud and dignified Su Junrou knelt half-crouched like a dog before Su Yingying. A chain was locked around her snow-white neck, its end gripped tightly in the hands of her younger sister, Su Yingying. You dog slave, what did you call me? Su Yingying held the chain in her left hand and raised the long whip in her right, haughty as a white swan. At this moment, she was like a queen ruling from above, trampling her sister-in-law beneath her feet. Master, please, lash me harder. Su Junrou froze for a moment, then lowered her head and kissed Su Yingying's toes. Su Yingying leaned down, dropped the chain, and lifted Su Junru's chin with one hand. With an air of authority, she let out a cold snort. You filthy slut. As she spoke, Su Yingying fished out a small pink toy from the nearby bed and tossed it in front of Su Junrou. This is Chen Yu's. You know what to do. Su Yingying thrust forward. The mouth of the beer bottle tied to her body was brought right to Su Junru's lips. Su Junru froze. Then, a blush spread across her beautiful face as she looked at Su Yingying. Chen Yu's? In every past session, the word they used most between them was daddy. But now, Su Junru never expected that Su Yingying would actually roleplay as her stepson, Chen Yu, right in front of her. Smack! Smack! While Su Junru was still stunned, the whip in Su Yingying's hand came down hard. A red welt snaked across Su Junru's fair skin like a long serpent. Mother, are you disobeying your son? Under this double assault, Su Junru trembled again. She looked up to see Su Yingying mimicking Chen Yu's tone, issuing an unquestionable command. Her delicate body shook once more, her face flushing crimson as if water could be wrung from it. Su Junru leaned forward. Her cherry lips parted, and her white teeth bit down on the glass rim of the beer bottle. Humph, Su Junru, you shameless, lustful slut. Su Yingying let out a teasing laugh. As she disciplined Su Junru, Su Yingying's thoughts drifted back to Chen Yu. The scene from the bathroom replayed in her mind like a film, making her breath quicken and her cheeks burn red. Mother, you'd better serve me well. Su Yingying pressed down on Su Junru's head with her left hand, while her right hand brought the whip down again and again on Su Junru's delicate body. With every lash, the image of being filled by Chen Yu in the bathroom surfaced in her mind, impossible to shake. Su Junru mumbled incoherently. My precious son, mother can't take it anymore. Huff, huff. In the living room, Chen Yu closed his eyes and let out a dry, parched breath. When he opened them again, the X-ray vision was gone, and his hearing had weakened considerably. So, after obtaining the Dragon Phoenix art, his X-ray vision and enhanced hearing could only be activated for a few brief minutes. Once those minutes passed, he reverted to normal human sight and hearing. Never expected my stepmother and aunt to have such intense tastes. Looking down at his traitorous little brother, already standing at full attention, Chen Yu felt his whole body burning with unbearable heat. The scene in that room was too erotic, too seductive. Roleplay was one thing, but a mother-son game. His aunt Su Yingying was playing him. Chen Yu, using a beer bottle and a whip to discipline his usually high and mighty, dignified stepmother. Under the Chen Yu played by his aunt, Su Junru was as obedient as a bitch, serving her with utter submission. Thinking of his stepmother's degraded state, Chen Yu's cheeks burned. Although Su Junru had married his father years ago and was his elder, in Chen Yu's eyes, she had no real connection to this family. In the past, he had been timid and submissive. If his stepmother said east, he dared not go west. But deep down, Chen Yu was rebellious. Countless times he had wanted to fight back, to properly teach his stepmother a lesson. Just as Chen Yu turned and headed for the kitchen to cook something to fill his stomach, a sharp scream suddenly erupted from Su Junru's room. Bang! The closed door flew open. Su Yingying, wrapped in a bathrobe and barefoot, came rushing out of the room. Auntie, what happened? Seeing his aunt rush toward him, drenched in a fine sweat, Chen Yu licked his dry, cracked lips. Suppressing the restlessness inside him, he lowered his voice and asked, Xiao Yu, quick, quick. Su Yingying gasped heavily, about to say more, when suddenly, fresh blood trickled from the sole of her flawless white foot. Losing her balance, her soft, boneless body collapsed toward Chen Yu. Su Yingying screamed again. Chen Yu moved swiftly, catching her in his arms. Auntie, your foot is hurt. Because Su Yingying was wearing a bathrobe, Chen Yu had no time to savor the softness in his hands. Looking down at the blood dripping onto the floor, his face filled with alarm, he asked, What happened? Earlier, his X-ray vision had clearly shown his aunt using a beer bottle to discipline his stepmother. So Chen Yu secretly guessed, could it be that his aunt and stepmother had played too rough? If that were true, things would be really bad. Su Yingying hooked her arms around Chen Yu's neck, burying her head in his broad chest with soft, breathy moans. Her face was flushed to the ears. Breathing rapidly, she looked up at Chen Yu with silk-like, seductive eyes. Blushing with embarrassment, she said, "Chen Yu, let go. Just where are your hands touching?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Yingying's face was overcome with shame. She wished a crack would open in the ground so she could disappear into it. She didn't know why, but today Chen Yu gave her a feeling, not only of a unique masculine charm, but also of an extreme sense of closeness. Just breathing in his scent made Su Yingying sink into it, utterly intoxicated. "Auntie, what's wrong with my mother?" Chen Yu scooped Su Yingying into his arms, his left hand roaming freely, taking full advantage. Chen Yu, I'll bite you to death." Su Yingying was furious, her hair practically standing on end. This boy Chen Yu was truly becoming bold and reckless. "Auntie, aren't you being a little too dramatic?" Chen Yu suppressed the fire raging through his body and let out a cold laugh. "I saw everything. In that room, you used my name, a beer bottle, and a whip to discipline Su Junrou." "Chen Yu. At these words, Su Yingying was stunned. She snapped out of her shyness, her face filled with shock. "How did you know?" "Oomph. Auntie, now it's my turn to discipline you." Chen Yu let out a cold snort. Lust surged through him, and his little brother stood at full attention. Chapter 4, Catching the Mouse. While in the room, Su Yingying and Su Junrou had been playing their role-play game. Su Junrou had not only performed with great enthusiasm, but also cooperated fully, reciting every line Su Yingying had taught her. Because of this, Su Yingying had long since been consumed by desire, her lust burning out of control. And after Chen Yu obtained the Dragon Phoenix art, his hands seemed to possess a magical power. Su Yingying simply couldn't resist. "Chen Yu, you're so good at massaging." Su Yingying opened her eyes, dazed and infatuated, gently biting the corner of her pink, tender lips. "You've taken full advantage of your aunt. Auntie, let me bandage your wound first." Seeing that Su Yingying had surrendered, Chen Yu's fiery urge subsided a little. Although he was burning with lust at this moment, desperate to take Su Yingying right then and there, his stepmother Su Junrou was still in the room. Soon, Chen Yu tore off a strip of fabric and wrapped it around Su Yingying's flawless, fair foot, stopping the bleeding. "Chen Yu, why aren't you here yet?" Just then, his stepmother's furious shout came from inside. "Are you dead in that room, or what? Get your ass in here." Chen Yu, quick, go to your mother's room and catch the mouse." Su Yingying, still cradled in Chen Yu's arms, blushed deeply as she explained, "I was playing in your mother's room with a beer bottle earlier, and a mouse suddenly jumped out. I got so scared I ran, and when the bottle hit the floor and shattered, it cut my foot." As she spoke, she pressed on, "How did you know I was in the room with your mother?" At this point, her voice trailed off into a mosquito-like whisper, too embarrassed to continue. "Your door wasn't shut tight." After hearing Su Yingying's account, Chen Yu finally understood the whole story. "I was eating down in the kitchen and happened to see." At the mention of eating, Su Yingying felt a sudden pang of hunger. "Make me some noodles later too." "Sure, I'll make you some noodles." Chen Yu carried Su Yingying toward his stepmother Su Junrou's room, speaking with a double meaning. Su Yingying caught on and lightly pounded her pink little fists against Chen Yu's muscular chest. This little guy was getting more and more improper. Entering Su Junrou's room, they found shards of the beer bottle scattered all over the floor. Su Junrou sat huddled on the bed, knees drawn up in fear. A whip lay by her right hand, and the toys that had been laid out in the room were already hidden before Chen Yu entered. "Yingying, your foot is hurt." Seeing Su Yingying being held in Chen Yu's arms, her foot wrapped in a torn strip of cloth, Su Junrou's eyes flashed with displeasure. Ever since she married Chen Yu's father, she had looked down on Chen Yu as a useless good-for-nothing from the bottom of her heart. Now, seeing Su Yingying cradled in Chen Yu's arms, it was as if a jar of vinegar had been knocked over. Her fury ignited. "Junrou, where's the mouse? Didn't escape the room, did it?" Su Yingying turned to Su Junrou, her tone laced with command. "And I told you to sit on the bed and not move. Did you stay put?" "I didn't move." Su Junrou was visibly startled. She hadn't expected that, with her stepson Chen Yu right there, Su Yingying would still be making pointed remarks, concerned about the toy still inside her. "The mouse is in the..." Each word trembled as Su Junrou spoke. The moment Su Yingying entered, that tingling sensation grew even more intense. When Su Junrou looked at Su Yingying flashed a mischievous smile and raised 3 fingers on her right hand, the one still hooked around Chen Yu's neck. 3 fingers meant setting 3. Level 1 had the weakest intensity. Level 3 vibrated powerfully, the absolute maximum. Mom, are you feeling unwell? By now, Chen Yu had set Su Yingying down beside Su Junrou on the bed. Noticing Su Junrou stammering, he turned to look at her. Su Junrou was curled up on the bed, wrapped in a bathrobe, her voluptuous figure concealed beneath the tight fabric. But her face was flushed crimson, her breathing rapid, and her snow-white neck glistened with sweat. And no, Chen Yu's sudden concern clearly frightened Su Junrou. She gritted her teeth and said, I was scared by the mouse. Chen Yu, the mouse is hiding in the wardrobe. After forcing the words out through gritted teeth, Su Junrou shot Su Yingying a furious glare. Su Yingying, like a victor, flashed a triumphant smile at Su Junrou as Chen Yu turned to search the wardrobe. The mouse hiding in the room was soon caught by Chen Yu and lifted out of the wardrobe. It was a large mouse, weighing over half a pound, plump and chubby. Chen Yu carried the mouse out of the room, stomped it to death, then went outside and tossed it into the trash bin below the lakeside villa. Exactly. Clean it up properly. As soon as Chen Yu returned to the room, Su Yingying was directing Su Junrou from inside. Glass shards are sharp and cut easily. Don't end up bleeding all over the place like me. Yingying, watch your language. Su Junrou kept her head down, sweeping up the glass shards, but her legs couldn't stop trembling. A buzzing sound continued to hum. Su Yingying held the remote control, wrapped in her bathrobe, crossing one leg over the other as she sat on the bed like a queen. How am I being improper? I'm being perfectly serious. Don't you dare take it out without my order. Auntie, take what out? Having tossed the mouse in the trash, Chen Yu poked his head in through the door. Looking at the two beautiful women in the room, he asked with a smile. Ah, nothing. Chen Yu, go to sleep. Su Yingying and Su Junrou were both startled. Chen Yu's sudden return caught them completely off guard. Oh, did you hear that scratching sound? Like a mouse gnawing on the floor? At that moment, Chen Yu deliberately looked around, scanning his stepmother Su Junrou's room. After obtaining the Dragon Phoenix art, Chen Yu's hearing had improved dramatically. Although his X-ray vision was gone, he could tell that the vibrating sound was coming from none other than his stepmother, Su Junrou. Recalling the game Su Yingying and his stepmother had been playing, Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement, his lust spiking once more. More. Chen Yu, go back to sleep. Having finished sweeping up the glass, Su Junrou endured the vibration and tingling from between her thighs. Hands on her hips, she snapped irritably. You have work tomorrow. If you don't go, are you planning to starve the two of us to death? I'll go eat some noodles. Seeing his stepmother bossing him around so arrogantly, Chen Yu felt a stomach full of pent-up fire. Ugh! Just as Chen Yu turned toward the kitchen, Su Junrou's breathless, panting moans drifted over. Stopping in his tracks, Chen Yu glanced sideways toward the inner room. Su Yingying immediately stood up and called out. Chen Yu, I'm hungry too. Make me some noodles. Chapter 5, Eating Noodles. Chen Yu, your mother wants to eat your noodles too. Seeing Chen Yu turn and walk into the kitchen, Su Yingying called out with a laugh. Make us plenty, okay? How can you talk to Chen Yu like that? Inside the room, Su Junrou had been tormented by Su Yingying until she was drenched in a fine sweat, her face flushed crimson. Eating noodles was one thing, but to phrase it as wanting to eat Chen Yu's noodles? As for Chen Yu, this good-for-nothing, Su Junrou looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. What jealous? Su Yingying sat down in front of Su Junrou, her delicate hand lifting Su Junrou's snow-white chin. Not gonna lie, when Chen Yu was showering in the bathroom just now, I saw he's really well endowed, like a bull calf. Junrou, be honest. Have you ever used it? Su Yingying blinked, the corners of her mouth curving into an excited smile. You're not even blood-related anyway. Even if you have, it's not like it violates any moral code. Pa, who's like you? Can't even keep your hands off your own nephew. Su Junrou scolded with a laugh. As soon as the words left her mouth, the toy's stimulation made her let out a soft, breathy moan. Her delicate body trembled, and Su Junrou reached her peak. Annie, Mom, do you want chili peppers or not? Just then, Chen Yu stepped out of the kitchen. The moment he poked his head in, he witnessed a stunning scene. Su Junrou was lying in Su Yingying's arms. The skirt of her JK uniform had been lifted again by Su Yingying, revealing a flawless, alluring body. Fair skin, smooth as jade. One glance alone was enough to make the blood surge. Chen Yu, who told you to come in? Hearing Chen Yu's voice, Su Junrou jolted in fright. She had been enjoying the stimulation from the toy, but Chen Yu's sudden return made her forcibly suppress what remained. With her pleasure ruined by Chen Yu, Su Junrou's expression darkened. Her beautiful eyes flashed with fury as she glared at him. Chen Yu, however you make them is how your aunt and I will eat them. Sensing the tension, Su Yingying quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling. When they're ready, come carry your aunt out. And help rebandage her while you're at it. Fine. Got it. Chen Yu's face was ashen, his heart burning with suppressed rage. Having come to understand his stepmother Su Junru's true nature, he knew she was the type who put on an act of pride and dignity in front of others, but behind closed doors, before his aunt Su Yingying, she was as obedient as a bitch. In truth, Chen Yu was well aware that even if he confronted his stepmother tomorrow, she would never sign the transfer contract. A stepmother like Su Junru, immune to both soft and hard approaches, could only be dealt with by throwing her on the bed and giving her a proper lesson. After shooting his stepmother Su Junru a fierce glare, Chen Yu returned to the kitchen to finish cooking the noodles. Junru, don't you feel like Chen Yu has become much more masculine today? Listening to Chen Yu bustling about in the kitchen, Su Yingying said with a smile, he feels more and more like a real man. Please, he's still a useless coward. Su Junru let out a cold laugh. Look at how timid and submissive he is. Where's the masculinity in that? You just have a prejudice against Chen Yu. As Su Yingying spoke, her right hand, wet with fluid from the bed, pointed at Su Junru with an air of authority. Hurry up. This is Chen Yu's. Eat it. You. Su Junru's face turned scarlet. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Yingying. Her mouth opened as if to say something. But before she could speak, Su Yingying's fingers were already pushed into Su Junru's mouth. Remember your place. I am the master now. Su Yingying stirred her fingers around for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Chen Yu's noodles will be ready to eat soon. Eat up and build your strength. That toy inside you is on extended battery. It won't come out until the power is completely drained. So that means not until tomorrow morning? Su Junru's beautiful eyes trembled. Her cheeks flushed as pink as peaches. This was way too long-lasting. She truly hadn't expected Su Yingying to play this hard. Extended battery. Full power drain. If things went on like this, Su Junru felt she might actually be played to death by Su Yingying. If you want me to be your master, I need to make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days. Su Yingying's face was full of arrogance. She was still smiling when suddenly her delicate brows furrowed. A sharp stinging pain shot through her right foot. Fresh blood was seeping from the foot that Chen Yu had bandaged so simply. You're hurt, Yingying. Su Junru's eyes filled with concern. She lifted Su Yingying's jade-like foot and said gently, look at you. Such a beautiful foot, and you were so careless, you've cut it open. As she spoke, Su Junru carefully removed the strip of cloth wrapped around Su Yingying's foot. A scar about 3 centimeters long ran across the sole, with bright red blood trickling out. Since you care about me so much, then hurry up and disinfect it for me. Su Yingying issued another command. As she finished speaking, she stretched her foot out towards Su Junru. Foot play was something they had done plenty of times before, but a bloodied foot was a first for Su Junru. Master, but... Su Junru swallowed hard, staring at the blood flowing from Su Yingying's snow-white foot. You're bleeding. How am I supposed to disinfect it like this? Dog slave. Haven't you always wanted to fight through the blood? Su Yingying was domineering, letting out a cold laugh. Now is your chance to prove yourself. If you don't perform well, I'll call Chen Yu in right now to teach you a lesson. Master, no. At these words, Su Junru trembled all over, her face turning pale with fright. That good-for-nothing Chen Yu was the last person she wanted to see. Thinking of this, Su Junru picked up Su Yingying's foot again and obediently began disinfecting it with her mouth. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the range had hummed. Chen Yu first chopped chili peppers, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Then he cracked 3 free-range eggs and fried them. He poured boiling oil over the seasonings. Once the water in the pot came to a boil, Chen Yu dropped the noodles in, cooked them through, then added the oil-poured seasoning. A bowl of lo mein was ready. After finishing the noodles, Chen Yu divided them into 3 bowls, brought them to the living room, and set them down. Wiping the water from his hands, Chen Yu headed toward his stepmother's room. The moment he recalled the scene of his stepmother letting loose earlier, his heart stirred. His whole body felt feverish, lust burning within. Auntie, Mom, the noodles are ready. Chen Yu stood at the door and called into the room. Because the door hadn't been shut tight, as he spoke, his eyes drifted involuntarily toward the inside. Inside the room, his stepmother Su Junru was holding his aunt's foot, rubbing it against her lips. All right, we're coming. Hearing Chen Yu's call, Su Yingying quickly pulled her foot back. Su Junru's mouth was covered in blood, making her look even more seductive, alluring, and breathtakingly beautiful. They were fighting through the blood. Chen Yu was stunned. Ever since he had unexpectedly received his stepmother Su Junru's text message, the behavior of his stepmother and Su Yingying tonight had completely shattered his understanding of them. Chen Yu, why are you standing outside the door like an idiot? From inside the room came Su Yingying's bone-meltingly seductive voice. Hurry up and come in to carry your aunt. Let's go eat your noodles. Chapter 6, Auntie. Carry your aunt. Let's go eat your noodles. Su Yingying's teasing words made Chen Yu's face flush red, his heart pounding wildly. His aunt was very experienced. Every frown and smile radiated feminine charm. The fact that even his stepmother Su Junrou had submitted at her feet was proof enough of Su Yingying's irresistible allure. Creak. Taking a deep breath and forcing down the fire raging through his body, Chen Yu entered his stepmother's room with a tense expression. Auntie, is your foot okay? Chen Yu glanced at Su Junrou sitting on the bed, then asked his aunt with feigned concern. It's nothing serious. Your mother already checked the wound for me. Su Yingying cast a condescending glance at Su Junrou, who blushed and lowered her head. Check the wound? He had seen with his own eyes how shamelessly his stepmother Su Junrou had behaved. Did checking a wound require using one's mouth and leaving it covered in blood? All right, I'll carry you over. Chen Yu nodded, bent down, and slid his left hand under Su Yingying's full, rounded bottom while his right arm wrapped around her soft waist. With one swift motion, he scooped her into his arms. Chen Yu, you're so good at holding a girl like this. You must have had plenty of girlfriends back in school, right? Su Yingying beamed, her beautiful eyes gazing up at Chen Yu. She didn't know why, but today Chen Yu gave her a completely different feeling. It felt so good that she desperately wanted to be thrown onto a bed by him and thoroughly ravished. Auntie, you know I'm still a virgin. Chen Yu gave a bitter smile. And with my family situation back then, what girl would have even looked at me? As he spoke, Chen Yu carried Su Yingying into the living room. Su Junrou, on the other hand, walked with her thighs clamped tightly together, gasping with every step, and finally sat down in the living room. So, do you think your aunt is prettier, or your mother? After setting Su Yingying on the sofa, Chen Yu turned to fetch the iodine and bandages. Hearing Su Yingying's question, he paused, glancing at both Su Yingying and Su Junrou. In my eyes, you two are the most beautiful women in the world. Chen Yu finished speaking and returned with the first aid kit. Pa, you're just saying that to make your aunt happy. Su Yingying laughed. Your aunt is old and fading. How can I compare to a young girl? Chen Yu didn't rush to answer. He first sat down on the sofa next to Su Yingying, picked up her smooth, jade-like foot, and placed it on his thigh. Staring at this flawless foot before him, Chen Yu's mind once again filled with images of his stepmother Su Junru's debauched behavior. Auntie, you're only 36. A woman of this age is truly captivating. As Chen Yu spoke his praise, his hands began kneading and massaging Su Yingying's foot. I think any man with real taste would fall for a woman like you, Annie. The moment Chen Yu began kneading her foot, Su Yingying couldn't help but let out a soft, breathy moan. It felt so good. Too good. Chen Yu's hands seemed to possess a magical power, far more pleasurable than Su Junru's mouth. Chen Yu, what do you think you're doing? Su Junru snapped viciously. You were supposed to disinfect your aunt's foot, not take advantage of her. Su Junru, watch your words. Before Chen Yu could even respond, Su Yingying's cold voice cut in. Are you asking me to increase your punishment? Ugh. At the mention of increased punishment, Su Junru trembled in fear. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her body broke out in a fine, fragrant sweat. Auntie, I've drawn out the poisoned blood. After kneading for a while, Chen Yu squeezed the toxic blood from Su Yingying's soul, poured iodine over it to disinfect, then applied a bandage to seal the wound. The simple bandaging was complete. Chen Yu, I didn't know you had medical skills too. Su Yingying flexed her foot. After Chen Yu's treatment, there was no pain at all. Chen Yu simply smiled without replying. He picked up the bowl of lo mein from the table and began devouring it. Junrou, what are you standing around for? Eat. Su Yingying picked up her large bowl and called out to Su Junrou. Uft. Chen Yu was mid-bite when his aunt's words caught him completely off guard. Eating noodles was one thing, but Auntie Su Ying had to phrase it as eating his noodles. Clearly, his aunt was doing this on purpose. In the past, although Su Yingying had treated him well, she always maintained an elder's authority in her words. But today, her attitude toward him had undergone a complete transformation. Thinking this far, Chen Yu quickly connected it to the family art he had inherited, the Dragon Phoenix art. Could it be that once a member of the Chen bloodline, bound by the dragon's fate, began cultivating the dragon phoenix art, it would generate an intense attraction in women? Yu. Su Junrou stamped her foot in frustration, dragged a chair over from the side, sat down across from Su Ying, and began eating. Soon, the living room fell silent. Apart from the sound of slurping noodles, a faint, buzzing vibration hummed softly in the background. Damn, that sound again. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat as he ate. He sneaked glances at his stepmother Su Junrou between bites. He never would have imagined his aunt and stepmother played this wild. Leaving a toy inside while in the room was one thing, but coming out to eat in the living room, not only had she not taken it out, it was still running on its own. At this moment, Su Junrou kept her head down, her face scarlet, as if enduring some unbearable torment. Her body trembled. She ate her noodles while panting heavily. Sweat trickled down her snow-white neck. Dressed in her JK uniform, her massive, soft curves heaved continuously, as if they might burst right out of her clothes at any moment. Then, Chen Yu pretended to drop his chopsticks and peeked under Su Junrou's table. Underneath, Su Junrou's long, straight legs were clamped tightly together. Every slight shake of the table came from her squeezing her thighs. Chen Yu, eat more. After taking only a few bites, Su Ying piled a large amount of noodles into Chen Yu's bowl. Because they were sitting so close, Su Ying's snow-white, delicate hand was anything but innocent. It wandered straight toward Chen Yu's inner thigh. As she touched him, she teased, "You're still growing, you know. If you don't eat more, how are you ever going to find a girlfriend?" "Auntie, I'm not looking for a girlfriend right now." Chen Yu kept his head down, eating his noodles. The soft, electric sensation instantly set his lust ablaze. Auntie Su Ying was highly experienced. Her pressure was perfectly controlled. In Chen Yu's eyes, describing her technique as masterful wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder his stepmother was so obediently submissive to her. Before Su Ying, Su Junrou was as tame as a bitch. A woman as seductive, enchanting, and alluring as Su Ying. No woman could resist her, let alone a man. I'm going to take a shower." Just then, Su Junrou dropped her chopsticks and suddenly stood up. Her face was flushed, her delicate body trembling. Limping slightly, she headed toward the bathroom. Chapter 7. Thoughts. After his stepmother Su Junrou went to the bathroom to shower, Auntie Su Ying became even more unrestrained. An inexperienced Chen Yu stood no chance against Su Ying's teasing. "Wow, so you really are a virgin." A thrilled smile spread across Su Ying's face. "Beauty and skincare, we can't let that go to waste." Staring at Su Ying's seductive display, Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement. Holy shit, this dragon phoenix art is insane. Chen Yu was already in his 20s. How could he still be a virgin? Sure, he had never dated anyone before, but he had frequently watched adult films in secret. What he hadn't expected was that after cultivating the dragon phoenix art, he would recover so quickly and stand ready again. No way. Chen Yu. Su Ying had been savoring the moment when she looked up and froze in shock. This bull calf of a man. Was he some kind of monster? "Chen Yu, did you take some kind of drug?" Su Ying drew a deep breath, her own heart fluttering wildly. If she had only been attracted to his aura before, she was now completely conquered by Chen Yu's sheer, overwhelming prowess. Any woman would fall for a man like this, herself and Su Junrou included. "Auntie, how could I possibly have taken drugs?" Chen Yu's face was full of embarrassment. "If you want someone to blame, blame your aunt. You're just too beautiful." "Pa, stop flattering me." Su Ying scolded with a laugh. After the previous experience, Chen Yu had learned a lot. Although Su Ying was highly experienced, Chen Yu found he could actually control his timing through sheer willpower. This was the greatest change that came with cultivating the dragon phoenix art. Seriously though, Chen Yu. Su Ying's face flushed crimson. She looked at Chen Yu with silk-like, seductive eyes and held her breath as she spoke. "Your relationship with your mother is so terrible. Haven't you ever thought about improving your mother-son relationship?" "Improve it? Auntie, you don't understand." Chen Yu's expression instantly darkened. "My father passed away from illness and left behind a mountain of debt. The debt collectors pushed me into a corner. I asked Su Junrou to sell Tianhao furniture, but she refused." "Are you talking about the 5 million in debt?" Su Ying panted heavily, feeling feverish and unbearably stifled all over. "Yeah, and Su Junrou has always looked down on me." As Chen Yu spoke, he turned his gaze toward the bathroom. Soft light spilled out through the gap under the door. Seeing that his stepmother Su Junrou had been in there for a long time without coming out, Chen Yu focused his mind at his brow. Buzz. A faint humming sound echoed in his mind. Then everything he looked at became transparent. When his vision reached the bathroom, he was stunned. Hot water gushed from the shower head like a curtain, pouring down relentlessly. His stepmother Su Junrou stood facing the door, head tilted back under the hot spray, looking utterly tormented. The hot water streamed down Su Junru's smooth skin. Chen Yu withdrew his gaze and let out a long, deep breath. What he had seen through his X-ray vision was far too provocative. His stepmother Su Junrou had become a ripe fruit, ready for the plucking. Who said your mother looks down on you? Seeing Chen Yu staring at the bathroom, Su Yingying's lips curled into a smile. She said, if you want your mother to respect you, Chen Yu, you need to become a real man in front of her. Auntie, what do you mean? Chen Yu was stunned. Su Yingying stood up on her tiptoes, picked up the strip of black cloth she had used earlier to bind her foot, and started walking toward the bathroom. Junrou, wash yourself clean. Su Yingying stood outside the door, turned back, and waved at Chen Yu, signaling him to hide. Yingying, I've already washed very thoroughly. Su Junru's trembling voice came from inside the bathroom. And I followed your instructions. Even while showering, I didn't take it out. No, you're not clean enough. Su Yingying pounded on the bathroom door, her sharp, commanding voice ringing out. Open this door right now. I'm coming in to wash you myself. But Chen Yu is still out there. Hearing Su Yingying's demand to open the door, Su Junrou visibly panicked. In front of Su Yingying, she could be as wild as Su Yingying wanted. She would do anything. But toward her stepson Chen Yu, Su Junrou looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Chen Yu went to sleep. Su Yingying urged again. If you don't open this door for me, I'll have to give you the ultimate punishment. All right, I'll open it. The moment Su Junrou heard the words, ultimate punishment, she shuddered all over. 2 toys meant the ultimate punishment. She still remembered the time she had chatted a little too long with a male client and angered Su Yingying. That day, in the car, she had received Su Yingying's ultimate punishment. The feeling had been absolutely unbearable. Creak. The bathroom door opened. Su Junrou poked her head out. Seeing no sign of Chen Yu in the living room, she let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Master, do you want to play roleplay in the bathroom? Exactly. But first, cover your eyes. Su Yingying produced the strip of black cloth from earlier and wrapped it around Su Junru's head. Don't take it off without my order. Understood. Yes, master. Su Junrou nodded obediently. Then Su Yingying pushed Su Junrou back into the bathroom, brought out body wash and shampoo, and poured them all over Su Junru's body. Let me wash you properly first. The toy I prepared for you will be making its entrance soon. Chapter 8. The Black Cloth. Su Junru's eyes were covered with the black cloth. Hot water from the shower head poured over her alluring body. Under Su Yingying's washing, Su Junru's delicate frame trembled. Yingying, didn't you just injure your foot? Feeling Su Yingying scrubbing her body, Su Junrou let out a soft moan and said, You should go lie down on the bed. In Su Junru's eyes, the cut on Su Yingying's soul should not be getting wet. A little injury like this is nothing. Su Yingying laughed. As soon as the words left her mouth, she poked her head out of the bathroom door. Chen Yu was hiding in the corner just outside. She waved at Chen Yu, signaling him to come out. Chen Yu nodded, licked his dry lips, and stepped out from the corner. I told you, tonight I am your master. You will listen to everything I say. Understand? Su Yingying spoke with an air of superiority, then made a hand gesture to Chen Yu. Go back to Su Junru's room and fetch the long whip. Master, as long as you don't give me the ultimate punishment. With the hot water still rinsing her body, Su Junru's face flushed crimson. Breathing out like orchid blossoms, she said, I'll do whatever you say. Humph, you shameless slut. After Chen Yu retrieved the whip, Su Yingying took a step back, pulled Chen Yu in front of her, and wrapped her hand around the hand that held the whip. Smack! The crisp sound of the whip echoed through the bathroom. At that single lash, Chen Yu was stunned. His mouth went dry, his heart pounding with nervous tension. This was his stepmother. The woman who was usually so high and mighty, so dignified and proud. And now, his stepmother Su Junrou was standing right before him, with her back turned. Su Junru's delicate body trembled. Her voice shook as she said, Master, I am a lowly slut. Please, lash me harder. Splish splash. The hot water poured down relentlessly. Hearing his stepmother's obedient, submissive words, Chen Yu's heart surged with emotion. The whip raised in his right hand froze stiff in midair. This was the same stepmother who had always been so sharp and cold toward him. Yet before his aunt Su Yingying, she was more obedient than if she had taken an aphrodisiac. At this moment, Chen Yu felt a complicated mix of emotions. The 5 million in debt had driven him into a corner, yet his stepmother Su Junrou treated him like a useless piece of trash. In Su Junru's eyes, no matter how hard he tried, he could never escape the label of good for nothing. Master, why are you hesitating? Smack. Smack. The moment Su Junrou, her eyes still covered by the black cloth, finished speaking, Su Yingying, standing behind Chen Yu outside the bathroom door, wrapped her arms around him from behind. After gripping Chen Yu's right hand, Su Yingying made a swinging motion. Seeing this, Chen Yu's eyes burned with heat. Gritting his teeth, he brought the whip down again and again across Su Junru's body. One red welt after another was seared into Su Junru's skin. Chen Yu lashed Su Junru with all his strength, each strike seeming to vent years of pent-up frustration. Master, quick, give it to me. Under Chen Yu's whipping, Su Junru's cheeks flushed crimson. She panted heavily. Didn't you say you prepared something else for me? You impatient slut, what's the rush? Su Yingying let out a cold laugh from the side. You want it, but I won't give it to you just yet. Let me wash you first. With that, Su Yingying signaled Chen Yu to step forward. Splish splash. The showerhead kept spraying. Chen Yu had been bottling up his fury for far too long. Combined with all the years of humiliation he had endured before Su Junru, the moment Su Yingying signaled him, Chen Yu didn't hesitate for a second. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Su Junru from behind. All right, now you treat me as Chen Yu. Su Yingying called out from beside Chen Yu. Mother, Chen Yu is here. Su Junru trembled all over and melted limply into Chen Yu's embrace. Keep in mind, ever since Chen Yu began cultivating the Dragon Phoenix art, he naturally exuded an irresistible charm that drew women to him. Chen Yu, this feels so good. With her eyes covered by the black cloth, Su Junru still believed that only Su Yingying was in the bathroom with her. Never in a million years would she have guessed that the person holding her was not Su Yingying, but Chen Yu. Giggle. Now you know just how capable your son is, don't you? Su Yingying laughed from behind, all the while directing Chen Yu's movements. Seeing this, Chen Yu's breathing turned rapid, his heart hammering against his chest. The scene before his eyes was one he had imagined countless times. Every time his stepmother called him a useless coward, Chen Yu had dreamed of pinning Su Junru beneath him. Tonight, he never expected that his years-long fantasy would come true so soon. Mother, your son has something even better for you. As Su Yingying finished speaking, she lifted the hem of her bathrobe right in front of Chen Yu. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. This was far too bold and reckless. If his stepmother Su Junru ever found out, Chen Yu knew there would be no chance of getting her to sign off on that 5 million debt. Not only would she refuse to sign, she'd probably throw him out on the street. Even as Chen Yu thought this, he saw Su Yingying treating him as if he were invisible. She reached out her own hand as well. Su Junru had played with Su Yingying many times before, but after so many sessions, she no longer felt much of anything. That was exactly why, after drinking, she had resorted to using a beer bottle. Chen Yu, give it to me. Provoked by Chen Yu, Su Junru called out to the Su Yingying behind her. Let me see how this useless coward of yours rises to the occasion. Useless coward. The moment those words left Su Junru's mouth, Su Yingying's beautiful eyes flickered. Oh no, Su Junru had just struck at Chen Yu's pride. Smack. Smack. Mother, this ultra-realistic toy of mine is coming for you now. Su Yingying called out excitedly, playing along with Chen Yu. Humph. Let's see just how realistic it is. Su Junru had grown completely immune to toys. To spice things up and deepen their bond, Su Junru had always indulged Su Yingying. Whatever Su Yingying wanted to do, she would go along with it. Huh? Chen Yu, this toy feels very wrong. Su Junru froze in place. Chen Yu could wait no longer. He thrust forward. Mother, Chen Yu is going in now. Su Yingying cried out excitedly at the sight of Chen Yu's motion. Chapter 9 Shu ran. Bang bang bang. Just as Chen Yu was about to press on, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door. Sister-in-law Junrou, are you asleep? A panicked voice suddenly came from outside the room. My daughter has fainted due to a medical emergency. Can you ask Chen Yu to come out and help me carry her? Hearing the panicked sounds outside the door, Su Junru and Su Yingying's expressions changed slightly. Just as Su Junru was about to remove the black cloth, Su Yingying continued to cover Su Junru's eyes and quickly gave Chen Yu a wink. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly grabbed his clothes and returned to his room, burning with rage. He was about to go inside, so he decided to give his stepmother, Su Junrou, a good beating. Make his stepmother submit to him. To Chen Yu's surprise, his neighbor Zhang Yu's daughter, Chu Ran, fainted at that very moment. "Aunt Zhang, your daughter has fallen ill again." After a while, Su Junrou and Su Yingying finished dressing and then opened the door. A middle-aged woman with a haggard face stood outside the door. Upon seeing Su Junrou and Su Yingying, she immediately grasped Su Junrou's hand. "Where is Chen Yu? That boy is strong, so we'll have to trouble him. Chen Yu is sleeping in his room." As Su Junrou spoke, her pretty face flushed red, and she pointed to Chen Yu's room. "Aunt Zhang, what's wrong?" After changing into clean clothes, Chen Yu came out of the room and glanced at Su Junrou. When Su Junrou saw Chen Yu looking at her, she avoided his gaze, a sense of panic flashing through her heart pounding wildly. "Chen Yu, please hurry, my Chu Ran has fainted." As Zhang Yu spoke, he turned and walked towards the door. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately followed Zhang Yu to the apartment building directly opposite. Zhang Yujia. When Chen Yu arrived at Zhang Yu's house, he was greeted by an unpleasant odor. In the dimly lit hall, a graceful figure lay trembling, as if enduring some kind of pain. "Ran, don't scare your mother." Zhang Yu came to Chu Ran's side, squatted down, and hurriedly used a burlap smear to wipe away the white foam that Chu Ran had vomited. It was a pure and beautiful face, but a terrifying scar remained on her delicate cheek. "Aunt Zhang, have you still not found out what caused your daughter's illness?" Looking at Chu Ran, who was foaming at the mouth, Chen Yu frowned. Chu Ran's illness has lasted for at least a year. A year ago, she was a high school student at Jiangnan County No. 3 Middle School. Later, for reasons unknown, she was sent to the hospital by a teacher from the school's academic affairs office. After being discharged from the hospital, Zhang Yu's daughter, Chu Ran, was already mentally unstable. Because of this, the news spread almost throughout the entire Lakeside Lodge. Later, her father went to the school to communicate with the school leaders many times, but to no avail. In order to treat his daughter's illness, Chu Ran's father, Chu Ren, went south to work as a porter. "Sister Zhang, call an ambulance right away. Your daughter is so seriously ill, we can't delay any longer." At this moment, Su Junrou and Su Yingying also offered their reminders from the side. Although Su Junrou was observing the situation inside, her cheeks became increasingly flushed, and her JK uniform was covered in sweat. "It's so agonizing to have to leave it overnight before taking it out tomorrow." "Oh, right, I'll call an ambulance right away." Su Junrou's reminder made Zhang Yu realize what was happening, and she quickly took out her phone to call an ambulance. "Aunt Zhang, you don't need to hit her anymore." Chen Yu suddenly snatched the phone from Zhang Sa's hand and calmly said, "Even if an ambulance comes, what can it do? Your daughter's illness has been treated at Jiangnan County People's Hospital before, and they can't cure it at all." "Chen Yu, what are you saying?" Su Junrou trembled and, panting, scolded Chen Yu. "Sister Zhang, you asked you to come here to help, not to make sarcastic remarks." "Aunt Zhang, I can cure your daughter's illness." Chen Yu put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Oh." As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Su Junrou, Su Yingying, and Zhang Yu were all dumbfounded. They must have misheard. Chu Ran's condition is so serious that even the doctors at Jiangnan County People's Hospital cannot cure her. What makes Chen Yu capable of curing Chu Ran's illness? "Chen Yu, have you lost your mind?" Su Junrou's expression turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said coldly, "You're getting involved in this kind of thing? Are you just looking for trouble?" Seeing this, Su Yingying tugged at Su Junrou's sleeve, telling her to say less. "Chen Yu, are you telling the truth?" Hearing that Su Junrou stopped talking, Zhang Yu hugged Chen Yu as if she had seen a savior. "Really? Can you really cure my daughter's illness?" Overjoyed, Zhang Yu wept tears of joy, completely disregarding the differences between men and women. Feeling that soft body pressed against him, Chen Yu's lust was reignited. He quickly pushed Zhang Yu away, awkwardly touching his nose. "Whether Aunt Zhang can cure it or not, I can only try. Do you have silver needles at home?" Chen Yu asked Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was taken aback, then said, "I have silver needles. I'll go get them for you right away." After saying that, Zhang Yu went to find the silver needles, while Chen Yu bent down, picked up Chu Ran, and put her on the bed. "Silver needles, Chen Yu, here you go." Not long after, Zhang Yu handed the silver needles to Chen Yu. Chen Yu took the silver needles, his mind replaying the 13 ghost needles, one of the 3 great secret techniques of the Chen family, and began to insert the needles. Shinkei, CV8, Guanyuan, CV4, Zusanli, ST36. One silver needle after another was inserted into Chu Ran's various acupoints. No way. When did Chen Yu learn medicine? This kid's acupuncture technique is pretty smooth. Inside the room, Su Yingying and Su Junlan both looked completely bewildered. Although they didn't understand medicine, even a complete novice could tell that Chen Yu's acupuncture skills were at a master level. Then, Chen Yu focused his thoughts on the space between his eyebrows, and his vision gradually brightened. The clothes Chu Ran wore were practically useless. A beautiful body, with fair skin and a shapely figure like a peach, appeared before Chen Yu without any obstruction. Chapter 10 School Beauty. Under the scrutiny of his X-ray vision, Chen Yu gasped in shock. Chu Ran's body was covered in wounds, especially his head and chest, where blood stasis had accumulated, making it a horrifying sight. Even more bizarrely, 3 inches below Chu Ran's navel, there was a broken piece inside her body. Using his X-ray vision, Chen Yu looked more closely and realized that the foreign object inside Chu Ran's body was actually half a broken toothbrush. A toothbrush that's broken in half. The more Chen Yu thought about it, the more horrified he became. What kind of horrific experiences had the 4 most beautiful girls in number 3 middle school gone through that ultimately drove them to insanity? Chen Yu, how is my daughter's condition? Seeing Chen Yu in a daze, Zhang Yu anxiously asked, "Are you confident you can cure my daughter?" Aunt Zhang. Coming to his senses, Chen Yu frowned and looked at Zhang Yu. "Let's put the treatment aside for now. I want to ask you, did Chu Ran offend anyone at school?" "Chen Yu, you don't know how hard my life is." Memories flashed through Zhang Yu's mind, her face contorted with pain. She clenched her teeth and said, word by word, "You know that my Chu Ran has been beautiful since she was little. For ordinary families like ours, beauty doesn't bring wealth. It only brings disaster." Zhang Yu then recounted what Chu Ran had experienced at school that night. It was a night a year ago. Chu Ran finished her evening self-study session and was on her way home after school. Suddenly, a group of young men dragged Chu Ran into a grove of trees and beat him. Chu Ran's screams alerted the teachers who were on their way home from get-off work. By the time the teachers found Chu Ran, the murderers had already fled. What was Chu Ran's situation at that time? Chen Yu looked up at Zhang Yu and said, "Aunt Zhang, this is very important. It relates to your daughter's condition." Then, Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. "When that teacher found my daughter, Chu Ran was bleeding heavily and collapsed on the ground. She was later taken to the hospital for examination, where they also extracted any remaining bodily fluids from her body. My daughter was not raped. The attending physician at the hospital said my daughter only had superficial injuries." External injury? The toothbrush is inside the body. Chu Ran suffered another massive hemorrhage, and Chen Yu never expected that the doctors at the hospital would inform Chu Ran's parents of this outcome. "Aunt Zhang, did you find out who the murderer was later?" After listening to Zhang Yu's account and considering Chu Ran's condition, Chen Yu, according to his deduction, this group was very powerful and colluded with doctors in the hospital to fabricate false medical records. It was a truly horrific ordeal. The broken toothbrush, located 3 inches below the navel, was also brought in by that group of people. As a result, the doctors at the hospital couldn't find anything wrong. "They are demons. They are devils." Mentioning the murderer, Zhang Yu's expression changed, and she trembled with fear. "Chen Yu, I didn't know the murderer at first. It was Teacher Lu who was passing by. Later, she called me into her office and secretly told me the names of those people. 3 days later, that teacher fell from the teaching building and died." "What? The teacher fell from the school building and died?" Chen Yu was utterly shocked. In the bright and clear Jiangnan County, who on earth has such power to cover up the truth and treat human life as worthless? This man is known as the Crown Prince of Jiangnan County, and his name is Sun Huqing. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, wishing he could devour the other person alive. "I will never forget this name, even if I turn to ashes." Sun Huqing, the Crown Prince of Jiangnan County? Chen Yu's pupils contracted. The Sun family was one of the most powerful families in Jiangnan County. If Sun Huqing is truly the young master of the Sun family, with the influence of that person in the Sun family in Jiangnan County, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Then, Chen Yu smiled gently and said, "Aunt Zhang, don't worry. Chu Ran's condition is a bit tricky, but it's not without the possibility of treatment." "Chen Yu, are you serious?" Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhang Yu rushed forward excitedly, grabbed Chen Yu's collar, and said incoherently, The doctors at the city hospital all said that my daughter's condition will only get worse and that it can never be cured in this lifetime. And now you're telling me you can cure her? Aunt Zhang, I'll do my best. Chen Yu stood up and downplayed the issue, saying, Chu Ran has a blood clot in her head. Once she expels the blood clot from her body, she might be able to wake up. Okay, Chen Yu, thank you for your help. Zhang Yu, trembling, quietly turned around, closed the door, and made room for Chen Yu to receive treatment. Chu Ran, my sister told me that you used to be known as one of the 4 most beautiful girls at number 3 middle school. Chen Yu squatted down, looked at the shocking scars on Chu Ran's face, and said calmly, however, since you've run into me, you deserve to be lucky. 3 inches from the navel, a broken toothbrush, after so many years, is almost impossible to remove with just a silver needle. Soon, Chen Yu removed the silver needles. He took a deep breath and began to undress Chu Ran. At the age of 19, Chu Ran's body had just matured, and her slender and graceful figure, with every inch of skin radiant, gave Chen Yu a strong visual impact. As expected of the 4 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan County number 3 middle school, both their figures and faces are absolutely stunning. Holding his breath, Chen Yu quickly took off his shirt. Only the pink bra and a pair of red panties were left on. Chu Ran, please don't blame me. I'm treating your illness. Chen Yu muttered to himself. At this moment, his cheeks were burning hot, his heart was pounding, and he was extremely nervous. Although Chu Ran was unconscious, Chen Yu, who had no experience with relationships, found her youthful, charming, and energetic aura irresistible. Soon, Chen Yu began to massage Chu Ran according to the massage techniques recorded in the primordial medical classic. Chen Yu placed his hands on Chu Ran's smooth and delicate lower abdomen and began to knead it. Chapter 11 Fury. Suppressing his wild thoughts, Chen Yu pressed his hands against Chu Ran's lower abdomen and began to knead it. Under Chen Yu's massage, Chu Ran, who was in a deep sleep, suddenly opened her mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood from the blood clot in her lower abdomen. Where am I? Where am I? A foul odor wafted from under the bed, and Chu Ran, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Chen Yu in front of her. Her youthful face was full of surprise as she asked, Brother Chen Yu, what are you doing here? Sister Chu Ran, I'm treating your illness. So Chen Yu told her how she fainted. Has my condition worsened again? After listening to Chen Yu's account, Chu Ran turned pale and trembled all over. Then she took a closer look at her own body. He found himself lying naked on the bed, wearing only a bra and a pair of panties. Oh, Chu Ran screamed in panic. Chu Ran, please cooperate. I'm treating your illness. Chen Yu said with a righteous expression. Cooperate? Chen Yu, how do you want me to cooperate? Lying on the bed, Chu Ran's pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chen Yu. You've already taken off all my clothes, and you still say I'm not cooperating. Chu Ran, your illness is very serious. If you don't get treatment in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Yu did not refute Chu Ran's words, but instead looked at Chu Ran's 2 soft mounds and said with a dry mouth, the budding jade, like a ripe peach, is endlessly tempting. After all, Chu Ran is only 19 years old. It's already quite good that such a young girl isn't flat-chested. Chen Yu, where are you looking? Seeing Chen Yu staring intently at her chest, Chu Ran blushed and said angrily, Is this your excuse for treating my illness? Chu Ran, I think you've misunderstood. Chen Yu said awkwardly, You have blood clots in your head, chest, abdomen, and here, which is why your condition is so serious. Do I have blood clots in my body? Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Chu Ran suddenly realized something and asked Chen Yu, Chen Yu, are you saying that the reason I'm delirious is because of these blood clots in my body? That's absolutely right. Chen Yu nodded, took a deep breath, and said awkwardly, The blood clots in your abdomen have been expelled, but it's difficult to get the broken toothbrush out of your body. It's hard to imagine that a broken toothbrush could have been inside your body for so many years. For a girl, it is a huge pain, both mentally and physically. Brother Chen Yu. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, she came out and her expression changed drastically as she looked at him with trembling eyes. You figured it out? Recalling the past year of living a life worse than death, Chu Ran's beautiful eyes trembled and tears fell. Seeing this, Chen Yu asked, Little sister Chu Ran, what exactly happened to you in the woods at school? It's Sun Huqing from the Sun family. He likes me. Chu Ran's face was full of pain, her pearly white teeth pursed against her pink lips. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, "But I disagree. Sun Huqing is rich and powerful, but I know that he is an incompetent and good-for-nothing. He has already gotten several girls pregnant at school." Holy crap. After hearing Chu Ran's story, even Chen Yu was shocked. He got several girls pregnant at school. Sun Huqing is so young, yet he's already a seasoned player in the dating scene. That's not all. What's most infuriating is that he also had an affair with the music teacher. As Chu Ran spoke, tears streamed down her face as she wailed, "Brother Chen Yu, do you think I would accept a guy like this as my boyfriend? You don't know that after I rejected Sun Huqing, he got angry and called a bunch of thugs outside the school. They not only beat me up, but also took off my clothes. My toothbrush that I always carry with me." At this point, Chu Ran was already sobbing uncontrollably, heartbroken. "That day I had a massive hemorrhage and eventually fainted." Chu Ran. After hearing the story, even Chen Yu was filled with rage. He reached out and gently stroked Chu Ran's thick hair, saying softly, "Don't worry, I can cure your illness, and I can even get your toothbrush for you. Brother Chen Yu, can you really cure me?" Chu Ran grabbed Chen Yu's arm and said, "I don't want to be a lunatic anymore. Hey, let go first." Feeling two soft mounds pressed against his body, Chen Yu quickly broke free from Chu Ran's embrace. "Let's get treatment first." "Okay, Brother Chen Yu, do you want to see my chest?" After being pushed away by Chen Yu, Chu Ran revealed a sly smile and stared at Chen Yu, saying, "I saw you staring at me here just now. Haven't you ever had a girlfriend yet?" Chu Ran's direct question startled Chen Yu, who immediately became embarrassed. "Chu Ran, what are you saying?" Chen Yu calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "I need this for treatment. You also have blood clots in your chest. Only by draining the blood clots can your injuries heal. Then, Brother Chen Yu, let's begin." As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Chu Ran generously tried to unhook her bra. But because she had just woken up, Chu Ran felt weak all over, and her whole body went limp on the bed again. "Brother Chen Yu, I'm too weak. Can you help me untie this?" Chu Ran rolled over, revealing her smooth, jade-like back. As she swung her toes, she said, "By the way, Brother Chen Yu, have you really never had a girlfriend?" Chu Ran and Chen Yu's younger sister, Su Fei, are about the same age. Chen Yu, on the other hand, is 6 years older than her. In Chu Ran's eyes, Chen Yu was quite an oddball. He was almost 25 or 26 years old and had never had a girlfriend. "I have never had a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu awkwardly gave an honest reply. Don't underestimate these young people, who are only 18 or 19 years old. He understands that compared to Chu Ran, they're from completely different worlds. "Oh, so you're still a virgin?" Lying on the bed, Chu Ran exclaimed in surprise, momentarily forgetting that she was still a patient. She continued to ask, "Brother Chen Yu, you've never had a girlfriend, so how do you satisfy your physical needs when you want to? Why are you asking so many questions, you little rascal?" Chen Yu lost his temper after being bombarded with Chu Ran's mindless questioning. He immediately retorted angrily, "I'm treating your illness, so you better behave yourself." "Haha, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I?" After hearing Chen Yu's words, Chu Ran said in a victor's tone, "Brother Chen Yu, to be honest, if you weren't treating my illness, I, Chu Ran, would never have given an old man like you a second glance. She is one of the 4 most beautiful girls in Jiangnan County." Chu Ran is inherently arrogant. In her eyes, only men from big cities can be worthy of her. Smack. Just then, a slap rang out. With a face full of anger, Chen Yu slapped Chu Ran's plump, round buttocks. Chapter 12 Scars. "Hey, you dare spank me?" When Chen Yu withdrew his hand, Chu Ran finally realized what had happened, flew into a rage, and shouted, "Chen Yu, try hitting me again." Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu, of course, didn't hold back and proceeded to give Chu Ran's snow-white buttocks another good beating. Chu Ran was lying on the bed, with her back to him. These slaps left her trembling and panting heavily. "Brother Chen Yu, I take back what I just said." Chu Ran raised her head, her pretty face flushed, and looked at Chen Yu with seductive eyes. "You're not an old man. You're a real man. Hurry up and beat me up." Holy crap. Chen Yu was dumbfounded upon hearing Chu Ran's words. Is Chu Ran having another mental breakdown? Is he addicted to getting beaten up? Or is it that, despite Chu Ran's young age, he still has masochistic tendencies deep down? "Sister Chu Ran, let me treat your illness first." Chen Yu coughed lightly, then casually unhooked Chu Ran's bra and said, "Turn around. I need to drain the blood clots from your breasts." "Okay, Brother Chen Yu, Then you really have to treat me properly. Chu Ran turned around, her cheeks flushed, and looked at Chen Yu with eyes full of admiration. In her eyes, Chen Yu was indeed an old man. But after Chen Yu beat her up in his anger, she actually felt a sense of pleasure she had never experienced before. Don't worry about that. The blood clots in your lower abdomen have already been expelled by my massage. Staring at Chu Ran's snow-white body, Chen Yu's heart immediately fluttered, and he swallowed hard, his mouth dry. Brother Chen Yu, what are you standing there for? Chu Ran lay on the bed, gently biting the corner of her mouth, and smiled brightly. Weren't you going to give me a massage? Hurry up, I can't wait. Hearing Chu Ran's urging, Chen Yu composed himself and once again used the massage techniques from the primordial medical classic to knead Chu Ran's two soft mounts. Because Chen Yu cultivated the dragon and phoenix technique, his hands possessed an irresistible allure for women. The moment Chen Yu's hands touched Chu Ran let out a soft moan. Brother Chen Yu, is mine nice to squeeze? As Chen Yu kneaded her, Chu Ran's cheeks turned even redder, and her breathing became rapid. She's only 19 years old, and the number of men she's had physical intimacy with can be counted on one hand. Outside, she charges a high price, 5,000 per session. Chen Yu did this to treat her illness, so it's a bargain for him. It's very soft, like a ball of cotton candy. Chen Yu's face turned bright red, and he felt as if he was about to burst out with evil fire. Chu Ran is not only good-looking, but also a great beauty. Let alone Chen Yu. Even a seasoned veteran driver would be unable to handle it. It's so soft. Brother Chen Yu, please massage it a bit more. Chu Ran was panting heavily, her body covered in sweat, and her beautiful body was trembling slightly under Chen Yu's massage. Chen Yu's massage technique was so comfortable. The more she massaged him, the more Chu Ran couldn't stop, and he felt like he could topple over at any moment. You know what, I pay other people 5,000 yuan per time. Under Chen Yu's massage, Chu Ran's heart also fluttered, and her right hand reached out to touch Chen Yu's. This time I'll let you off easy. I don't want your money. I'll do it for you for free. How about it, Brother Chen Yu? After Chu Ran finished speaking, Chen Yu finally raised his head and looked at Chu Ran. Wow, this is so big. You're way too big. Chu Ran looked on in astonishment, as if she had discovered a new continent. Compared to the men she'd been with, Chen Yu's thing was absolutely overwhelming. Chu Ran, it seems the rumors are true. You really are selling things off campus. Chen Yu stared at the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him, feeling somewhat incredulous. He was told this news by his younger sister, Sophie. But in Chen Yu's view, Chu Ran's family was not poor, and it was impossible for her to exchange her body for money. I'm doing this to make a living. As she kneaded, Chu Ran's pretty face turned so red it seemed to drip water. The tingling sensation emanating from her body made her feel weak all over, as if she was about to reach her climax. Letting out a long breath, Chu Ran continued. If I didn't work part-time off campus, I wouldn't have the money to buy what I want. Life without money is worse than death for me. Brother Chen Yu, take me. Seeing that Chen Yu did not speak, Chu Ran gasped again. With his eyes closed, feeling Chu Ran's hand and its softness, Chen Yu was burning with lust and wished he could turn over and pin Chu Ran to the bed right now. Chu Ran, don't be impulsive. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu suppressed his burning anger. I haven't gotten the broken toothbrush out yet. Let me get it out first. Get it out. Chu Ran, who was comforting Chen Yu, stopped what she was doing after hearing Chen Yu's words and looked at him. Brother Chen Yu, how do we take it out? This past year, the excruciating lower abdominal pain, coupled with the mental anguish, was unbearable. Chu Ran never dared to tell her mother, Zhang Yu, the whole story of what happened in the grove that day. Chu Ran, let me put it this way. Chen Yu said in a serious tone, if you don't take it out now, the toothbrush might become fused to your flesh, which is very dangerous. Brother Chen Yu, how are you going to take it out? Chu Ran trembled with fright, her face turning pale. I've thought about it, but I don't dare, I really don't dare. Chapter 13, Aunt Zhang. She is a girl. The tragic fate of Xiaoshalin cast a shadow over Chu Ran's heart. A broken toothbrush. This is a secret she has kept hidden for over a year. And now, her secret has been discovered by the older boy next door. This filled Chu Ran with both fear and panic. Of course, you take it out with your hands. Chen Yu said gently. Chu Ran, don't worry, I'm very fast. Okay, Brother Chen Yu, I believe you. Not knowing where the courage came from, Chu Ran lay down, closed her eyes, and said, Brother Chen Yu, you can start now. Then I'll begin. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu's expression also became serious and tense. After all, he had absolutely no experience in treating this kind of illness, but given Chu Ran's condition, it was imperative to take action and could not be delayed any longer. Brother Chen Yu, be gentle. I tried to be as gentle as possible, but I touched it. After activating his X-ray vision, Chen Yu quickly grabbed the broken piece of the toothbrush with his right hand. At this moment, Chu Ran bit her lip and trembled all over, as if she was enduring some kind of great pain. Chu Ran, you're out. A moment later, Chen Yu held his breath and nervously and apprehensively took out the half-broken, blood-stained toothbrush. Wah! Looking at the toothbrush in Chen Yu's hand, Chu Ran was filled with extreme sorrow. She burst into tears, gritting her teeth as she said, Sun Huqing, I hate you. I hate you. It's all in the past now, so don't be too sad. Chen Yu threw the toothbrush into the trash can and wiped his dry mouth. Sun Huqing is truly ruthless. He's even capable of such despicable and vile acts. Luckily, Chu Ran encountered him, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Chen Yu, thank you. Wiping away the tears that dripped from the corners of her eyes, Chu Ran forced a smile and snuggled into Chen Yu's arms. You must have been feeling really bad trying to treat my illness, right? Chu Ran, what did you say? As Chen Yu was speaking, he saw Chu Ran lower her head. Originally burning with lust, Chen Yu felt the gentle warmth coming from the mouth, and for a moment, closed his eyes to enjoy it. He understood that this was Chu Ran's way of thanking him. An hour later, Brother Chen Yu, you're amazing. Chu Ran collapsed into Chen Yu's arms, her pretty face flushed, and said, I can't even withstand your fierce offensive. If I don't surrender, how long will you continue? I don't mind spending 3 days and 3 nights if I want to. With a thought, Chen Yu realized that after practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, he could control it at will. What Chen Yu didn't expect was that at the moment he released the energy, a mysterious energy flowed back into his body from Chu Ran's body. Pa, I don't believe you for a second. Chu Ran chuckled and scolded, then suddenly remembered something and looked at Chen Yu, asking, since your medical skills are so amazing, can you remove the scars on my face? Don't worry, Chu Ran. Chen Yu stroked Chu Ran's beautiful face, which was covered in scars, and comforted her, saying, once you've recovered, I'll prepare some Chinese medicine for you, and the scars on your face will definitely heal completely. Primordial Medical Classic. It is the most mysterious ancient medical technique from the ancient times. The prescriptions in the medical classics are important, not to mention removing scars. Even regaining youth and turning a girl from dark to pink is a piece of cake. Oh, can the scars on my face really heal? Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Chu Ran excitedly stood up. Now that she has regained her senses and the toothbrush has been taken out, although her body has fully recovered under Chen Yu's treatment, the terrible scars on her face have become a source of anxiety for Chu Ran. If Chen Yu could truly heal the scars on her face, it would be like giving Chu Ran a new lease on life. Chen Yu, is my daughter feeling any better? Zhang Yu's voice came from outside. Aunt Zhang, Chu Ran's illness has been almost cured. Chen Yu followed, and they exchanged a glance. The two quickly grabbed the clothes next to them and put them on. Not long after, the door was opened, and Zhang Yu pushed it open from the outside and came in. Chen Yu and Chu Ran had just finished getting dressed. Ran, quick, let Mom take a look. Zhang Yu, who pushed the door open and walked in, didn't think much of it. After she entered the house, she excitedly hugged Chu Ran, looking around. Do you know how worried your mother has been this past year? Mom, I'm sorry to have worried you. Seeing that her mother, Zhang Yutsong, had aged considerably, Chu Ran was immediately moved to tears, her beautiful cheeks streaked with tears. For the past year, I've been acting crazy, causing you a lot of worry, Mom. Don't worry, now that I'm awake, I will definitely work hard to earn money to support you and Dad. It's good that you're awake, it's good that you're awake. Zhang Yu was extremely excited and quickly wiped away the tears on Chu Ran's face. Then, Chu Ran said, Mom, Brother Chen Yu told me that the scars on my face can be removed. They'll be gone, and I'll be the most beautiful daughter in your eyes again. Chen Yu, really? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu turned to look at Chen Yu. As a neighbor, she never imagined that Su Junru's son, Chen Yu, would have such amazing medical skills. Not only did it cure her daughter's illness, but it also removed the scars on her daughter's face. With such superb medical skills, not to mention Jiangnan County, there is no doctor in the entire Guangnan city who can compare to Chen Yu. Aunt Zhang, theoretically speaking, I do have a prescription that can remove the scars on Chu Ran's face. Chen Yu nodded. However, this can't be rushed. Let's wait until Chu Ran has recovered before considering removing the scars on her face. Knock knock. As Chen Yu was speaking, Jiang Yu suddenly knelt down in front of him and said excitedly, Chen Yu, you are truly a great benefactor to our Chu family. Without you, my Ranran's life would have been ruined. Jiang Yu only has one daughter, Chu Ran. After Chu Ran was beaten into a mental illness by Sun Huqing, he sought medical treatment everywhere, but his condition did not improve. It was Chen Yu who gave the entire Chu family hope. Aunt Zhang, get up quickly. Chen Yu was startled when he saw this, and quickly helped Aunt Zhang up. Just as Chen Yu reached out his hands, he accidentally touched Aunt Zhang's ample breasts. You should know that Mrs. Zhang is only in her 30s this year, and is still quite attractive. Although her breasts were slightly sagging, Jiang Yu had a slender figure with a curvaceous bust and buttocks, and looked quite well endowed. Chen Yu's hands were full of magic. The moment they touched her, a tingling sensation swept over her, causing Jiang Yu to gasp softly. Swish! A strange feeling washed over her, and Jiang Yu's pretty face suddenly flushed red. She looked at Chen Yu in front of her with a strange expression. Aunt Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Seeing Jiang Yu's shy expression, Chu Ran glared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu didn't dare to linger any longer and turned around to go home to sleep. Chapter 14, Not Letting Go. When I got home, my aunt and stepmother were already asleep. Chen Yu did not fall asleep immediately, but sat on the bed with his legs crossed and began to cultivate the dragon and phoenix technique. The next day, bright light shone in through the window, and Chen Yu awoke from his cultivation. When Chen Yu opened his eyes, the mysterious pattern behind him had disappeared, as if nothing had ever happened. Bang bang. Has Chen Yu woken up yet? A teasing voice came from outside the door. I never expected this. Chen Yu, you've been hiding your true abilities all along. You even managed to cure Jiang Yu's daughter's illness. Your medical skills are amazing. Squeak. As Su Yingying was speaking, the door opened, and Chen Yu walked out. Auntie, please stop flattering me. Chen Yu awkwardly touched his nose. These medical skills are all ancestral medical skills that my father taught me when I was young. As he spoke, Chen Yu secretly admired his aunt's good figure. Su Yingying looks beautiful today. Describing her as sexy and alluring is not an exaggeration. Thick brown hair fell casually over her shoulders. She wore a white shirt on her upper body and black stockings over a short, sleeveless skirt on her lower body. Her fair, jade-like feet were clad in a pair of burgundy high heels. With her red high heels and bright red lips, Su Yingying was absolutely captivating and stunningly beautiful today. Is that so? I'd like to see just how good you are. Su Yingying said with a smile, then looked back at the door and saw that Su Junrou had not returned yet. Su Yingying reached down to touch the door. Su Yingying's kneading was just right, and Chen Yu could not resist her teasing. He was immediately aroused. Auntie, my mom is still at home. Seeing Su Yingying playing with it, Chen Yu was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. Today, it was the day he confronted his stepmother. 5 million in debt. I can't pay it off on my own, and even if I work my whole life, it won't help. Moreover, those creditors don't have the patience to make you pay for it your whole life. Therefore, Chen Yu was deeply wary of his stepmother, Su Junrou. If he offended her, his plan to get her to sign the transfer contract would be completely ruined. Even your aunt isn't afraid of your mom. So what are you afraid of? Chen Yu's words only fueled Su Yingying's playful nature, causing her to turn around and rub against the black fabric beneath Chen Yu's bodycon dress. Chen Yu, how come you get stronger the more you fight? After playing with it for a while, Su Yingying quickly noticed something was wrong. Yesterday's feel was noticeably different from today's. Auntie, it's not my fault. It's because you're so beautiful. Chen Yu answered with a smile. Unexpectedly, after practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, not only did his physical fitness improve, but his sexual abilities also increased significantly. If his aunt hadn't reminded him, Chen Yu wouldn't have noticed that he had gotten even bigger. Yingying, is Chen Yu awake yet? Just as Chen Yu was enjoying Su Yingying's comforting words, Su Junru's voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and Su Yingying exchanged a glance, both sensing a hint of panic in each other's eyes. Bang! Chen Yu casually opened the door and hid in the bathroom. Su Yingying, meanwhile, sat on the sofa in the living room, leisurely munching on bread. Bread. Get up. Look, he's in the bathroom. Su Yingying casually pointed to the bathroom. Upon seeing Su Yingying point to the bathroom, Su Junru's cheeks flushed instantly, her mind filled with the scene of her role-playing with Su Yingying last night. Especially after they returned from Zhang Yu's house, Su Junrou repeatedly asked Su Yingying to bring out the realistic props. Despite Su Junru's repeated pleas, Su Yingying simply couldn't produce that enormous prop. Yesterday it was me. Today you should listen to me. Su Junrou sat calmly in front of Su Yingying, holding a remote control in her hand, and pressed it 3 times. 3 times means the 3rd gear, which is also the highest gear. Most girls can't even last half an hour, let alone several hours. Junrou, I can't take it anymore. Su Yingying leaned close to Su Junru's ear and whispered, then I'll eat Chen Yu up. Chen Yu is so wealthy, any girl would like him. You won't even spare your own nephew. He's not my nephew, Junrou. If you like it, you can join too. As soon as Su Yingying finished speaking, her delicate body trembled, and her pretty cheeks flushed red. When Su Junrou pressed the highest setting, a strong vibration made Su Yingying's breathing quicken. I wore it all day last night. Seeing Su Yingying's pretty face flushed, Su Junrou also became excited. Today I command you. No matter where you go, you must wear it and you cannot take it off. Do you hear me? Understood, master. Also, I hate Chen Yu the most. Su Junrou reminded her again. Mom, Auntie, are you looking for me? At this moment, Chen Yu, who had been hiding in the bathroom and heard everything, came out and pretended not to know anything as he looked at Su Yingying and Su Junrou. However, Chen Yu's gaze paused slightly when he looked at his aunt, Su Yingying. Today the roles are reversed again. Is the stepmother starting to take over and discipline the aunt? At this moment, Chen Yu finally realized that his aunt had knocked on the door so early in the morning, and then grabbed him and wouldn't let go, toying with him to her heart's content. It turns out that Su Yingying's stepmother had also stuffed toys into her clothes. No wonder her aunt Su Yingying couldn't stand it. Chen Yu, I didn't expect you to have learned something from your father. Seeing Chen Yu come out of the bathroom, Su Junrou smiled and said, Aunt Zhang gave our family 30,000 yuan for the consultation fee. I'll keep this money for you. Since your medical skills are so good, please take a look at me too, and tell me what's wrong with me. Zhang Yu paid 30,000 yuan in consultation fees. Chen Yu never expected that his stepmother, Su Junrou, would embezzle 30,000 yuan after just a word. Aunt Su, did you have blood in your urine this morning? Seeing that Su Junrou had embezzled 30,000 yuan, Chen Yu was furious and even changed his address for Su Junrou from Mom to Aunt Su. There is no greater sorrow than a broken heart. Chen Yu could not see any maternal affection in Su Junrou. The phrase Aunt Su completely severed ties with Su Junrou. Chapter 15 Aunt Su. Aunt Su, did you have blood in your urine this morning? Thump. Chen Yu's words caused Su Junru's expression to change drastically. She stared at Chen Yu in disbelief and asked in surprise, Chen Yu, how did you figure that out? Blood in urine, Junrou, don't scare me. Su Yingying, who was standing to the side, was covered in sweat and looked extremely pained. She said to Su Junrou with concern, Hematuria is no small matter. Junrou, I'll go to the hospital with you right away. In the past, even Su Yingying wouldn't have believed Chen Yu. But now Chen Yu has even cured Zhang Yu's daughter's illness. Chen Yu's secret is very deep. Auntie, Aunt Su is actually not seriously injured. Seeing Su Yingying's flustered expression, Chen Yu secretly found it amusing. He also did not expect that his stepmother and Aunt Su Yingying both had masochistic tendencies. Yesterday, I was a stepmother and was abused by toys. Today it was my aunt again. Even Chen Yu thought that his aunt and stepmother were the real love, always seeking excitement in different ways. Auntie, Aunt Su, please don't use beer bottles or anything like that in the future. Chen Yu stared at Su Junrou and said meaningfully, I'll prepare 2 doses of medicine for you later to help you expel toxins from your bodies. You women are naturally delicate and easily get scratched. Chen Yu, what did you say? Su Yingying and Su Junrou exchanged a glance, and then both of their pretty faces turned red. Chen Yu's words were tantamount to telling them bluntly that they were using beer bottles to amuse each other. Chen Yu, tell me quickly, how do you know so much? Hearing Chen Yu say that everything was all right, Su Yingying and Su Junrou both breathed a sigh of relief. But Su Yingying immediately became unhappy. She stared straight at Chen Yu with her beautiful eyes and asked breathlessly, Or did you install a camera in our room and keep spying on me and your mother? She started to have some doubts last night. Su Yingying is now certain that her godnephew appears to be an upright person on the surface. But in private, he's absolutely a hypocrite and a voyeur. Fine, Chen Yu. At this moment, Su Junrou was furious. She pointed at Chen Yu and scolded, You think you've discovered my secret with your aunt? You think you're all grown up now? You don't even call me mom anymore. The Chen Yu of the past was timid and submissive, a complete coward. But today, Chen Yu surprised Su Junrou. Chen Yu actually called her Aunt Su. As a woman, especially a widow, Su Junrou was deeply resentful of Chen Yu calling her mom. You're not my mom, so why should I call you mom? Since Chen Yu has decided to confront Su Junrou and sever ties with her, making her his woman completely, Chen Yu's woman is now a clear choice. The first step is to sever all ties with ethical and moral standards. And Aunt Su, I think you must have misunderstood. I didn't spy on you, Chen Yu said in a very serious tone. His X-ray vision is far more powerful than the cameraman Su Yingying mentioned. He can check things at any time. But Chen Yu would never reveal this amazing ability. Hearing the buzzing sound of the toy coming from Su Yingying, Chen Yu cursed Su Yingying as a slut. Suppressing his burning anger, Chen Yu took a deep breath and said, I just know a little bit of medical skills. Knows medical skills. It seems we misunderstood you. Su Junrou and Su Yingying were both dumbfounded. The two girls looked at each other shyly and didn't dare to ask any further questions. She never expected Chen Yu to bring up what happened yesterday, and even let Su Yingying know about it. This made Su Junrou extremely embarrassed, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Aunt Su, I have something to tell you. Seeing that the time was ripe, Chen Yu felt it was time to confront Su Junrou. As he spoke, Chen Yu turned around and took out the bag that he had left on the sofa yesterday. The bag contained a contract. Chen Yu took it out and handed it to Su Junrou. This is the Tianhao furniture transfer contract. Sign it, and the contract will take effect immediately. I will use the money from the sale to pay off my debts. Transfer agreement? Su Junrou and Su Yingying smiled as they looked at the contract Chen Yu handed them. Su Junrou did not accept Chen Yu's contract. Instead, she turned around and went to her room. When she returned, she was holding a document. Chen Yu, I also have a contract here. Please sign it. Su Junrou smiled broadly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yu. Su Yingying didn't speak, but instead breathed heavily, enduring the torment on her body. What? You have a contract too? Chen Yu was dumbfounded. He had originally planned to confront Su Junrou yesterday, but Chen Yu didn't expect that Su Junrou had already planned everything and was just waiting for him to produce the contract. Moreover, Su Junrou seemed confident, as if she and her aunt Su Yingying had been plotting against him for a long time. The more Chen Yu thought about it, the uglier his expression became. It won't be long before Chen Yu pins those two wretched women down on the bed and disciplines them. This is not the contract I gave you. Su Junrou tossed the contract in her hand to Chen Yu and said lazily, Take a look. I think you'll have a lot of questions for me after you read it. Chen Yu took the contract that Su Junrou tossed to him and quickly began to read it. Smack. After a long while, the contract fell to the ground. Chen Yu stood frozen in place, tears streaming down his face. Mother, why did you so cruelly abandon me? Chen Yu's eyes turned bloodshot. It was as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had held for years. He never imagined that his mother, who had been missing for many years, would prepare a listed company with a market value of hundreds of billions for him a year after his father's death. A market capitalization of hundreds of billions. For Chen Yu, this was like a windfall. 5 million in debt is nothing compared to hundreds of billions. Chen Yu, your mother Yi Zhangxue had her own reasons for abandoning you. Su Junrou sighed. If you sign this contract, it means you will successfully become one of the successors of the Yi Group. Once the contract takes effect, you will face endless challenges and dangers. You'd better think it over carefully. Okay, I'll sign. Without any hesitation, Chen Yu picked up the pen and quickly signed his name on the contract regarding the succession of the Yi Group. Chapter 16 Beauty. Chen Yu, now that you've signed the contract, I'll be frank with you about some things. Su Junrou's expression was icy. First, if you want to obtain this trillion-dollar fortune, you must first pass my test. Second, your mother, Yi Zhangxue, has found you 9 wives. You must conquer them all. What 9 wives? Chen Yu was dumbfounded. What kind of biological mother would betray her own son? That's 9 wives. Now it is the 21st century, and the country has long advocated monogamy. As a result, Chen Yu never expected that the woman who heartlessly abandoned his mother would not only give him billions in wealth, but also find him 9 wives. As expected, Chen Yu turned to the last page of the contract, which contained information about 9 wives. Name, Luo Tianyi. A rising star in the Chinese music scene, born in 2003. Personality, savage and cunning. Upon seeing the information on these lists, Chen Yu could no longer remain calm. His mother, Yi Zhangxue, was preparing a huge surprise for him. Even take Luo Tianyi as an example. Every album she released became a hit in every corner of China. She is the most talented young female singer in the Chinese music scene. Aunt Chen Yu is reminding you. At this moment, Su Yingying, her face flushed and panting heavily, endured the torment of the props and said with a smile, "Your mother has found you 9 wives, each one a dragon or phoenix among women. You should be mentally prepared." Auntie, Aunt Su. Hearing Su Yingying's words, Chen Yu frowned and asked, "I have a question. Why is my sister Su Fei on the list as well?" He was looking through the information of the 9 candidates for wife just now. Sophie, the younger sister, was also among the candidates. What Chen Yu found even more unbelievable was that his stepmother, Su Junrou, actually agreed. It's worth noting that Su Junrou has been treating him differently all these years, largely because of her younger sister, Su Fei. Stepmother Su Junrou treats her younger sister Su Fei like her own precious darling. Don't ask things you shouldn't know, Chen Yu. Su Junrou snorted coldly. You should keep this to yourself. It's best not to tell Su Fei, you hear me? She's coming back from her classmate's house tomorrow. Okay, I understand, Aunt Su. Chen Yu nodded. At this moment, Su Junrou neatly signed the Tianhao furniture transfer contract and handed it to Chen Yu, saying, "Go find a good buyer, sell the Tianhao furniture mall that your father owned, and pay off all the debts." Looking at Su Junrou, who signed the contract so easily, Chen Yu was momentarily stunned. After taking the contract, Chen Yu carefully put it into his bag. "Aren't you going to work? Take me to the bank." As Su Junrou spoke, she looked at Su Yingying. Seeing Su Yingying's pretty face flushed, Su Junrou smiled and said, "Yingying, come with me to get the money." "Okay, sure." Su Yingying readily agreed, while Chen Yu said nothing, picked up his car keys, and followed Su Junrou and Su Yingying. I saw Su Yingying walking with a limp. Hearing the buzzing sound again, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he became extremely nervous. Without even thinking, he could guess what his stepmother and aunt were doing. Chen Yu got into the driver's seat, and his aunt Su Yingying, who had just sat in the passenger seat, trembled and actually let out a soft moan. "Auntie, are you feeling unwell?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Chen Yu turned to Su Yingying and asked, I probably didn't get enough rest yesterday." Su Yingying looked embarrassed and glared at Su Junrou. Seeing Su Yingying make a fool of herself in front of her godson Chen Yu, Su Junrou actually revealed a smug smile. "By the way, Chen Yu, my clothing store received several batches of mannequin clothes." Su Yingying revealed a sly smile. "After you help your mother get the money, stop by my shop to try on some new clothes. You have a great figure. You'd be perfect as a male model." "Okay, Auntie." Chen Yu nodded, then started the car and drove the Lexus towards Tianhao Furniture. After arriving at Tianhao Home Furnishings Mall, Chen Yu called the buyer. The whole process went surprisingly smoothly. After handing the transfer contract to the buyer, the other party readily transferred all 3 million to Chen Yu's bank account. Afterwards, Chen Yu contacted his previous creditors and repaid all 3 million yuan. After owing 5 million, he finally had only 2 million left. "Since I have 100 billion, I'll borrow 2 million from Su Junrou to pay off my debts." After walking downstairs from the office building, Chen Yu dismissed the idea. Despite being the heir to the Yi Group, Chen Yu is not entitled to spend a single penny of the Yi Group's money until he passes the test, according to the information in the previous contract. In other words, the money is in the hands of the stepmother, Su Junrou. He needs his stepmother Su Junrou's consent to spend the property left by his mother, Yi Zongxue. As Chen Yu walked to the parking area and opened the car door, he was stunned by what he saw inside. "Auntie Yu." In the passenger seat, Su Yingying had folded the seat down completely. At this moment, she was lying on the sofa. Even after Chen Yu opened the car door, Su Yingying was still immersed in her self-reward, unable to pull herself out. Chen Yu, you're back?" Upon hearing Chen Yu's voice, Su Yingying immediately snapped out of her reverie. Holy crap! Watching the thrilling scene unfold, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, and his heart pounded with nervousness. He touched his nose and found it was bleeding. The sheer size of the short, sleeveless skirt, black stockings, and red high heels, along with the small items beside her, created a striking visual impact on Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, why is your nose bleeding?" Thinking of the serious consequences of taking it out, Su Yingying picked it up and quickly put it back. Today, Su Junrou is the hostess. She must listen carefully to Su Junrou's words and absolutely must not bring it out. As soon as Su Yingying looked up, she saw Chen Yu's nose bleeding profusely. She chuckled and said, "Do you miss your aunt?" Hurry up and get in the car. While your mom goes to the bank to withdraw money, your aunt will cook for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu quickly got into the driver's seat and closed the car door. Chapter 17. A Strange Smell. Is my aunt pretty? Su Yingying's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at Chen Yu as he got into the car, panting softly. Seeing that Chen Yu's nose was bleeding, she couldn't help but laugh and ask, "She's beautiful. My aunt has a great figure and knows how to take care of people." As Chen Yu recalled the past 2 days, he felt as if he were dreaming. Last night, my aunt accidentally wandered into the bathroom. Chen Yu slipped inside without realizing it. Then a series of incredible things happened. We're in the car now. Su Yingying swayed her delicate body, leaned forward, bit her fiery red lips, and smiled alluringly. "Chen Yu, how do you want your aunt to do it for you?" Listening to his aunt Su Yingying's highly provocative words, Chen Yu suddenly felt a surge of lust, and his mouth went dry. Faced with Su Yingying's temptation, Chen Yu had no power to resist at all. "Auntie, I have a question for you." Suppressing his anger, Chen Yu asked Su Yingying with a clear mind, "What exactly is the relationship between my stepmother Su Junrou, you, my aunt, and my mother? Why did my mother allow Su Junrou to become the chairman of the Yi Group? The Yi Group is located in Beijing, the capital of China." Chen Yu couldn't understand it. Su Junrou had always been in Jiangnan County and had never met her mother, Yi Zhangxue. It's absurd that Yi Zhangxue, the mother, would choose Su Junrou. "Chen Yu, are you really curious to know?" Su Yingying looked at Chen Yu with her beautiful eyes, her cheeks flushed, and said, "When you have completely won over your aunt will tell you about your relationship with your mother. As for your stepmother Su Junrou, you will have to win her over." Sobs. "Auntie, how do you want me to win you over?" Feeling the softness of his aunt's hand, Chen Yu blushed and asked in a low voice, "Does your body conquer you, or your heart?" After playing for a while, Su Yingying climbed up to Chen Yu with a smile and said, "Chen Yu, you can conquer your aunt however you want." As she spoke, Su Yingying lowered her head under Chen Yu's gaze. After a period of comfort, Chen Yu's interest was also piqued by Su Yingying, and his body was filled with lustful fire, as if he were about to erupt like a volcano. "Chen Yu, not today." Seeing that Chen Yu was about to take it off, Su Yingying was so frightened that she trembled and held her breath, saying, "You can ask your aunt to do anything, but you really can't take it off." "Oh, auntie, are you afraid of Su Junrou?" Chen Yu was taken aback. Of course he knew that Su Junrou was in charge today, and his aunt had to obediently listen to Su Junrou. Chen Yu just didn't expect his aunt Su Yingying to be so obedient. "Auntie, okay then." Seeing that his aunt didn't say anything, Chen Yu felt extremely uncomfortable. After cultivating the dragon and phoenix technique, his desire in this area became increasingly strong, and whenever his interest arose, it had to be satisfied. Having learned from her previous experience, Su Yingying was quite cooperative. "Chen Yu, there's only one thing I can tell you." After pulling up Chen Yu's pants, Su Yingying said, "Your mother, Yi Zhangxue, did this entirely for your father. There's something you might not know. Your father is disabled in this area." "What? What did you say?" As soon as Su Yingying finished speaking, Chen Yu's expression changed drastically. He stared at Su Yingying in disbelief and sneered. "You said my father is a disabled person in prison? Then who am I?" "Auntie, you must be joking. Of course you are your father's biological son." Su Yingying sighed. "Your father was a live-in son-in-law of the Yi family in the capital. He later married your mother and had you. However, during a drinking party, your father was framed and his lower limbs were crippled, so he became a cripple." "What?" After listening to Su Yingying's explanation, Chen Yu suddenly understood. Chen Yu knew very little about his father's deeds, only that he moved to the county town when he was a teenager. "My childhood memories are of living in a big house, and I have no other recollections." However, to Chen Yu's surprise, the father, Chen Song, turned out to be the son-in-law of the Yi family, and was even beaten and crippled, becoming a useless person. If Su Yingying hadn't told him, Chen Yu would never have known that his father had such a tragic past. Chen Yu remembered this grudge. "So, Chen Yu, if you want to avenge your father," Su Yingying smiled and said, "you must pass your stepmother's test, win over all 9 of your wives, and then pass your stepmother's test." "Auntie, why did my mother make this arrangement?" Chen Yu remained silent in the rain. Without the dragon and phoenix technique, no man could handle so many women. Moreover, the women his mother, Yi Zhangxue, chose for him were all top beauties from all over the country. "I told you, don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." Su Yingying didn't want to answer Chen Yu's question. Just then, Su Junrou came out of the bank in front, carrying her bag. Auntie, hurry up and get dressed, Su Junrou is here. Upon looking up and seeing Su Junrou in front of him, Chen Yu quickly reminded her. Not long after, Su Junrou opened the car door and got in. Suddenly, she frowned and looked at Chen Yu and Su Yingying, asking, Chen Yu, Yingying, can you smell something? Something? There's a strange, fishy smell in the car. Chapter 18 Creditor. No, I didn't smell it. After Su Junrou got into the car, Chen Yu started the car and sped ahead. Su Yingying's pretty face was flushed, and she nervously asked Su Junrou with a smile, Junrou, did you not sleep well last night? Who said I didn't get enough rest? Seeing Su Yingying's pretty face turn red, Su Junrou immediately understood. Su Yingying must have secretly rewarded herself in the car while Chen Yu was away. Thinking of this, Su Junrou glared at Su Yingying and said, to be honest, I didn't get a good night's rest last night. I searched for that thing for a long time, but couldn't find it. Aunt Su, what were you looking for last night? As Chen Yu drove, he asked Su Junrou in the back seat. Su Junrou rolled her eyes at Chen Yu and scolded, drive your car. If I'm talking to your aunt, don't interrupt. Junrou, that thing is a collector's edition. Su Yingying glanced at Chen Yu, then said with a smile, if you want to use it, I'll take it out for you tonight. Chen Yu, who was driving nearby, remained silent and didn't say anything more. By the way, Chen Yu, go back to the clothing store first. After driving into Tseluan Road in the county town, Su Yingying called Chen Yu to come to her clothing store to be a male model. My aunt's clothing store is in the center of the county town. The streets were lined with thriving shops, so my aunt's clothing store was also doing very well. It took Chen Yu an entire afternoon to help Su Yingying try on all the clothes. Ding ding ding. Just as Chen Yu finished trying on the clothes, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Chen Yu instinctively assumed it was a scam call and hung up immediately. Chen Yu, you really helped your aunt a lot today. After finishing her work, Su Yingying came up to Chen Yu, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, what do you want to eat tonight? It's on me. Auntie, I'm fine with anything. Chen Yu didn't care. He's not picky about food at all, as long as there's something to eat. Soon, Su Yingying called Su Junrou, who was getting a beauty treatment, and Su Junrou returned shortly afterward. After dinner, the three of them returned to the lakeside cottage around 8 or 9 p.m. I just came out of the underground parking garage and am at the entrance of my apartment building. Several figures gathered together. Excuse me, is this Sophie's home? The speaker was a middle-aged man with a little girl. Yes, their home is on the top floor, room 2606. The neighbors who passed by all kindly answered. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man did not go upstairs. After receiving a satisfactory answer, he paced anxiously at the door. Li Yin, why are you here all alone? As Su Junrou, Chen Yu, and the other two came out of the underground car, Chen Yu immediately recognized the young girl at the door. Li Yin is Su Fei's classmate. Because the two houses weren't very far apart, Li Yin had visited several times and happened to run into Chen Yu, so Chen Yu recognized Li Yin's identity at a glance. Brother Chen Yu, please save Sophie. Hearing Chen Yu's voice, Li Yin looked towards the door. Li Yin's father also quickly went out. Sophie's parents, you've finally shown up. Your child, Sophie, was kidnapped while singing at a karaoke bar. What? Sophie has been kidnapped. That's impossible. Both Su Junrou and Su Yingying's expressions changed drastically, and they said with surprise, I have already delivered the message. Li Yan's father said solemnly. After all, you are Sophie's parents. Whether to call the police or give money to the kidnappers is up to you. Seeing that the message had been delivered, Li Yan's father finished speaking and prepared to leave with Li Yan. Li Yan's father, wait a moment. Seeing that Li Yan's father was about to leave, Su Yingying pressed him for details. Do you know any other details? Who kidnapped Su Fei? Where exactly in Jiangnan County did the kidnapping take place? I don't know about that. Li Yan's father shook his head. I heard it from my daughter. Before the kidnappers left, they asked her to pass on a message, and I didn't dare delay, so I came to inform you. After saying that, Li Yan's father took Li Yan and disappeared completely into the night. Mom, I know where it is. Su Junrou and the other two had just returned home. Chen Yu, who was following behind Su Junrou, suddenly spoke. He casually hung up the phone and put it in his pocket. My sister is currently being held captive in Jade Finger Wonderland. Jade Finger Wonderland is the most upscale leisure club in Jiangnan County. It is also one of the gathering places for organized crime in Jiangnan County. Once you arrive at the Jade Finger Wonderland, even if you have a dream, the dream will become reality the next morning. This perfectly describes Jade Finger Wonderland, this leisure club, a place where everything is possible. Chen Yu, explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened? Su Junrou frowned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yu with a cold expression. Yes, Chen Yu. How did you know that Sophie was imprisoned in Jade Finger Wonderland? Su Yingying, standing to the side, also looked worried. Sophie was someone Su Yingying had practically watched grow up. In Su Yingying's eyes, Sophie was just like her own daughter. Now that Sophie has been kidnapped, Su Yingying is naturally worried. The kidnappers called me. Chen Yu raised his phone. The person who called me was none other than Ghostblade Xiaomeng. He's a thug hired by Song Zijian. Who is Song Zijian? Su Junrou was taken aback. Looking at Chen Yu, who was becoming increasingly cold, she asked, Chen Yu, you seem to know more than I do. Tell me honestly, who are these people? Creditor. Chen Yu put his hands behind his back and went to the window to look at the night view of Jiangnan County. Under the cover of night, the lights of thousands of homes in Jiangnan County shine brightly. But for Chen Yu, if he hadn't awakened the dragon and phoenix technique yesterday, and hadn't had so many ambiguous relationships with his aunt and stepmother, it would have been a different story. He had long since moved out of that cold and heartless home. Song Zijian is the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland. Chen Yu sighed. A year ago, my father fell seriously ill. In order to treat my father's illness, I borrowed a huge sum of money from loan sharks, which was borrowed from Song Zijian. Paying back debts is a matter of course, Mom. They're after me. Snap. No sooner had Chen Yu finished speaking than Su Junrou rushed over and slapped him across the face. You good for nothing. The money you owe. How dare you drag my daughter into this? Do you fucking want to die? Junrou, watch your mouth. Fearing things would escalate, Su Yingying quickly stepped in front of Chen Yu and said with a smile, what we need to do now is to rescue Su Fei. What kind of place is Jade Finger Wonderland? It's the largest brothel in Jiangnan County. Chapter 19 Rescue. Su Yingying scolded her, and Su Junrou finally calmed down. Down. Jade Finger Wonderland. Su Yingying is right. This is the largest brothel in Jiangnan County. Chen Yu, you did this to treat your father's illness. Su Yingying frowned and said, you're even willing to borrow from loan sharks? You're really courting death. Having lived in Jiangnan County for so many years, even Su Yingying had heard that Song Zijian, the owner of the high-end massage parlor Jade Finger Wonderland, had a notorious reputation. I've already paid back over 3 million yuan from the money I made selling the furniture store today. Chen Yu explained. There's only 2 million left to pay back. The amount I borrowed from Song Zijian wasn't much, only 500,000. We must not call the police. If we do, they might kill the hostage. Chen Yu took a deep breath and paced back and forth in the hall, thinking of a solution. Not to mention that Sophie is Chen Yu's sister. According to his mother's arrangement, his younger sister Sophie was one of his 9 potential wives. Therefore, Chen Yu couldn't possibly not save him. Here, this card has 5 million. Just then, Su Junrou took out a bank card and handed it to Chen Yu. Chen Yu, although you are the heir to the Yi Group, you must understand that you are only qualified to spend this money if you pass the test. Before you pass the test, you must return every penny you take from me. Give me back 5 million within a year. Su Junrou said coldly. You will bear the consequences if you are late. Also, if anything happens to my daughter, I, Su Junrou, will never let you off the hook. Aunt Su, Sophie is not only your daughter, but also my wife, Chen Yu. Chen Yu said coldly, slapped away the bank card Su Junrou gave him, and turned to leave. His stepmother's words were like knives stabbing into Chen Yu's body. Indeed, the best way to tame a woman is to sleep with her. Chen Yu. By the time Su Yingying and Su Junrou reacted, Chen Yu had already entered the elevator, arrived at the underground parking garage, and driven away from Lakeside Villa. Yingying, do you think he can rescue Sophie? After Chen Yu left, Su Junrou crossed her arms and looked out the glass window at Chen Yu as he drove away from the underground parking garage. Instead of showing any worry, her face revealed a hint of anticipation. I think so. Mr. Chen Yu gave me a different feeling today. Su Yingying said with a smile. If he can rescue Su Fei, are you planning to tell him your secret with Yi Zhangxue? The room fell silent again at the mention of Yi Zhangxue. Neither Su Yingying nor Su Junrou spoke. We've lived in the county town for so many years. Su Junrou sighed. I'll be going to the capital in 6 months. I don't know if I'll be able to get used to it. Yi Zhangxue is Chen Yu's biological mother. Before they fled the capital, Su Junrou and Su Yingying had another identity. They were the personal bodyguards of Yi Zhangxue, the eldest daughter of the Yi family in the capital. Chen Yu's father, Chen Song, was a son-in-law who married into the Yi family. All right, let's see if Chen Yu can pass this test. As Su Yingying spoke, her pretty face flushed red, her mind filled with images of Chen Yu in the bathroom, holding a long whip, disciplining Su Junrou. Has the money been prepared for me? The Lexus sped along the existing road. As Chen Yu drove, Ghostblade's cold voice rang out on the phone. You'd better not call the police. Get $1 million up right away and send it to Jade Finger Wonderland. Please don't hurt my sister. Chen Yu, his face contorted with rage, roared. Come at me. Chen Yu, what kind of people are you kidnapping my sister? Kid, if I don't hit you hard, do you think you'll pay me back? Ghostblade hand sneered. Boss Song, I've lost patience with you. If you dare to disobey, you should know what Jade Finger Immortal Realm is. Ghostblade hands, don't do anything rash. Chen Yu took a deep breath, considering various countermeasures in his mind. What kind of place is Jade Finger Wonderland? That place was a brothel, the largest brothel in Jiangnan County. If a girl is imprisoned in the Jade Finger Wonderland for a day and a night, she can be transformed into a Jade Maiden. Although Chen Yu had little affection for his stepmother Su Junrou, his younger sister Su Fei, aside from being a bit wild, respected him as her brother. Moreover, Sophie is his wife. Chen Yu was even more worried that something might happen to Sophie. I brought the money. Okay, we'll be waiting for you in Jade Finger Wonderland. Ghostblade spoke in a cold voice, then hung up the phone. Song Zijian. Chen Yu never expected that the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland would kidnap his sister Sophie in order to force him to pay off his debts. They used Sophie's life to blackmail him into paying back his loan shark debt. He originally borrowed 500,000 yuan, and in just 1 year he had to repay 500,000 yuan in interest. Jade Finger Wonderland truly lives up to its reputation as the darkest place in the county. Soon, Chen Yu drove his Lexus to the entrance of a magnificent leisure club. The brightly lit leisure club has the words Jade Finger Wonderland engraved on its billboard. Hello, sir, how many are in your party? The greeter standing in front of the clubhouse smiled and asked Chen Yu after seeing him. I'm looking for your boss, Song Zijian. Chen Yu, holding the bag, glanced around the Jade Finger Wonderland club. The club was bustling with people, indicating that business was booming. Please follow me, sir. The greeter nodded and led Chen Yu to the second floor of the club. Jade Finger Wonderland, second floor. Inside the luxurious private room, a scarred man lay reclining on the bed, surrounded by a group of glamorous women who were needing him. In the corner of the room, an 18 or 19-year-old girl huddled up, shivering and crying. Big brother, that kid is here. Ghostblade walked in from outside, looked at Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, and sneered. This kid is really bold, daring to come alone. Snap. Before Ghostblade could finish speaking, Song Zijian slapped Su Fei across the face. Little girl, listen to me carefully. Your brother owes me 1 million. If he doesn't pay it back, you'll have to pay it. I'll pay. How can I pay? Sophie's eyes were filled with tears, her beautiful face covered with teardrops, and the huge palm shadow of Ghostblade hand was imprinted on her fair cheeks. What other way out is there but to sell oneself in Jade Finger Wonderland? Song Zijian sneered and waved his hand, and Ghostblade hand behind him brought over a bottle of medicine. No, what are you doing? Sophie's body trembled as she looked at Song Zijian, who was closing in on her, and wanted to resist. But Sophie was bound by ropes, and no matter how much she struggled, it was to no avail. Soon, Song Zijian and Ghostblade pried open Sophie's mouth and poured the medicine down her throat. Cluck, cluck. A moment later, Sophie drank all the medicine in the bottle. Boss, the person has arrived. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out, and the beautiful receptionist appeared outside the door with Chen Yu. You. Haha kid, you've got guts. Seeing Chen Yu walk and carrying a bag, Song Zijian assumed that Chen Yu had come to ransom him and immediately burst into laughter. Chapter 20 Clubhouse. In the luxurious private room, Song Zijian lay on the bed and sneered at Chen Yu, who strode in. Kid, you should understand that in Jiangnan County, any debt owed to me, Song Zijian, will never be left unpaid on time. As Song Zijian spoke, he played with the beautiful woman beside his pillow. The sexy woman sitting next to him chuckled and stroked Song Zijian's abdomen with both hands. Song Zijian closed his eyes, enjoying the beauty's caresses, and continued. If you can't pay it back, fine. You should know what kind of place our Jade Finger Wonderland is. Do you want your sister to sell herself in my shop? No, brother, save me. As soon as Song Zijian finished speaking, Sophie, who had been given the drug in the room, cried out in terror to Chen Yu for help. Seeing this scene before him, Chen Yu's expression turned cold as he stared at Song Zijian. What exactly did you do to my sister? Kid, how dare you talk back to my boss? Ghostblade suddenly rushed out and raised his hand to strike Chen Yu. At this moment, Song Zijian waved his hand, signaling Ghostblade to stop. He then sat up, looked at Su Fei, and sneered. Chen Yu didn't do anything. He just drugged your sister with aphrodisiacs. Since you're here, then pay back the money. I don't have any money. Chen Yu shook his head and said, Swish. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, and everyone stared at Chen Yu in disbelief. Really? Is this kid out of his mind? He was asked to come and redeem people, and he dared to come to Jade Finger Immortal Realm without any money? Isn't he just courting death? In everyone's eyes, Chen Yu's behavior had thoroughly angered their boss, Song Zijian. Kid, what did you say? You have no money. Song Zijian's face turned green. He strode out and pointed at Chen Yu, saying, Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think I, Song Zijian, am easy to bully. As Song Zijian spoke, he waved his hand again, and immediately all the security guards of the Imperial Finger Immortal Realm rushed out and surrounded Chen Yu. Despite the danger, Chen Yu calmly looked at Song Zijian and said indifferently, Boss Song Zijian, although I don't have money, I can treat your illness. Holy crap, is this kid crazy? Our boss is healthy and as strong as an ox. How could he possibly get sick? Inside the private room, the others sneered. In their eyes, Chen Yu had already become a cold corpse. In Jiangnan County, Boss Song Zijian is an absolute tyrant who can be above the law. If he really gets sick, what doctor can't he get? Treat my illness? Enraged, Song Zijian laughed coldly, pointing at Chen Yu and saying, You dare to try and fool me, Song Zijian, even though you can fool others? Boss, why waste so much time talking to this kid? Yes, if you don't pay back the money, we'll kill you. The security personnel, including Ghostblade, all reprimanded him with cold expressions. How could a young man possibly possess medical skills? This person is definitely a fraud. Boss Song. Inside the private room, facing the shouts of the crowd, Chen Yu did not show any panic. Instead, he looked at Song Zijian and said calmly, What a pity, Mr. Song. Your Jade Finger Immortal Realm is good, but you can only watch it with your eyes closed. What did you say? As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Song Zijian's expression changed drastically. He stared at Chen Yu in disbelief and asked in shock, How did you find out? Although Chen Yu's words were tactful, Song Zijian, as the person involved, immediately understood the meaning behind Chen Yu's words. This was Song Zijian's secret, and even his bedmate knew very little about it. From a young age, Song Zijian had a strong sex drive. Starting at the age of 5, he often played with women. When he reached puberty, Song Zijian had his first girlfriend. But in that same year, Song Zijian suddenly discovered that he had broken his weapon. Later, Song Zijian sought medical treatment in various places, but to no avail. Helpless, Song Zijian finally underwent surgery. Prosthetic surgery. It's about adding a prosthetic to your weapon. This prosthesis is so realistic that even the woman next to you wouldn't notice anything wrong unless she looked closely. However, this type of surgery also has drawbacks, namely that the implant may shrink as the patient gets older. Even now, when Song Zijian plays with girls he likes, he uses his hands or other props. Mr. Song, I am a doctor. Seeing the shock on Song Zijian's face, Chen Yu smiled and said, I can easily cure your illness. As he spoke, Chen Yu leaned closer to Song Zijian and whispered, Moreover, we can remove the implants from your body and completely cure your illness. Mr. Chen, are you serious? Upon hearing this, Song Zijian was intrigued. Remove the implants from his body and completely cure the disease that has plagued him for many years. For Song Zijian, he lacks nothing now except his own body, which he can't cure no matter what. Mr. Song, do you think I would lie to you? Chen Yu said indifferently. Okay, Mr. Chen, as long as you can cure my illness. Song Zijian said excitedly. Not only will I forgive your debts, but I'll also give you an extra 500,000. Okay, it's a deal. Chen Yu readily agreed. The crisis has finally passed. He did not rely on his stepmother Su Junrou's wealth, but instead used his own wisdom to resolve this life or death crisis. Previously, after Chen Yu entered the Jade Finger Immortal Realm, he secretly used his X-ray vision. Upon meeting Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, Chen Yu quickly discovered the problem using his X-ray vision. After learning about Song Zijian's issues, Chen Yu was immediately filled with confidence. He knew very well that any man would be tempted. As expected, Chen Yu made the right bet. You can go out now. There's nothing for you to do here. Seeing that Chen Yu had agreed, Song Zijian waved his hand, and the other security personnel quickly left, leaving only Ghostblade to wait in the private room. However, Mr. Song, Chen Yu looked at his sister Su Fei, frowned, and said, "If you want me to cure your illness, shouldn't you give my sister the antidote first? Give it to Ghostblade Hand." Song Zijian nodded. Ghostblade Hand was full of doubts, but didn't dare to say anything. He came to Su Fei's side and took out a pill from his body. "If you take it, the effects of the medicine will wear off," Ghostblade Hand said coldly. Sophie, huddled in the corner, was burning hot, her pretty face flushed. She trembled as she reached out to take the pill from Ghostblade's hand. Suddenly, Chen Yu rushed over and slapped the pill off Ghostblade Hand's hand. "This is fake medicine, my sister can't take it," Chen Yu shouted nervously, while Sophie, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, grabbed the two soft mounds on her body with her right hand and reached down with her left. Chapter 21 Fake Medicine. Fake medicine? Both Ghostblade and Song Zijian were completely bewildered. Ghostblade Hand looked particularly embarrassed. The aphrodisiac was genuine, but the antidote was just some random medicine he bought to fool his boss, Song Zijian. "Boss Song, go and prepare 2 sets of silver needles for me right away." At this moment, Chen Yu said to Song Zijian, "1 set of silver needles is for you to use, and the other set is for my sister to treat her illness." "Ghostblade Hand, did you hear me? Hurry up and get ready." Song Zijian's face turned ashen as he rebuked Ghostblade. Although Chen Yu has not yet treated him, Song Zijian has completely gained faith in Chen Yu's medical skills. His secret was unknown even to his bedmate. Yet, Chen Yu actually figured it out? And with the fake medicine on Ghostblade Hand's body, Song Zijian understood that the illness that had plagued him his entire life would soon bring him back to light. "Yes, boss." Ghostblade nodded, then quickly walked out. "Dr. Chen, please give your sister the antidote first." Song Zijian gave an awkward smile before leaving the private room. "Brother, I'm so hot, so hot." Inside the private room, Sophie's pretty face was flushed red after being poisoned. She kneaded with her right hand while her left hand explored below. "Sophie, just bear with it. I'll be able to treat you soon." Seeing Sophie's pained state, Chen Yu felt a pang of self-reproach. If he had arrived earlier, Sophie would have been poisoned. As they were talking, Sophie suddenly reached out with her right hand to touch Chen Yu. Slap, slap. Seeing this, Chen Yu slapped Sophie's hand away. At the same time, he quickly picked up Sophie and placed her on the sofa. "Let me give you a massage first." Seeing that the silver needles had not yet arrived, Chen Yu could only massage Su Fei first. It contains massage techniques from ancient medical classics. With the help of the dragon and phoenix technique, Sophie's toxins will be expelled quickly. Chen Yu had not expected that this aphrodisiac toxin would be so potent. "Chen Yu, how dare you hit me?" Sophie, who had been thrown onto the sofa by Chen Yu, was instantly furious. Originally, after Sophie was poisoned, she only wanted to use Chen Yu as a tool to vent her anger. However, Sophie did not expect that Chen Yu would actually slap her hand away. Especially under the influence of aphrodisiacs, Sophie became increasingly angry, gripping Chen Yu tightly with both hands. "You coward! I don't have a brother like you. I'll kill you." Sophie continued to hurl insults at Chen Yu while waving her hand at him. Chen Yu frowned, grabbed Su Fei's hand, and turned her around while hugging her. Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk. A loud slap rang out. Chen Yu pulled down Sophie's pants and slapped her tender buttocks twice. "Ah, that feels good." As Chen Yu lashed out, Su Fei, whose body was burning hot, trembled and gasped. "Brother Chen Yu, it feels so good to hit me like this. Keep hitting me." Perhaps due to the aphrodisiac poisoning, Sophie's eyes were glazed over and her cheeks were flushed as she pleaded with Chen Yu. Could this also be an antidote? Seeing this, Chen Yu was also completely bewildered. Since practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, Chen Yu has already had real-world experience with Chu Ran and his aunt Su Yingying. His hands certainly possess an irresistible magic for women. Seeing that Sophie's face was flushed and she looked uncomfortable, Chen Yu had no choice but to slap her buttocks twice more. Her snow-white, delicate buttocks, covered in bright red handprints from Chen Yu's relentless beatings, looked even more alluring and captivating. "Dr. Chen, I've bought you the silver needles." Just then, Song Zijian's voice came from outside the door. "Should I bring it in for you first?" "Just leave it at the door," Chen Yu said calmly. Sure enough, as Chen Yu finished speaking, The door to the private room slowly opened a corner, and then Song Zijian threw a package in from the outside. Chen Yu picked up the package on the ground, opened it, and took out the silver needles inside. With the silver needles, Chen Yu could detoxify Sophie much faster. The 13 ghost needles, a unique skill of the Qin family, is profound and capable of bringing the dead back to life and healing flesh and bones. Using it to detoxify Sophie would be a piece of cake. Sophie, don't move, I'll help you detoxify. Chen Yu approached Sophie, who was lying on the sofa, her face flushed. She glared at Chen Yu with furious eyes. Chen Yu, if you really want to cure me, hurry up and take me. Sophie was in so much pain at that moment. That burning sensation of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. It felt as if thousands of insects were biting it. Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk. Chen Yu was too lazy to waste words with Su Fei, so he raised his hand and slapped Su Fei twice more. Chen Yu's sudden attack caught Sophie off guard, causing her to scream loudly. A tingling sensation, like being electrocuted, swept through my entire body. My God, Chen Yu, are your hands really that amazing? Sophie trembled. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, she felt that Chen Yu was very manly today. If Chen Yu in the past was, in Su Fei's eyes, a timid and cowardly older brother who was terrified of her mother, at this moment, in Sophie's eyes, Chen Yu could be considered her Prince Charming. I actually reached the top. Look. As Sophie spoke, she then looked at Chen Yu's crotch. Back at home, when I saw you wearing underwear, I knew you were well built down there. Sophie had tried to touch it earlier, but Chen Yu slapped her away. This guy is precocious for his age. He's only 19, but he acts like a seasoned pro, which Chen Yu finds hard to accept. After all, in Chen Yu's eyes, Sophie was still that pure and charming little girl. What's there to be curious about, you silly girl? Seeing Sophie's unsatisfied expression, Chen Yu was speechless. Without calming Sophie down, it would be almost impossible to give her an injection, especially since Sophie is his sister. However, in the contract that the mother left for her stepmother Su Junrou, it was clearly written in black and white that Su Fei was one of Chen Yu's 9 potential wives. Of course I'm curious, brother. Show me, and I'll do whatever you say. Sophie lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed red. Hurry up, I really want to see. When I'm at home, I read romance novels on my phone. It's called a romance novel, but it's actually just a bunch of borderline stories. Chapter 22 Poisoning. Okay, then you can begin. In order for Sophie to cooperate properly in removing the toxins, Chen Yu had no choice but to compromise. The aphrodisiac toxin is very potent, and there is no antidote. Chen Yu knew very well that even if Sophie released the drug, its effects would not disappear. Brother, you're so kind. With Chen Yu's permission, Sophie was beaming with excitement. Before Chen Yu could even take it off himself, Sophie was already impatiently getting up. Chen Yu was dumbfounded when he saw Sophie's fierce and predatory appearance. The image of the girl who was pure and innocent in his eyes was completely destroyed after she was given an aphrodisiac. Wow! After serving him for a while, Sophie was stunned by Chen Yu's magnificence. This was the first time Sophie had ever seen such a large treasure. As a girl, Sophie had seen adult films before, but she had never seen one this big. The more Sophie looked at it, the more she liked it. If it weren't for the aphrodisiacs administered by the people from Jade Finger Wonderland, Sophie understands that she probably would never have had the chance to see Chen Yu's big guy. Sophie, we've already seen it. Chen Yu awkwardly wiped his nose and patiently said, Now, you should listen to me, and I'll treat your illness, right? Sophie was also very curious about Chen Yu's medical skills. She never expected that even the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland would believe Chen Yu's words. I can still handle it. Sophie's face flushed red, her beautiful eyes fixed on the camera. Breathing rapidly, she chuckled and said, What's the use of just looking and touching? Let me experience something different. Chen Yu had been holding back his anger for a long time, provoked by Su Fei. For you. With a loud shout, Chen Yu didn't hold back and grabbed Sophie. To Chen Yu's surprise, Sophie not only did not resist, but was actually quite excited. He's small in stature, but incredibly clever. Are all young girls these days so good at having fun? 10 minutes later, Chen Yu, who had been distracted, also got into the zone. Sophie's skills are still a bit clumsy, but she's young. Any man would find it hard to handle Sophie's service. Sophie, have you ever done this for other people before? Chen Yu looked serious. In his eyes, Sophie is his future wife. Chen Yu was also very curious about his biological mother. The eldest daughter of the Yi family in Beijing not only controlled hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth, but also arranged 9 wives for her. Moreover, among the 9 wives, Sophie is the daughter of her stepmother, Junrou. These layers of relationships left even Chen Yu completely bewildered. What kind of magic does the father possess that makes the mother and stepmother willingly work hard for him? Chen Song. But his father, Chen Song, was a eunuch. No, brother Chen Yu, you're the first one. Sophie shook her head. Her cheeks were flushed, and after Chen Yu reached his climax, her body trembled, covered in sweat, and she felt increasingly hot. Brother Chen Yu, I really want to get treatment. Please treat me quickly. Sophie let out a soft gasp and bit her lip. Seeing this, Chen Yu dared not delay. After taking off Sophie's top, he took out silver needles and began to give Sophie acupuncture. Then, combined with the true energy of the dragon and phoenix technique, it was sent into Sophie's body. 20 minutes later, vomit. When Chen Yu removed the silver needles from Sophie's body, Sophie vomited immediately. Little sister, how are you feeling? Chen Yu patted Sophie on the back. The toxins in your body have all been eliminated. Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Su Fei suddenly raised her head and slapped Chen Yu across the face twice. Chen Yu, how could you do this? I hate you. After the effects of the drug wore off, Sophie quickly regained her rationality. Recalling the scene where Chen Yu cooperated with her just now, Sophie felt embarrassed and ashamed to the point of wanting to disappear. Sophie, what are you doing? Touching his burning cheeks, Chen Yu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Sophie to suddenly make a move. She was fine just a moment ago, and her change of expression was faster than flipping through a book. Chen Yu, you even killed your own sister, you're not human. Sophie cursed again. Blushing, she left the private room without waiting for Chen Yu's reply. Sophie, you're not my sister. Seeing Sophie leave, Chen Yu awkwardly touched his nose. It wasn't his request. Sophie insisted on using her mouth on him. So how could Chen Yu refuse? Besides, Sophie would be his wife in the future. So Chen Yu became even more relaxed and didn't care about their nominal brother-sister relationship at all. But Chen Yu didn't expect his sister Sophie to care so much. Wow, Dr. Chen, you're awesome. No sooner had Sophie rushed out than Song Zijin walked in with a broad smile on his face. He waited outside the whole time. Although he couldn't see what was happening inside, he could hear everything clearly. I'm awesome. How am I awesome? Chen Yu crossed his arms, looked at Song Zijin, and asked with a smile. What I'm saying is, Dr. Chen, your medical skills are amazing. Song Zijin blushed and laughed. So the toxins from your aphrodisiac were neutralized so quickly. Without an antidote, they used the aphrodisiac poison from Jade Finger Wonderland, which was extremely potent. It takes at least a day and a night for the toxins in the body to be eliminated. To Song Zijin's surprise, Chen Yu cured Su Fei of the poison in less than an hour, a scene that naturally surprised Song Zijin. All right, let me treat your illness. Chen Yu said slowly. Mr. Song, for a disease like yours, where you can't perform this function, it can be completely cured in, at most, 3 courses of treatment. Ah, thank you very much, Dr. Yi. Song Zijin nodded excitedly. 3 courses of treatment, something he had never even imagined. Over the years, he sought medical treatment everywhere, but all the doctors he encountered were a bunch of incompetent quacks. Unexpectedly, in Jiangnan County, I met a young man whose medical skills were better than those of some highly respected doctors. Chapter 23, A Love Letter. An hour later, Chen Yu inserted acupuncture needles into Song Zijin and then used the dragon and phoenix technique to circulate his true energy into Song Zijin's body. After successfully repairing his severed nerves, he stood up, covered in sweat. All right, Mr. Song, your injuries are healed. Chen Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although Chen Yu possessed the Dragon and Phoenix Manual, the 13 Ghost Needles, and the Primordial Medical Classic, 3 extraordinary books, his cultivation was still too shallow. The severity of the patient's condition was something that Chen Yu found difficult to handle. Oh my god, it's actually healed. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Song Zijin's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he said excitedly. As he spoke, Song Zijin also sensed that without the implant, the body was standing tall and proud. After the implant was placed, Song Zijin felt even less. Only now, after Chen Yu has cured his illness, has Song Zijin been able to feel that long-lost feeling again. Cool. That was so awesome. It feels so good to be a man again. Mr. Song, your functions have been restored. Chen Yu smiled and looked at Song Zijin. However, you still need to take several courses of medicine, and you should not have sexual intercourse for the next 6 months. No sexual intercourse allowed for 6 months? Song Zijian was taken aback and asked, "What if they had sex? That could lead to failure at the last minute." Chen Yu said, "I've already reminded you. If you don't follow through, don't blame me." "Yes, Dr. Chun, I understand." Song Zijian nodded. 6 months may seem like a long time, but in Song Zijian's eyes, it's nothing compared to the happiness that awaits him in the future. He has survived decades of living with implants. It's only half a year. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Every time those young and beautiful girls lay in his arms, Song Zijian regretted his past ignorance and naivety. Now, Chen Yu has finally resolved Song Zijian's inner conflict. "Dr. Chun, what is your bank card number?" Song Zijian looked at Chen Yu with a face full of respect. Despite his young age, Chen Yu's medical skills were extremely refined in Song Zijian's eyes. It is considered one of the best in traditional Chinese medicine. Soon, Chen Yu handed over the bank card number to Song Zijian. Not long after, Chen Yu's phone beeped with a notification sound. "I checked my phone and saw that 500,000 yuan had been deposited into my bank account." Staring at the notification on his phone screen, Chen Yu was stunned and somewhat incredulous. From treating Chu Ran's illness to Song Zijian, this was already the second patient Chen Yu had treated. This Song Zijian truly lives up to his reputation as the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland. He's incredibly generous. "Mr. Song, this is the prescription." Chen Yu wrote out the prescription and handed it to Song Zijian. Song Zijian excitedly took it and carefully put it in his pocket. Then Song Zijian took out a gold card and handed it to Chen Yu, saying with a smile, "Dr. Chun, this is a gold card from Jade Finger Wonderland. From today onwards, you are a distinguished guest of Jade Finger Wonderland." Jade Finger Wonderland, located in Jiangnan County, is known as the most luxurious sauna club. Those who can afford to spend money at Jade Finger Wonderland are either rich or powerful in the county. Moreover, there are only a dozen or so gold cards in the entire Jiangnan County. "Thank you very much." Chen Yu didn't stand on ceremony and took the gold card that Song Zijian handed over. Then, Chen Yu added, "By the way, Boss Song, after you get the medicine, please clear out a room for me. I need to prepare some medicines." "Okay, Dr. Chun, I understand." Mr. Song nodded excitedly. With a doctor like Chen Yu, whose medical skills are extraordinary, presiding over Jade Finger Wonderland, the business there might become even more booming. As soon as Chen Yu and Song Zijian left the private room, Ghostblade, who was standing outside the door, respectfully said to Song Zijian, "Boss, everything has been prepared as you instructed." "Dr. Chun, thank you so much this time." Song Zijian smiled at Chen Yu again and said, "Since you've come to Jade Finger Wonderland, as the boss, I must do my best to be a good host. I've found you a beautiful woman. Why don't you relax at our Jade Finger Wonderland tonight, Dr. Song?" "Ah, Mr. Song, there's no need to spend money like that." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu looked extremely embarrassed. This Song Zijian, as expected of a boss, knows how to handle things. He hadn't even revealed his intentions, and the beautiful woman had already made all the arrangements. "Dr. Chun, don't worry about that," Song Zijian said with a smile. "The beauty I arranged for you is not only beautiful, but also very experienced. Especially that little mouth of hers. No man can last more than 10 minutes. As he spoke, Song Zijian looked Chen Yu up and down and deliberately said, "Dr. Chun, you should still be a virgin, right? I bet if you met Lu Xiaoshuan, you definitely wouldn't last 3 minutes. Lu Xiaoshuan. Chen Yu was also taken aback. Under Song Zijian's flattery, even he was filled with rage. Especially after practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, the demand for this aspect has become increasingly strong. Yes, Lu Xiaoshuan is the top courtesan in our Jade Finger Wonderland. Song Zijian smiled and said, "Besides, he's very young and hasn't been in this industry for long, so he's quite popular in Jade Finger Wonderland." After Song Zijian finished speaking, he nodded to Ghostblade hand beside him. Soon, Ghostblade returned. When he came back, a slender girl with a short, sleeveless skirt and wavy hair followed him. "Hello, boss." Behind Ghostblade, Lu Xiaoshuan bowed his head and respectfully called out to Chen Yu. "Lu Xiaoshuan, raise your head." Chen Yu remained unmoved, his calm gaze fixed on the woman in front of him. Soon, Lu Xiaoshuan raised her head, and when her beautiful eyes met Chen Yu's, her delicate face was filled with shock as she stared at him in disbelief. "Chen Yu, how could it be you?" Lu Xiaoshuan's expression changed drastically, and he turned around to leave quickly. "I've been working at Jade Finger Wonderland for half a year now." Her biggest worry was running into acquaintances. Fortunately, she didn't run into any acquaintances until she met Chen Yu tonight. Only then did Lu Xiaoshuan think about escaping from here and the Jade Finger Wonderland. Lu Xiaoshuan, what are you doing? Seeing Lu Xiaoshuan about to leave, Song Zijian's face darkened, and even Ghost Blade Hand lost face. Boss, I'm not doing this order. My stomach isn't feeling well. Lu Xiaoshuan rubbed his stomach, deliberately feigning pain. But Song Zijian and Ghost Blade were both seasoned veterans, so Lu Xiaoshuan's unusual behavior couldn't be hidden from them. Lu Xiaoshuan, didn't you say in the class WeChat group that you were opening a factory in the south? Just then, Chen Yu's cold voice rang out. That's right, Lu Xiaoshuan was Chen Yu's college classmate. Because of her good looks, Lu Xiaoshuan had many suitors both on and off campus. That year, Chen Yu even wrote a love letter to Lu Xiaoshuan specifically for this reason. Chapter 24 You're Going to Die. To Chen Yu's surprise, her old classmate had fallen to such a state of destitution, doing business in the Jade Finger Wonderland in the county town. After all, Lu Xiaoshuan was incredibly beautiful when Chen Yu was in school. Although Chen Yu liked Lu Xiaoshuan, in his eyes, Lu Xiaoshuan was like a princess who was high and mighty, and he was not good enough for her at all. Chen Yu, do you think you're a good person? Seeing that Ghost Blade Hand was blocking her way, Lu Xiaoshuan turned around, pointed at Chen Yu, and insulted him. If you were a good person, would you have come here? Don't pretend in front of me. Back in school, weren't you just like any other boy who wanted to sleep with me? When I was in school, Lu Xiaoshuan knew that Chen Yu had pursued her, but she never liked him from the beginning. Chen Yu is too dull, lacks romance, and comes from an ordinary family. For Lu Xiaoshuan, if she were to marry someone like Chen Yu, she would definitely suffer for the rest of her life. Lu Xiaoshuan, speak properly to me. At this moment, Song Zijian spoke coldly. Chen Yu is a distinguished guest of Jade Finger Wonderland. Do you not want to work at Jade Finger Wonderland anymore? Distinguished guests from Jade Finger Wonderland? Lu Xiaoshuan stared in disbelief at Chen Yu. In her eyes, Song Zijian was the richest man in the county, but Song Zijian was so respectful to Chen Yu. They even treated Chen Yu as a distinguished guest of Jade Finger Wonderland. Dr. Chen, I'll leave this place to you. Ghost Blade Hand, let's go. Seeing that the time was ripe, Song Zijian waved his hand and left with his men. How much? I'll take you all night. After Song Zijian and the others left, Chen Yu took out the gold membership card that Song Zijian had given him. Lu Xiaoshuan, that's right, I just want to sleep with you. So what if you're a prostitute? Isn't that what you're here to be slept with? Snap. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Lu Xiaoshuan rushed over and slapped Chen Yu across the face. Shut the fuck up. Lu Xiaoshuan glared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, listen to me carefully. In my eyes, you are still a useless piece of trash. If you dare to post what happened today in the class group, I, Lu Xiaoshuan, will never let you off the hook. She still remembers. While at school, Chen Yu wrote love letters to herself, which were discovered by her suitors. And coincidentally, that suitor also had a very powerful background. As a result, she witnessed Chen Yu kneeling in front of his suitor, kowtowing and admitting his mistake. What does it mean to be a good-for-nothing? Chen Yu is one of those people. Therefore, when she was in college, Lu Xiaoshuan looked down on Chen Yu from the bottom of her heart. In fact, she thought that even if all the men in the world died, she would not marry Chen Yu. Lu Xiaoshuan, I'll kill you. Chen Yu was furious. Memories of school flashed through my mind. Those unbearable memories were a source of immense shame and humiliation for Chen Yu. In Chen Yu's view, Lu Xiaoshuan had forgotten that he was no longer the timid and submissive Chen Yu, he was back in college. Swish. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Yu rushed over and grabbed Lu Xiaoshuan's hair. However, Chen Yu immediately let go of her hand the next second. He took 2 steps back, keeping his distance from Lu Xiaoshuan with a shocked expression. You can leave now. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoshuan sneered twice and looked at Chen Yu mockingly. I told you you're a coward. You say the harshest things, but do the most cowardly things. Chen Yu, you're still the same Chen Yu you used to be. Lu Xiaoshuan made a few sarcastic remarks, turned his back, and continued to sneer as he walked away. A good-for-nothing like you will never be able to get a wife in this lifetime. Chen Yu's sudden outburst just now did startle Lu Xiaoshuan. But then Lu Xiaoshuan realized that the kid was just bluffing. I was a good-for-nothing in school back then. Even after leaving school, they still won't make a name for themselves in society. Lu Xiaoshuan, do you know why I don't want to touch you? At this moment, Chen Yu's indifferent voice came. Because I don't want to have too much contact with people who are about to die, and I don't want to contract any diseases. What did you say? Lu Xiaoxuan had only taken a few steps when she heard Chen Yu's words. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled. She stopped and turned to look at Chen Yu. Her beautiful face was filled with shock, and her lovely eyes stared at Chen Yu in astonishment. Chen Yu, how did you know I was going to die? I know some traditional Chinese medicine techniques. Chen Yu said indifferently. Lu Xiaoxuan, if you were to be treated with Western medicine for late-stage breast cancer like this, you might as well prepare to end your life sooner rather than later. You actually figured out I have breast cancer? Lu Xiaoxuan's face was filled with shock again, and he took 3 steps back. Chen Yu is right. She was indeed dying, and it was late-stage breast cancer. It was because of feeling unwell that Lu Xiaoxuan went to the hospital for a checkup last month, and only then did she realize that she had cancer. Breast cancer. With current medical standards, the only options are chemotherapy or targeted therapy. This is the treatment process in Western medicine. But no matter how Western medicine treats it, once someone gets breast cancer, even a miracle is hard to cure. For cancers like breast cancer, Western medicine simply cannot treat them. Chen Yu remained calm and said indifferently, but traditional Chinese medicine is different. As long as the doctor is skilled, a breast cancer like yours can be easily cured completely. After Chen Yu finished speaking, he turned around and left Jade Finger Wonderland. Should he be allowed to treat Lu Xiaoxuan's illness? That's absolutely impossible. Lu Xiaoxuan called him a good-for-nothing and a coward, and Chen Yu remembers it. Xiaoxuan, why did Dr. Chen leave? No sooner had Chen Yu left than Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, came out with a smile and asked. As the boss, his favorite girl was Lu Xiaoxuan. Young people are energetic. No customer who orders from Lu Xiaoxuan is ever dissatisfied. Dr. Chen, Mr. Zhao, Chen Yu treated your illness? Lu Xiaoxuan took a deep breath and asked Song Zijian. Song Zijian nodded. Xiaoxuan, to be honest, I've always been inadequate in that area. Dr. Chen treated me tonight, and it worked immediately. Dr. Chen said he'll get me some more medicine, and I should be fully recovered within 6 months. Wow, Chen Yu's medical skills are so amazing. Lu Xiaoxuan's expression changed. At this moment, she finally understood why Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, respected Chen Yu so much. So Chen Yu cured Song Zijian's illness. Yes, Xiaoxuan. Song Zijian smiled and said, you and Dr. Chen are classmates, so you should cherish this relationship. I believe Dr. Chen will surely achieve great success in the future. In Song Zijian's opinion, Chen Yu's medical skills alone were enough to leave many doctors far behind. Chen Yu had just left the Jade Finger Wonderland and arrived outside. Looking up, I saw my younger sister, Sophie, curled up under a big tree, gazing up at the starry night sky. Sophie, I knew you would wait for me. Chen Yu walked up behind Su Fei. Upon hearing this, Su Fei stood up, turned around, and yelled at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, do you have a big face? You made me wait for you because I didn't have money for the bus. Do you understand that I didn't have money for the bus? Chapter 25 Complex Relationships. Chen Yu wasn't annoyed by Sophie's unfriendly tone. He also understood that although his younger sister Sophie was the same age as Chu Ran, their upbringing was very different. Chu Ran was known as one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan County No. 3 Middle School, but she had already sold her soul and body for money. Her younger sister, Su Fei, was different. Under the protection of her stepmother, Su Junrou, she had always lived a life of comfort and ease. He would never use her body to exchange for money. I'm your brother. Why are you yelling at me? At me? Chen Yu shrugged helplessly and said irritably. Besides, I came to save you. Instead of thanking me, you scolded me. What kind of sister are you? As Chen Yu spoke, he opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Sophie sat in the passenger seat, puffing out her cheeks. She turned to stare at Chen Yu and sneered. Chen Yu, get your facts straight. We're not related by blood, we're not half-siblings, and we're from a blended family. Do you understand? Calling you brother is just to give your dad face. Listening to Sophie's sharp tongue, Chen Yu couldn't help but laugh. Sophie, why did you react so strongly in the Jade Finger Wonderland? Besides, it wasn't me who made the request. In your eyes, I, Chen Yu, am also a victim. Oh, so you've become the victim? Sophie rolled her eyes. Isn't that right? If I hadn't come to save you. Chen Yu laughed and said, how long do you think you can last after being given this drug? The effects are so strong that it will definitely take a day to wear off. In just one day, all the employees of Sophie's Jade Finger Wonderland will probably have an in-depth conversation with you. You? After Chen Yu's analysis, Sophie was dumbfounded and turned pale with fright, no longer daring to argue. Chen Yu was absolutely right. As the person involved, she was certainly well aware of the terrifying effects of these drugs. If the effects of the medicine are truly only lasting one day, I will definitely have an in-depth discussion with all the staff at Jade Finger Wonderland. So, I'm saving you, so it's only natural for you to compensate me, right? Chen Yu said casually. Don't tell your mother about this. Just pretend nothing happened, understand? To make it up to you. Sophie was so angry her teeth chattered. Have you ever seen anyone compensate with their mouth? Yes, I've even seen people offer themselves to each other in marriage. As Chen Yu spoke, he turned his head and smiled at Su Fei. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Sophie flew into a rage, grabbed a pillow from her seat, and threw it at Chen Yu. The two siblings were playing around in the car, and before long Chen Yu drove the car to the lakeside cottage. When Chen Yu brought Su Fei home, Su Junrou and Su Yingying, who were sitting in the living room, were surprised to see Su Fei return safely. Then, they hugged Su Fei excitedly. Fei, it's good that you're back. Sophie, we were so worried about you. Su Junrou and Su Yingying hugged Su Fei and asked her with concern. Mom, Auntie, I'm fine. Feeling the care and concern from her mother and aunt, Sophie felt very warm inside. Sure enough, compared to Chen Yu, her aunt and mother were the best to her in the world. It's good that you're all right. Let Mom take a look. Su Junrou pushed Su Fei away and checked her over. Seeing that Su Fei was all right, she was relieved. Then Su Junrou turned to Chen Yu and said with a smile, Chen Yu, thank you. Chen Yu went to Jade Finger Wonderland alone to save Su Fei. Su Junrou originally wanted to lend Chen Yu 5 million, but Chen Yu refused. Chen Yu rescued Sophie from the Jade Finger Wonderland without asking for a single penny, which truly surprised her greatly. Aunt Su, this is what I should do. Chen Yu smiled slightly. This laugh immediately infuriated Sophie. She turned around and said to Chen Yu, you're a bad guy. After saying that, Sophie turned around and went back to her room to rest. Hey, Chen Yu, tell your aunt the truth. Su Yingying came up to Chen Yu, grabbed him, and asked, what exactly did you do to Fei? I feel like Fei's attitude towards you has changed. Although Su Junrou did not ask any questions, she was listening attentively. Auntie, it's nothing. Chen Yu awkwardly explained. When I went to Jade Finger Wonderland, Fei was given a potion, and I later detoxified her. Hiss. Both Su Yingying and Su Junrou gasped. Sophie was given a drug. Moreover, since it's in the Jade Finger Wonderland, it's easy to guess what kind of potion it is. Chen Yu, even if something happens between you and Fei, it's nothing, Su Yingying said with a smile. At this moment, even Su Junrou came over. Seeing that Su Fei's door was closed, she suddenly said to Chen Yu, your aunt is right, because Su Fei is not my biological daughter. What? After Su Junrou finished speaking, it was Chen Yu's turn to be shocked. Depend on. Sophie is not actually her stepmother Su Junrou's biological daughter? No wonder. When the contract was signed, Su Junrou even included her daughter on the list of contracts signed by Chen Yu. It's obvious that Su Junrou was also the mastermind behind it all. Chen Yu, your mother is right. Su Yingying nodded and smiled. Because Su Fei was brought back from the children's welfare home by your mother, Yi Sangxue, and then Su Junrou and I were responsible for raising her. It's my mother again. Chen Yu's expression changed. In other words, his mother was already choosing a wife for Chen Yu when he was still wearing open-crotch pants more than 10 years ago. Not only did he choose his wife, but he also arranged for Sophie to live with him and be his mistress. Mother Yi Sangxue is truly cunning and calculating. Then, as if remembering something, Chen Yu looked at Su Junrou and Su Yingying and asked, Aunt Su, what exactly is your relationship with my mother? It's hard to imagine that, based on just one sentence from her mother, Su Junrou not only protected her mother's wealth of 100 billion, but also, people who raise daughters-in-law for their mothers are rare these days. Chen Yu, do you really want to know? Su Junrou and Su Yingying exchanged a glance. Then Su Junrou stood up and said calmly, I will tell you when you pass my test. Inherit your Yi family's wealth and bring all 9 of your wives home. Yes, Chen Yu. Su Yingying, who was standing to the side, also laughed and said, your stepmother has a lot of secrets. The best way to find out your stepmother's secrets is to win her over. Chapter 26 Infection. Conquer your stepmother. Upon hearing Su Yingying's words, a burning light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. My mind is filled with the famous scene from last night in the bathroom where I disciplined my stepmother. Well, as Su Junrou spoke, she suddenly frowned. and the next second she clutched her lower abdomen and sat upright on the sofa, grimacing. Junrou, what's wrong? Upon seeing this, Su Yingying's expression changed, and she quickly went over to support Su Junrou, asking, could it be that you've caught a cold? No, it's just a stomachache. Su Junrou blushed. He glared at Chen Yu and snorted coldly. Chen Yu, if there's nothing else, go back to sleep. Good. Chen Yu nodded calmly. They adopted an attitude of indifference, as if it were none of their business. Chen Yu, don't go yet. At this moment, Su Yingying kissed Chen Yu, saying, don't you know nothing about medicine? Quickly check on your mother. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu stopped and turned around. Auntie, didn't I tell you during the day that Aunt Su's wound is infected? I'll get some medicine to apply tomorrow. Yingying, I'm fine. Chen Yu, you can go and rest. Su Junrou waved to Chen Yu, while Su Yingying looked anxious. You said you were fine, but your face is all green. Your stomach must be hurting a lot. Chen Yu knows how to massage. Let him give you a massage. In Su Yingying's eyes, Chen Yu's hands seem to possess magic. Every time I touch her skin, I feel a tingling sensation that goes straight to my bones, and it's also very easy to reach my climax. Now that Su Junru's stomach is hurting so badly, Su Yingying thinks that having Chen Yu treat Su Junrou is the best way to relieve her severe pain. No, I can bear it. Upon hearing Su Yingying's words, Su Junrou blushed. Let Chen Yu give her a massage. That's not a good idea. Besides, last night, while playing the role reversal game, she called out to Chen Yu countless times. Even when it was tilting upwards, Su Junrou kept telling Chen Yu to put more effort into it. It's one thing to get along well with Su Yingying, because Su Yingying is her sister, but Chen Yu is different. He's her godson. Well, as soon as Su Junrou finished speaking, a sharp abdominal pain caused her body to spasm. Then she curled up and lay down on the sofa. Seeing this, Su Yingying naturally became anxious and yelled at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, hurry up and think of a solution. This is your mother. Squeak. At that moment, Sophie, who had just entered the house, rushed out of the room as well. She quickly squatted down in front of Su Junrou, her youthful and beautiful face full of anxiety as she asked, Mom, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Sophie hadn't expected that her mother would become so ill so soon after she went inside. Sophie, move aside so I can take a look. Seeing the pain on Su Junru's face, Chen Yu knew that Su Junrou was probably not feeling well. Su Fei, who was squatting in front of Su Junrou, stood up and said anxiously to Chen Yu, Brother Chen Yu, can you take a look at Mom and see what's wrong? Aunt Su, is this the place? After squatting down, Chen Yu lifted Su Junru's robe, and her smooth and delicate skin was soon revealed to him. Then, Chen Yu pried open Su Junru's hands that were on her lower abdomen and rubbed her smooth, flawless belly without an ounce of fat. Stepmother Su Junrou has such a great figure. Chen Yu had always wondered how Su Junrou could maintain such a good figure even after giving birth to Su Fei. Now it seems that Sophie is not Su Junru's biological daughter. That means stepmother Su Junrou has never had children? As soon as Chen Yu placed his hands on Su Junru's lower abdomen, Su Junru's delicate body trembled, and she let out a soft moan. Despite the intense pain in her abdomen, Su Junrou was in great discomfort. But what Su Junrou didn't expect was that as soon as Chen Yu's hands were placed on her lower abdomen, she felt a tingling sensation that seemed to go straight to her bones, as if she had been electrocuted. Chen Yu, press it gently. Su Yingying, who was standing to the side, did not speak. However, when Su Fei saw her mother Su Junru's face turn red and she cried out in pain, she immediately yelled at Chen Yu, If you don't know how to treat the illness, I will call 120 and have a doctor come. Fei, don't yell at your brother. At this moment, Su Junrou opened her eyes, glanced at Chen Yu, and said with a flushed face, No doctor in the hospital is as skilled as your brother. Yesterday, even Zhang Yu's daughter Chu Ran from next door was cured by your brother. What? My brother cured Chu Ran? Sophie's expression changed, and she looked at Chen Yu with a puzzled expression. Chu Ran was also in high school in the county. He was beaten so badly at school that he became mentally impaired and confused. For a whole year, Chu Ran's parents had seen countless doctors, but they still couldn't cure Chu Ran's illness. Sophie never expected that Chen Yu's medical skills had become so amazing. Sophie, this is none of your business. Go to sleep. Su Yingying, who was standing to the side, said, Don't delay your brother. Go get your mother treated. Okay, I'm leaving. Sophie glared at Chen Yu, then stormed back to her room. She had only been away from home for a day, but she felt that her Aunt Su Yingying's attitude towards Chen Yu had changed since she returned. Even Su Junrou, Chen Yu's mother, looked at him with a strange expression. Aunt Su, lie down first. After seeing Sophie return to her room, Chen Yu glanced at Su Junrou lying on the sofa and licked his dry lips. Is this okay? Despite the pain in her abdomen, Su Junrou got into position, her pretty face flushed, and looked at Chen Yu, asking a question. Chen Yu nodded. Then, he reached out and placed his hands on Su Junrou's abdomen again. At the same time, Chen Yu activated the dragon and phoenix technique, and a stream of true energy entered Su Junrou's body from her lower abdomen. Well, the familiar electric shock sensation came over her, and Su Junrou's breathing became rapid, her cheeks flushed, and she gasped repeatedly. Su Junrou hadn't experienced this strange feeling for many years. Aunt Su, your wound must be infected. After massaging for a while, Chen Yu withdrew his hand and looked at Su Junrou awkwardly, saying, So I have to check the location of your injury and see the extent of the infection. If it's serious, I'll prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine for you. Oh, a wound infection? Chen Yu said yesterday that Su Junrou didn't take it to heart. As a result, the condition not only did not improve, but it became more serious. Yes, these are symptoms caused by a wound infection, Chen Yu said with a smile. Aunt Su, Auntie, you must pay attention to hygiene. This wound infection is no small matter. Pa, Chen Yu, what are you talking about? Su Yingying blushed. Hearing Chen Yu say this, could it be that they really went too far, causing Su Junrou's wound to tear open? However, when Su Yingying thought about Su Junrou using a beer bottle, she realized that Chen Yu was right. The beer bottle was dirty and hard. It's no wonder Su Junrou tore it apart with a beer bottle. Do we really need to take it off to check the wound? Su Junrou, who was lying on the sofa, sat up abruptly after hearing Chen Yu's words and asked with a flushed face. Chapter 27, Examining the Wound. Just now, Chen Yu massaged her abdomen, which almost made Su Junrou reach her climax. Once the mask is removed to check the wound, Su Junrou knows that she's about to be exposed. It's soaked in a large area. Even a fool could tell. Aunt Su, we can only take it off to check the wound. With a righteous expression, Chen Yu slowly said, Otherwise, your condition will only get worse. Yingying, help me inside. I need to change my pants first. Su Junrou said in a low voice. If your face turns completely red, you'd like to disappear into a crack in the ground. Go inside and change your pants. Isn't that indirectly telling Chen Yu that he just gave her a massage and aroused her? Okay, Junrou, let me help you inside. With a smile plastered on her face, Su Yingying helped Su Junrou into the room and whispered to her, No way, you can't handle this already, Junrou. Keep your voice down, don't talk nonsense. Hearing Su Yingying's sarcasm, Su Junrou trembled and said with an embarrassed expression, I don't know what's going on, but Chen Yu's hands seem to be full of magic, making people unable to resist them. Come on, let me help you take it off. Su Yingying became even more excited upon hearing this and said impatiently, Let me see. Before Su Junrou could resist, Su Yingying leaned over and began to undress Su Junrou. Su Junrou already had a stomachache, and Su Yingying acted swiftly, pulling down Su Junrou's pants in no time. Indeed, Junrou, it seems you're smitten. Holding Su Junrou's pants, Su Yingying said with a smile, I wonder when Chen Yu will get them. Pa, don't mention Chen Yu. I hate him the most. Su Junrou glared at Su Yingying and snorted. Although he has improved a lot compared to before, in my eyes, Chen Yu is still a good-for-nothing. Junrou, Chen Yu has a lot of resources. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Su Yingying blushed and her breathing became rapid. If you don't need it, then I'll take it. I'm exhausted today. I'll have Chen Yu give me a massage later. You're a beast. You even prey on your own nephew. Su Junrou chuckled as she spoke, having already changed her pants. She then teased Su Yingying, saying, Are you always doing things for your nephew when there's nothing to do? Pa, Junrou, take this. Su Junrou's words made Su Yingying extremely shy, her face turning red. However, when she thought about how Su Junrou rewarded herself in the car this morning when she went to the bank to withdraw money, she was still thinking about it. When Chen Yu suddenly returned and witnessed the scene of him using his mouth on her, Su Yingying was also flustered. Well, Su Yingying's soft, delicate body pressed down on Su Junrou, who was lying on the bed when suddenly another scream rang out. The abdominal pain caused Su Junrou to break out in a cold sweat. Junrou, I'll go get your son right away. Seeing Su Junrou's unpleasant expression, Su Yingying quickly walked towards the door. Not long after, Su Yingying led Chen Yu in from outside. Chen Yu, Your mother has fallen ill again. After entering the room, Su Yingying sat down in front of Su Junrou and asked, Chen Yu is here. Junrou, is your stomach feeling better? It hurts so much, and it's getting more and more painful. Su Junru's face was deathly pale as she held her stomach. Seeing this, Chen Yu frowned. Aunt Su, it seems your wound is getting infected very quickly. You need to take it off immediately so I can examine it and prescribe the right treatment. Junrou, Chen Yu is treating your illness. Seeing Su Junru's appearance, Su Yingying secretly found it amusing. If Su Junru knew about last night's role-playing game, she'd probably be so embarrassed. Okay, Yingying, help me take it off. Su Junru trembled as she grabbed Su Yingying's arm. Helpless, Su Yingying had no choice but to bend down and quickly take off Su Junru's pants. When Su Junru's fair skin was revealed to Chen Yu, she turned her head away shyly, not daring to look at Chen Yu again. Aunt Su, you really need to apply some medicine. Gazing into the depths of those flawless, long legs, Chen Yu's heart fluttered, and a surge of lustful fire erupted from his body. Last night, Chen Yu was in the bathroom and the lighting was dim, so he didn't get a good look at Su Junru's body. Now that Su Junru is completely naked, Chen Yu naturally wants to take a good look at her. As Chen Yu's hand probed the patient's condition, Su Junru let out a soft gasp, and her whole body began to tremble. Besides applying the medicine, is there anything else I should pay attention to? Su Junru's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Chen Yu with seductive eyes. At that moment, she was both nervous and shy. Aunt Su, you can't use anything too hard anymore. Chen Yu also said, his breathing rapid. Junru, did you hear that? Su Yingying said with a smile. If you need anything in the future, just ask Chen Yu. Chen Yu's stuff is much more useful than a beer bottle. Yingying, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Junru blushed even more when Su Yingying teased her to her face. Even Chen Yu awkwardly touched his nose and said, Aunt Su, I'll get some medicine tomorrow. Don't use any random medicine here. After applying the medicine I'm using, you'll be fully healed in a few days. You can also prepare medicine? Upon hearing this, Su Junru's pretty face was filled with surprise. Chen Yu's father, Chen Song, could also treat illnesses, but his medical skills were not very advanced. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu not only inherited the Chun family's unique skills, but also surpassed them. That's right, Aunt Su. Chen Yu nodded and was about to walk out when he turned back to look at Su Junru and Su Yingying, and said with a smile, By the way, Aunt Su, please bear with it for the next couple of days and don't touch anything hard. It's bad for your health. After finishing his sentence, Chen Yu quickly left the room. Chapter 28 Jade Finger Wonderland. Chen Yu was burning with lust. If he didn't leave his stepmother Su Junru's room soon, he really wouldn't be able to control himself and would push Su Junru to the ground from behind. The beautiful scenery is on full display. He even examined his stepmother Su Junru's wound with his hands. That feeling was absolutely wonderful. Hiding in his room, Chen Yu lay on the bed, plotting his plans for tomorrow. I must hurry up, make money, and then win over my stepmother. Chen Yu made up his mind. Now, my father's business has been sold. To escape the fate of being bound by the dragon's destiny, he must earn a lot of money. Although his mother, Yi Tsangxue, left him a large sum of money, Chen Yu knew that he wouldn't be able to get it in the short term. Therefore, Chen Yu can only rely on himself. Fortunately, the ancient medical classic records various health-preserving elixirs. Chen Yu decided to go to the mountains near Jiangnan County tomorrow to scout out some wild medicinal herbs, refine a few elixirs, and sell them to Song Zijian. Jade Finger Wonderland is the largest brothel in Jiangnan County. The customers who come to Jade Finger Wonderland are all male, and they are either rich or noble. Therefore, Chen Yu decided that he would offer some health supplements to these male customers. Thump, thump, thump. As Chen Yu pondered, in a daze, his bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Then, a graceful figure tiptoed in from outside the door. Chen Yu, you're asleep so early? Su Yingying closed the door behind her and sat down in front of Chen Yu's bed. Su Yingying looked at Chen Yu with a smile. Auntie, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, a delicate fragrance wafted from Su Yingying, causing Chen Yu's heart to flutter and him to look at Su Yingying with a face full of surprise. Su Yingying looks beautiful today. Despite wearing a bathrobe, Su Yingying's shapely figure was still undeniable. Thick, flowing hair cascaded down her high, soft waves, and at a glance, Aunt Su Yingying's 2 mounds of white flesh seemed about to jump out of her nightgown. What? You're not welcoming me, Su Yingying said. She leaned against the wall, and seeing Chen Yu staring intently, Su Yingying laughed irritably. I've already pinched you. Haven't you had enough of looking yet? Auntie, you have such a great figure. I could look at you for a lifetime and never get enough. Chen Yu sat up and, before Su Yingying could react, pulled her close. Holding Su Yingying in his arms and smelling the fragrance emanating from her body, even Chen Yu found it hard to believe. The aunt who used to be his little sister is now nestled in his arms like a little girl. Pa, you smooth talker. Su Yingying sneered. Chen Yu, if you're so capable, go ahead and get all 9 of your wives, and I'll watch over you for the rest of my life. Hearing Su Yingying say that, Chen Yu became even more curious. He hugged Su Yingying with both arms and buried his head in Su Yingying's shoulder. Auntie, why do you insist that I marry these 9 wives? Chen Yu looked completely bewildered. Why does his biological mother have such great abilities? Meanwhile, having Su Yingying and Su Junrou stay with their father is a complicated and confusing situation, even for Chen Yu. I can't say anything about this. Su Yingying chuckled, then turned around, her beautiful eyes looking at Chen Yu with a smile. When you finally win over your stepmother, let her tell you. She hates me the most. Chen Yu said helplessly. Okay, let's get serious. Su Yingying broke free from Chen Yu's embrace and said with a smile, your massage is so comfortable. Give your aunt a massage too. My whole body is so sore. Annie, you might have kidney deficiency, right? Chen Yu said sarcastically. You guys make a lot of noise every night. Even we men can't handle it, let alone you, a woman. You're asking for it. Take this. Su Yingying laughed and scolded. As she spoke, she raised her pink fist and punched Chen Yu in the chest. Chen Yu, of course, wouldn't take the beating for nothing. He immediately grabbed Su Yingying's fists and then used his massive body to pin her down. At the same time, Chen Yu pulled hard with both hands, and the nightgown that Su Yingying was wearing was easily pulled off by Chen Yu. Are you this rude to your aunt? After Chen Yu ripped off her bathrobe, Su Yingying bit her cherry lips and glared angrily at Chen Yu. Or are you so eager to have your aunt? You slut, still pretending to be demure in front of your nephew. As Chen Yu spoke, he grabbed the 2 mounds of white flesh with both hands and kneaded them repeatedly. Under Chen Yu's kneading, Su Yingying couldn't help but tremble, a tingling sensation sweeping over her, causing her to gasp softly. This morning in the car, Su Yingying was petite, only 1.6 meters tall, while Chen Yu was 1.8 meters tall. When Chen Yu carried Su Yingying, it was like he was carrying a child. Chen Yu, what do you want to do? At this moment, Su Yingying's cheeks were flushed, and she struggled in Chen Yu's hands, saying shyly, I'm your aunt. Put me down quickly. Put you down. Chen Yu sneered. Auntie, why didn't you say that in the car this morning? It should be noted that since Chen Yu began practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, he has relied entirely on his willpower to fight protracted battles. If it weren't for the rush, and stepmother Su Junrou going to get the money and returning immediately, how could Chen Yu have given the reward to Su Yingying while still in the car? Would you like to experience it again? Hearing Chen Yu's words, Su Yingying laughed out loud. How about letting your aunt serve you one more time? Because Chen Yu was lifting her up, Su Yingying lowered her head, with her feet up and her head down, and bit down on Chen Yu's inner thigh. Auntie, are you in such a hurry? Chen Yu was dumbfounded by Su Yingying's sudden attack. He originally wanted to get straight to the point, but Su Yingying took the initiative and made Chen Yu lose himself in her gentle charms. My aunt, Su Yingying, was originally very experienced in this area. In addition, Su Yingying had already satisfied Chen Yu once in the car that morning. Now that they're in the room, and Chen Yu is supporting her, Su Yingying is even more unrestrained in serving Chen Yu. Auntie, you're so good to me. Feeling Su Yingying's vigorous service, Chen Yu's lust surged, and even his breathing became rapid. Half an hour later, Su Yingying was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as she exhaled. She gasped, You little rascal, are you deliberately messing with your aunt? It's been half an hour, and you still haven't given up. Tell me honestly, did you know your aunt was coming, so you sprayed the medicine on whoever you wanted? Chapter 29 Communication. Su Yingying has a lot of experience in this area. Most men will surrender in 10 minutes or so. As a result, Chen Yu, the nephew, not only did not surrender, but fought even more fiercely, which was quite outrageous. Chen Yu, be gentle. Su Yingying bit her lip, her heart fluttering with desire, and looked at Chen Yu with seductive eyes. Auntie, it's been a long time since I've had any experience in this area. Auntie, do you think I believe that? Chen Yu's veins bulged as he sprinted forward. Last night, I saw you guys playing a role-playing game. I saw you disciplining my stepmother. You. Su Yingying was stunned after hearing Chen Yu's words. Although she knew Chen Yu knew, She didn't expect him to know so much. Almost instantly, Su Yingying's heart fluttered wildly, and she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Slap slap. Faced with Su Yingying's shock, Chen Yu would not hold back. A slap landed on Su Yingying's fair buttocks, and Su Yingying trembled again, panting and crying out. Meanwhile, in the room next to Chen Yu's, Sophie was lying on the bed. Chen Yu, that scoundrel. I'll bite him to death tomorrow. Sophie was furious. Involuntarily, the scene in Jade Finger Wonderland came to mind. Although she understood that her brother Chen Yu was trying to detoxify her, but the thought of satisfying Chen Yu's brother's demands with her mouth made Sophie very angry. Sophie knew very well that she would never have done such a drastic thing if she hadn't been under the influence of aphrodisiacs. Slap slap. Just then, a vibration came from Chen Yu's room. Because she was only separated from Chen Yu by a wall, Sophie could hear the sounds coming from Chen Yu's room. This is Sophie's secret. Even Chen Yu doesn't know it except for Sophie. Auntie, is Annie inside too? By pressing her ear close to the wall, Sophie could clearly hear the conversation between her brother Chen Yu and her aunt in his room. My aunt and Chen Yu, are they doing that kind of thing? Swish. Almost instantly, Sophie blushed and took 3 steps back. Her heart was pounding, her breathing was rapid, and she stared at the wall, imagining the scene of her aunt and Chen Yu's battle in the room. Since returning from the Jade Finger Wonderland, Sophie's heart has been filled with longing. Sophie is 19 years old this year. She was a girl, at the age when her physical needs were at their peak, and Sophie didn't have a boyfriend. Sophie felt increasingly dejected. She never imagined that her aunt would go to Chen Yu's room and do such a thing with him behind her back and behind her mother's back. Chen Yu, I'll bite you to death. At this moment, Sophie's cheeks were flushed and her heart was fluttering. The comfortable feeling opened the door to a new world for Sophie. Inside Chen Yu's room. An hour later, Su Yingying gave up, shaking her head vigorously and saying, Chen Yu, you're too strong. I can't hold on any longer. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yingying trembled and collapsed into Chen Yu's arms. The next day, bright light shone in through the window, and Su Yingying, drenched in sweat, lay on top of Chen Yu. Auntie, are you tired? Chen Yu turned to the side, put his hand under Su Yingying's head, and asked with a smile. It's strange, I'm not tired at all. Hearing Chen Yu's question, Su Yingying also looked puzzled. Before, my mom and I would stay up all night. Let alone, we couldn't stand it until after midnight. We were so tired and sleepy. Auntie, this is much more comfortable than a massage, Chen Yu said with a smile. He didn't explicitly say that it was thanks to the dragon and phoenix technique. So this is the secret to escaping the dragon's curse. Ancestors of the Chen family. He was cursed with the fate of a dragon and died young. Even his father, Chen Song, could not escape the Chen family curse. To break free from the Chen family's curse, Chen Yu had to cultivate the dragon and phoenix technique every day. He secretly plotted. No, I have to go back to your mother's room. As dawn broke, Su Yingying tiptoed to her feet. The scratches she had sustained yesterday were almost completely healed. After Su Yingying stood up, she lowered her head and kissed Chen Yu again before leaving. Chen Yu, are you up yet? Not long after Su Yingying left. Suddenly, Sophie's voice came from outside the door. She poked her head out and called out to Chen Yu in the room. You must be exhausted from last night. Are you still sleeping? Chapter 30 Treatment. Sophie, why are you up so early? Sophie's voice came from the bed, just as Chen Yu was about to get up. Suddenly, Sophie poked her head out and looked into the room. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Sophie screamed. Because of the recent battle, Chen Yu was naked, and Sophie arrived in such a hurry that Chen Yu didn't even have time to put on clothes. Chen Yu, you pervert. Sophie screamed loudly, but quickly realized that her stepmother and Su Yingying were also in the hall, and then she remembered the purpose of her visit to Chen Yu. Sophie quickly covered her mouth, then cautiously walked in from outside and locked the door behind her. Sophie, you know I'm a pervert. Why did you still come in? Seeing Sophie walk in, Chen Yu chuckled to himself. Are all women like this? They say no on the surface, but they really want it in their hearts. She's clearly a lustful woman, but she insists on pretending to be a saint. Sophie opened her mouth, as if to say something. But because I was too tired last night, I was drowsy and kept yawning. You didn't sleep last night? Chen Yu was taken aback when he saw that Sophie was in a bad mental state. Sophie went to bed early last night. How could she not have slept well? Chen Yu, it's all because of you, you pervert. Sophie gritted her teeth, glaring angrily at Chen Yu. If it weren't for the noise from your room, I wouldn't be unable to sleep. Since overhearing Chen Yu and her aunt having sex last night, Sophie has unlocked a new skill, rewarding herself. So Sophie listened in while rewarding herself. As a result, Chen Yu and his aunt Su Ying fought until dawn. Because Chen Yu lasted so long, she also tried various different props, first using her hands, then going to the kitchen to get eggplant, cucumber, carrots, and the like. Although the feel wasn't great, it was still usable for Sophie, who was feeling romantic. Oh, you heard that? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that things would get so commotion with Su Ying last night. Chen Yu immediately smiled and said, "Then I'll be quieter next time." "You are shameless." Sophie was furious. She just couldn't understand how Chen Yu, the good-for-nothing in her aunt's and mother's eyes, could have gotten together with her aunt. And it seems like it's the aunt who's seducing Chen Yu? However, upon further reflection, Sophie quickly recalled the scene from the night before last, where she had satisfied Chen Yu with her mouth. It's so big, and it can last a long time. Every woman would love that, right? By the way, don't you know medicine? At this moment, Sophie's cheeks flushed. She took a deep breath, looked at Chen Yu, and said with a smile, "There's something I might need your help with." "To treat your illness?" Chen Yu shook his head. "Sophie, you haven't rested well. I can treat illnesses, but how can I treat this kind of ailment if you haven't rested enough?" In Chen Yu's opinion, his younger sister Sophie must not have slept well. He didn't sleep well. How is this illness treated? He just needs to get more sleep. No, brother, that's not it. Sophie's cheeks turned bright red, and tears streamed down her beautiful eyes. After a moment, Sophie took a deep breath, as if she were going all out, and said through gritted teeth, "I'm injured." "Oh, Sophie, you're injured?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu froze on the spot, staring at Su Fei in disbelief. He quickly realized something. "It's all because of you." Hearing Chen Yu pointing, Sophie glared at him. "If you and Auntie hadn't made such a fuss, I wouldn't have had any reaction." "Sophie, you're really something." Chen Yu was also shocked. Indeed, like mother, like daughter. Holding his breath, Chen Yu looked at Su Ying. Today, Su Ying was wearing a green silk robe, the soft material of which completely concealed her already small breasts. Her slender waist and long, straight legs exude a youthful aura. "And then what?" Chen Yu then asked. He was very curious to know what Sophie was using. "Later, as I played." Sophie's cheeks flushed red as she gritted her teeth and said, "Carrots are." After listening to Sophie's story, Chen Yu stood there awkwardly. That girl is really fierce. Those are carrots, vegetables, things meant to be eaten. This is no small matter. It could easily lead to someone's death. Moreover, Sophie was one of his 9 potential wives, so Chen Yu naturally wouldn't stand idly by. "Brother, please think of something for me." Sophie's body trembled, her eyes filled with fear. "If this gets out, how am I supposed to face people? Even my mother would probably beat me up." "Sophie, don't be afraid. Let me take a look first." Chen Yu frowned. This is no small matter. If handled poorly, it could really lead to someone's death. Previously, when he saw his aunt and stepmother playing role-playing games, his biggest worry was that the beer bottle would get inside his aunt and stepmother, which would be troublesome. Beer bottles are dangerous things, and getting them out is incredibly difficult. If it can't be extracted and can't be broken, the only option left is surgery. But carrots are different. Because it was made from vegetables, Chen Yu was easily cured. Then turn around. Seeing that Chen Yu was willing, Sophie was both angry and ashamed. For a girl, this is her most important place, and Sophie has kept her virginity intact, never showing it to any other boy. Now, she wants to show it to Chen Yu. The crucial point is that Chen Yu is her brother. Helpless, Chen Yu had no choice but to turn around. As soon as I turned around, I heard rustling sounds behind me. Soon, Su Fei's timid voice came from behind Chen Yu. "Brother, you can turn around now." Holy crap. As Chen Yu turned around, Sophie's graceful figure was revealed to him. Chapter 31 Seeking Help. "Brother, what should I do now?" Sophie, her face filled with fear, said in a mixture of shame and panic. "What if we can't get it out? Do you think I'll die?" At this moment, she was completely terrified. Telling your mom and aunt about something like this is tantamount to suicide. Calling 120 for an ambulance is like courting death. Therefore, Sophie is now pinning her hopes on Chen Yu. If even Chen Yu can't handle her, her life is probably over. "Sophie, don't worry." Chen Yu looked away and swallowed hard. Sophie's figure was simply too good, and she exuded a pure, virginal fragrance that stirred Chen Yu's heart. "Lie down first, I'll try." As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Sophie lay down on the bed as he instructed, Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Chen Yu and said awkwardly, "Brother, I'm already lying down." "Brother, thank you." A moment later, Sophie was so excited that she almost cried when she saw the carrot in Chen Yu's hand. "I thought I wouldn't be able to get out, but thank goodness you helped me, brother." "Sophie, isn't this what I should do?" Chen Yu coughed lightly and reminded her, "Sophie, please don't use carrots or cucumbers anymore. If you really can't, I can lend you some." "Pa, the real culprit is you, isn't it?" Sophie's face was flushed, but as she spoke, her gaze drifted down to Chen Yu's lower body. Seeing the enormous size of his penis, which was quite frightening, Sophie was instantly mesmerized. "Sophie, it's okay. This is all yours from now on." Chen Yu smiled, feeling the softness of Sophie's touch, and his lust surged, and he began to feel restless again. "Pa, I don't need it." Seeing that Chen Yu was getting aroused, Sophie was also startled. "My stepmother and aunt are both outside." When Chen Yu arrived in the hall, stepmother Su Junrou is making breakfast in the kitchen. Although breakfast consisted of boiled noodles, it was still a rare treat for Chen Yu, as his stepmother, Su Jun, had actually cooked for him. "Chen Yu, are you going to pick up the medicine?" During breakfast, Su Junrou looked up at Chen Yu and asked a question. Su Yingying and Su Fei remained silent. "Yes, we need to go to the outskirts." Chen Yu nodded. "Besides, I'm also planning to do some business and earn some extra money." "Doing business?" Upon hearing this, Su Junrou sneered. "Chen Yu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but the assets your mother gave you are enough to ensure you live a life of comfort. Why are you still doing business? You should be thinking about how to pass the test." "A test? Mom, what kind of test are you giving Chen Yu?" Sophie asked with a smile as she ate her noodles. "Kid, don't ask questions you don't understand." Su Junrou and Su Yingying said almost in unison. Seeing this, Sophie looked aggrieved and lowered her head while eating noodles. "Take Luo Tianyi for example." Su Junrou continued. "She's a top-tier artist in China, incredibly wealthy, and surrounded by countless resources. Chen Yu, what makes you think you can win over Luo Tianyi?" Luo Tianyi is a rising star in the Chinese entertainment industry. In Chen Yu's view, the wife his mother found for him was a huge challenge. He has nothing now, so why would Luo Tianyi like him and be willing to offer her body to him? "I'm going to get the medicine." Chen Yu did not answer Su Junrou's question. With a cold face, he got up and walked towards the door. As soon as he arrived at the elevator, he saw a beautiful figure standing there, as if she was deliberately waiting for Chen Yu. "Brother Chen Yu." Chu Ran's sweet voice rang out as she smiled at Chen Yu. "I haven't properly thanked you yet. Why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight?" "Okay, I was just about to get my medicine. I'll bring it to you tonight." Chen Yu answered with a smile. Then he stepped into the elevator. Chu Ran, who was standing at the elevator door, wanted to follow him in, but when she thought of the conspicuous scar on her face, she immediately hesitated and stood outside the elevator door. "Brother Chen Yu, I'll wait for you at home." Chu Ran waved to Chen Yu. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Chen Yu disappeared from her sight. Brother Chen Yu, you call me so affectionately." Just then, Sophie's cold voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Chu Ran turned around and saw that it was Su Fei. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "Oh, it's Su Fei. It's been so long since I've seen you. You look even more beautiful now." Seeing the scars on Chu Ran's face, Su Fei was clearly startled. Hearing Chu Ran praise her, Su Fei blushed and said, "Sister Chu Ran, I heard that my brother cured your illness?" "Yes, your brother's medical skills are amazing." Speaking of Chen Yu, Chu Ran suddenly became interested, walked up to Su Fei, affectionately put her arm around Su Fei's arm, and laughed. "If it weren't for your brother treating my illness, I would still be a lunatic now." "Sister Chu Ran, didn't you ever think about revenge for that incident?" "Revenge? What's the point of revenge?" Sun Huqing. The two walked and talked, and soon they were chatting again. Sophie and Chu Ran were originally classmates and were about the same age, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. After leaving his home, Chen Yu drove his Lexus sedan away from Huxing Xiaozhu and headed to Yinyu Ridge, 10 kilometers outside the county town. Wild Buffalo Ridge is the highest peak in Jiangnan County. This place is high up and lush with trees, making it the best spot for tourists to visit and take photos in the city. After driving to the foot of the mountain, Chen Yu parked his car in the parking area, got out, looked towards the top of Wild Buffalo Ridge, and then walked towards the top with his backpack. Chapter 32, Climbing Mountains. "Hey bro, going hiking?" As Chen Yu climbed up the stone path toward the mountaintop, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Isn't everyone who comes to Wild Buffalo Ridge here to climb mountains?" Chen Yu turned around, and behind him was a girl in a khaki dress, wearing sunglasses and a camera hanging around her neck. She walked towards Chen Yu with a smile. Wild Buffalo Ridge. The name is a bit rustic, but the scenery here is quite nice. Chen Yu shrugged speechlessly, too lazy to pay attention to the young girl, and continued walking towards the top of the mountain. Mountain. Hey, buddy, why did you leave so suddenly? Seeing Chen Yu about to leave, Gao Xiu quickly followed and blocked his way, saying, "As a boy, how can you treat a girl like this? Beautiful lady, I don't know you at all." Chen Yu stopped and said impatiently, "I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now." "Wait a minute, take a picture of me." Gao Xiu took out her camera, smiled at Chen Yu, and said, "I'm a travel enthusiast, and the scenery at Yinyu Ridge is quite beautiful. Don't blame me if the photos aren't good." Chen Yu took the camera, pressed the shutter button with his right hand, pointed the lens at Gao Xiu, and said, "Yes, this pose, smile." Click, click. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, the camera clicked. Soon, a photo of Gao Xiu standing on a mountaintop with her back to Jiangnan County appeared on the camera screen. "Not bad. Your photography skills are really impressive." Gao Xiu had just looked up when the young man in front of her had vanished. Gao Xiu looked around and saw a young figure disappear into the shadows of the trees and leave in a hurry. "This guy doesn't treat me like a girl at all." Looking in the direction where Chen Yu disappeared, Gao Xiu stomped her feet in anger. As a young lady of the Gao family, she had never suffered such humiliation before. "Xiu, why are you here all alone?" Just then, a beautiful figure came to Gao Xiu's side. "This wild Buffalo Ridge is very dangerous. It's full of poisonous snakes. Let's go back." "Sister Hui, you are from Jiangnan County and have been teaching in the county for many years." Gao Xiu gathered her loose black hair, looked down at the mountains and rivers below, and said with a smile, "You must be tired of the scenery here, but I'm different. I've always been in the capital. I've never seen the scenery of the countryside before. You envy me?" "I envy you." Lu Hui smiled and said, "Since you like it, I'll take you around." She and Gao Xiu are cousins. This time, they had a primary school reunion and decided to go hiking at Yinyu Ridge together. "Just now, I was downhill on Wild Buffalo Ridge with another classmate. Unexpectedly, Gao Xiu ended up here all by herself. Let's go there." Gao Xiu glanced at the mountaintop, the direction Chen Yu had gone. "The scenery at the top of Wild Buffalo Ridge must be quite nice. I haven't been there yet." With that, Gao Xiu walked forward. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui's expression changed slightly. She followed behind Gao Xiu and said, "Xiu, didn't I just tell you that there are a lot of poisonous snakes in this place, especially on the mountaintop? If they bite you, I can't take the responsibility." "You don't need to take responsibility." Gao Xiu stopped and turned around, laughing. "I, Gao Xiu, have never been afraid of anything since I was a child. Why would I be afraid of a few poisonous snakes?" Hearing Gao Xiu say this, Lu Hui didn't say anything more and silently prayed that she would not encounter the poisonous snakes of Wild Buffalo Ridge. Before long, Gao Xiu and Lu Hui entered a lush forest. "Xiu, let's go back. This place is deserted and dangerous." Lu Hui followed behind Gao Xiu, tugging at her long skirt. "Aren't you scared?" "It's all right. What's there to be afraid of? I'm still your old classmate, aren't I?" Lu Hui was speaking. Several more figures emerged from the woods behind Lu Hui. "Yi Dao, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing the newcomer, both Lu Hui and Gao Xiu frowned. Yi Dao was their elementary school classmate, but he was a good-for-nothing hoodlum in Jiangnan County. At this class reunion, he shamelessly followed Gao Xiu around the whole time. People like Yi Dao are not only looked down upon by Gao Xiu, who lives in Beijing, but even she, a primary school teacher, would not deign to give Yi Dao a second glance. "Brother Dao, we're just worried you might encounter danger here." "Yes, that's why we came with Brother Dao to protect you." Behind Yi Dao, the other few thugs, who looked fierce, smiled menacingly. "We don't need your protection, we are safe." At this moment, Gao Xiu said coldly, "Also, you can leave. I don't like you." She could tell from the class reunion. This student named Yi Dao has ulterior motives. He's clearly after her. Gao Xiu naturally wouldn't be polite to this kind of person. "Leave? What right do we have to leave?" Yi Dao sneered. As he spoke, he nodded to his companions behind him. "Old classmate, let's have a deep conversation in the middle of nowhere." One of the thugs, as he spoke, reached out and grabbed Lu Hui's hand. Smack. However, just as the thug reached out his hand, Gao Xiu reacted quickly, slapping the other person across the face and scolding. "You guys are really bullies among your own kind, not even sparing your old classmates." My camera has already recorded this incident. Go back to the county and turn yourselves in. Lu Hui hid behind Gao Xiu, trembling as she watched the group of people. She was just a primary school teacher. When had she ever seen such a scene? Wow, Gao Xiu, you're pretty arrogant. Upon hearing this, Yi Dao's eyes flashed with ferocity, and a chilling, killing intent emanated from him. Go to the county town and ask around. There's no woman I, Yi Dao, have set my sights on that I can't have, let alone here at Wild Buffalo Ridge. Gao Xiu, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Dao, what do you want? Gao Xiu pulled Lu Hui back step by step. Below is a lush forest. If they take a few more steps, they will have nowhere to retreat. Gao Xiu, as long as you cooperate with us obediently. Yi Dao stared intently at Gao Xiu's alluring body with burning eyes. Let us brothers have some fun, and we'll let you go. You really think we came to this class reunion just to accompany you on a mountain hike? You're too naive. Haha, Brother Dao is right. Lu Hui, your cousin is really beautiful. I don't even remember having such a good-looking classmate in elementary school. Behind Yi Dao, the other thugs all sneered. Yi Dao, his face beaming with excitement, opened his arms and was about to hug Gao Xiu. Having spent many years in Jiangnan County, he had seen all kinds of beautiful women, but this was the first time Yi Dao had encountered such a high-quality beauty as Gao Xiu. So, the moment he saw Gao Xiu, Yi Dao was captivated. Bang! However, just as Yi Dao embraced Gao Xiu, suddenly, Gao Xiu kicked out, striking Yi Dao's heel, then grabbed Lu Hui's hand and resolutely ran towards the dense forest below. Chapter 33, Wild Buffalo Ridge. Run! Gao Xiu turned to look at Lu Hui, parted her lips slightly, and mouthed the word, run, before grabbing her hand and rolling towards the lush woods behind them. At that moment, Yi Dao screamed in agony, clutching his groin in pain. Brother Dao, how are you? Brother Dao, are you alright? Yi Dao's henchmen also changed their expressions and quickly surrounded him. No one expected that their elementary school classmate would kick Yi Dao so cleanly and decisively. Don't move. It's broken. It's broken. Yi Dao's face was deathly pale, and his whole body was trembling. He reached out and saw that his hands were covered in blood. He immediately felt weak and collapsed to the ground. The others stared in disbelief, feeling a chill run down their spines. That kick was absolutely terrifying. They actually kicked Yi Dao's egg and smashed it? You too, go down and grab Gao Xiu. Yi Dao's expression was cold, his eyes filled with fierce resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, after you catch them, send them to the county town. Yi Dao, will give each of you 50,000 yuan. Okay, Brother Dao. The two nodded excitedly, looked at the lush forest, and ran into it in the blink of an eye. The remaining few carried the leaf blades back and headed to the Jiangnan County People's Hospital for inpatient treatment. Wild Buffalo Ridge, nestled in lush forests. We have almost all the ingredients needed to refine the rejuvenating pill and the youth-preserving pill. After digging up a Chinese medicinal herb with its roots and soil intact, Chen Yu put it in his backpack. The Chinese medicinal herbs he collected were all the main medicinal herbs. Chen Yu could buy the rest at the Chinese medicine pharmacy in the county town. According to the records in the ancient medical classic, the two pills that Chen Yu was going to refine were both ancient elixirs with miraculous healing effects. Rejuvenating pill. It is a boon for men, not only treating stubborn diseases like those of Yang Wei, but also prolonging the patient's fighting capacity. Then there's the youth preservation pill. This elixir not only makes women look younger and more beautiful, but it can also remove scars and easily repair injured areas. Applying the anti-aging pill to the body can make a woman's skin look rosy and tender. What's this? Just then, Chen Yu's eyes flickered as he stared intently at a lush plant under the big tree. Chen Yu dug away the soil, quickly revealing the plant's roots. They're goblins. The gnome, also known as wild ginseng, has extremely high medicinal value. In the county town, even a wild ginseng that is over 100 years old is priceless and unavailable. After careful observation, Chen Yu discovered that the wild ginseng at his feet was at least 300 years old. Once he takes this wild ginseng out to sell, he can make at least tens of thousands of yuan. This is a great find. We've really hit the jackpot. Chen Yu was delighted, as there were no red ropes or copper coins to tie to the wild ginseng. He used the techniques of shouting and catching mountains to collect wild ginseng. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yu finally dug out the wild ginseng root intact. The 300-year-old wild ginseng was indeed very large. When placed in front of you, the roots of the wild ginseng are as long as half your body. Help! Suddenly, a frantic cry for help came from the dense woods ahead. Well, under the big tree, Chen Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he abruptly turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came. This is the back of Wild Buffalo Ridge, a place rarely visited by people, and even tourists seldom venture here. To Chen Yu's surprise, there was someone calling for help in this desolate wilderness. Could it be a tourist who accidentally fell here? Chen Yu pondered for a moment. He then took off his backpack and carefully put the wild ginseng he had dug up into it. After putting on his backpack, Chen Yu carefully walked forward. Since he had encountered him, if he was indeed a traveler, Chen Yu could not possibly stand by and watch him die. This place was remote, and if no one found out, the temperature difference between day and night would be extreme, and a person could easily die of hypothermia. Call them Gao Shiyu and Lu Hui. Just as Chen Yu approached, a cold voice rang out. You can shout all you want, but it won't do you any good. This is the back of Wild Buffalo Ridge. Who would come here for no reason? You guys are really good at running. Yes, Brother Tiger. Another cold voice rang out. Now you won't run away, will you? If you're bitten by a king cobra, you'll die from the venom within half an hour, old classmate. Even if you're sent to Jiangnan County People's Hospital, they won't be able to save you. Gao Shiyu, I heard you've made it big and are doing very well in Beijing. The thug known as Tiger sneered. Before you die, let me have my fun first, don't waste it. Gao Shiyu, not far away, Chen Yu, who was hiding in the bushes, suddenly stood up. Gao Shiyu. This name sounds so familiar. By the way, Gao Shiyu's name was on the list of 9 wives given by her mother, Yi Sanxua. It's impossible for it to be such a coincidence. There are just too many people in China with the same name. Chen Yu shook his head, but then his expression changed drastically. He looked up and saw a struggling sound coming from under a big tree not far away. Songhu, let go of me. Lu Hui coldly rebuked. Do you know that by doing this you are driving yourselves to a dead end? You need to think this through. This is a society governed by the rule of law. A society governed by the rule of law. Songhu turned to Lu Hui, pointed at Gao Shiyu who was barely breathing, and sneered. Look at you. Our classmate. You're about to die, and you won't even let me have a good time. Besides, Lu Hui, do you think we'd let you leave alive? Do not touch me. Gao Shiyu struggled, her long dress filthy, and blood flowing from her long, white thighs, where she had been bitten by the king cobra. Stop it, all of you. Suddenly, a cold voice came quickly from under the big tree. When Gao Shiyu used her last bit of strength to open her eyes, she saw a familiar figure walking towards her. Then Gao Shiyu fainted. Sir, save me. Upon seeing someone appear, Lu Hui's face lit up with excitement. She waved at Chen Yu and shouted, They're going to kill me to silence me. Help me quickly. Before Lu Hui could finish speaking, Songhu's companion grabbed her mouth. Kid, who are you? Songhu put Gao Shiyu down, turned around, and stared coldly at Chen Yu. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you to mind your own business. How can it be none of my business? Chen Yu helplessly shrugged. You just said it yourself. Weren't you planning to kill someone to cover it up? You saw it and heard it. Oh, if that's the case, then die. Songhu was too lazy to waste any more words with Chen Yu. My old classmate Gao Shiyu was poisoned by a snake. For the first half hour, she was still alive and well. After that, she started to feel unwell. So, in order to vent his anger on Gao Shiyu for a while, he wanted to finish quickly. Swish. No sooner had he finished speaking than Songhu pulled out a dagger and swiftly stabbed at Chen Yu. Chapter 34 The Gao Family. Kid die. Songhu, filled with murderous intent, lunged at Chen Yu to assassinate him. This place is a desolate wilderness, and it's the back of Wild Buffalo Ridge. Killing one is the same as killing 3. So when Songhu saw Chen Yu, he almost didn't hesitate to kill Chen Yu to silence him. While Lu Hui, who was being restrained to the side, stared in horror at the sudden turn of events before her. If she had known this would happen, she would never have brought Gao Shiyu to this class reunion. Bang! Just then, a loud crash rang out. Before Songhu could react, he and his knife were kicked away by Chen Yu. With Songhu's screams, his disheveled figure crashed through a large patch of bushes and rolled down the slopes of Wild Buffalo Ridge. Holy crap! Chen Yu stood there in shock, his right leg stiff and frozen in midair, staring dumbfounded at his toes. Just as Songhu rushed over, Chen Yu panicked and activated his X-ray vision. As a result, Songhu's charging movements slowed down under the X-ray vision. Songhu's thrusting movements looked like an old man practicing Tai Chi, appearing extremely slow. Holy crap, who are you? At this moment, Song-Hu's companion was dumbfounded. As Song-Hu's henchman, he had followed Song-Hu for many years and was an outstanding fighter in Jiangnan County. He had always been a capable and valiant general under Brother Dao. As a result, the other party kicked Tiger away with one kick? That's terrifying fighting power. Let her go. Seeing the fear on the other person's face, Chen Yu immediately understood that the person must have been frightened. He immediately forced himself to remain calm and walked toward the other person with a cold expression. Hey, don't come any closer. I'll get out of here myself. Upon seeing Chen Yu's ashen face, Song-Hu's henchman was terrified. He bent over and covered his head with his hands. Then, it rolled down the mountainside towards Wild Buffalo Ridge. Young man, thank you for saving us. Lu Hui breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude to Chen Yu. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed to Gao Shiyu's side, picked her up, and cried out in anguish. Shiyu, you'll be all right. Don't die, don't die. As she spoke, Lu Hui picked Gao Shiyu up and said while crying, I'll take you to the Jiangnan County People's Hospital right now. They have Cobra antivenom there, which will definitely be able to detoxify you. Bang! Lu Hui had only taken a few steps when her foot slipped and she was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Chen Yu, who was standing nearby, reacted quickly and helped Gao Shiyu, who was standing behind Lu Hui. Don't be stubborn. By the time you get to the county, your friend will already be dead. Chen Yu hugged Gao Shiyu, feeling her softness and a refreshing fragrance. He looked down at the girl in his arms. Her face was beautiful and captivating. Chen Yu's expression suddenly changed. How could it be her? The girl I met taking photos at Wild Buffalo Ridge earlier? Is she Gao Shiyu? Yes, I'm a delicate woman, so I'm definitely not as fast as you boys. As if seeing a savior, Lu Hui bent her knees and knelt in front of Chen Yu, grabbing his knees with both hands and wailing. Please, do me a favor and save my cousin. She is the eldest daughter of the Gao family in the capital. If she lives, I will reward you handsomely. Gao Changming's daughter? Chen Yu suddenly asked. According to the contract and the information gathered by her mother, Gao Shiyu is indeed the eldest daughter of the Gao family in Beijing. My father is Gao Changyuan, who holds an important position in the capital. Gao Shiyu comes from a prominent family and works at a research institute in Beijing. She is a true female elite. You know my uncle? Lu Hui's face lit up with even more excitement. That's even better. Quick, save my cousin. She can't die. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's forehead went black, and he sighed. Miss, please, do you have any common sense? It takes half an hour to go down from Wild Buffalo Ridge and another half an hour to drive to the county hospital. Even if I get there, your cousin Gao Shiyu will be dead for sure. At this moment, Chen Yu was also extremely excited. Lu Hui's cousin, Gao Shiyu, is actually the eldest daughter of the Gao family, Gao Changming's daughter. His mother, Yi Tsangxue, was one of the 9 wives he was supposed to marry. Now that they've run into each other, Chen Yu certainly won't stand by and watch someone die. This is one of the ways Chen Yu can pass his stepmother's test and gain access to the Yi group's wealth. Oh no, is my cousin really beyond saving? Lu Hui's body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Looking at Gao Shiyu in Chen Yu's arms, her face was ashen, filled with utter despair. Perhaps I can save your cousin. Chen Yu squatted down, placed Gao Shiyu on the ground, looked at Lu Hui and smiled. However, I'm not the type to help people for no reason. I saved your cousin, so how do you plan to thank me? In terms of looks, Lu Hui is indeed not as pretty as Gao Shiyu, but Lu Hui exudes the aura of a mature woman. Chen Yu felt a jolt in his heart after just one glance. Just save my cousin. Lu Hui's hope was rekindled, and she grabbed Chen Yu's arm again. I'll agree to any way you want me to thank you. I'm a primary school teacher in Jiangnan County, and I, Lu Hui, am willing to thank you for the rest of my life. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Keep an eye on her. I'm coming right away. Chen Yu stood up and quickly disappeared into the woods. According to the ancient medical classics, Wild Buffalo Ridge was full of herbs, and before long Chen Yu arrived in a hurry, carrying a large clump of herbs. You're going to use this to detoxify my cousin. Looking at Chen Yu's disheveled face, Lu Hui was stunned. If this herb can detoxify, then there's no such thing as serum in the world. Shut up. Chen Yu was too lazy to explain, so he lifted Gao Shiyu's skirt to reveal a patch of snow-white skin. Blood was flowing from her shapely, straight legs, clearly indicating that she had been bitten. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yu lowered his head and began sucking on Gao Shiyu's legs. Are you crazy? If you have mouth ulcers, you'll be poisoned to death. Lu Hui was stunned when she saw Chen Yu's actions. A complete stranger offered to suck out snake venom for her cousin. This was the first time Lu Hui had ever encountered such a man. Then you take it? Chen Yu stopped what he was doing, spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood, and looked up at Lu Hui. Lu Hui waved her hand awkwardly and said repeatedly, I don't know how to smoke. You smoke it. Then shut up. Chen Yu lowered his head again to suck the poisonous blood. A moment later, Chen Yu sucked out the poisonous blood while massaging Gao Shiyu. Because of prolonged poisoning, the snake venom has spread throughout the entire leg. To expel all the toxins, the only option is to use ancient massage techniques to detoxify the leg. Hey bro, my cousin has another bite mark. Just as Chen Yu was massaging Gao Shiyu to detoxify her, Lu Hui, who had been scolded by Chen Yu, suddenly blushed and lowered her head, saying slowly, When we came down the mountain, my cousin was bitten by a king cobra in 2 places, and there was another one here. Chapter 35 Massage Techniques. As Lu Hui spoke, she pointed to Gao Shiyu's buttocks and said awkwardly, My cousin, this spot was also bitten by a king cobra. What? You were bitten in 2 places. Chen Yu's eyes widened in surprise. How unlucky was Gao Shiyu to have been bitten by a cobra twice? Let me take care of her foot injury first. As Chen Yu spoke, he used an ancient massage technique to massage for a while. Her soft, fair skin gradually turned red as Chen Yu repeatedly kneaded it. Despite being poisoned by snake venom and having a pale face, Gao Shiyu's face regained some color, and she let out soft moans as Chen Yu massaged her. When Chen Yu used ancient massage techniques to massage Gao Shiyu to detoxify her body, Gao Shiyu, who was unconscious, kept panting and her curled-up legs trembled. Then she quickly opened her eyes. Ah, you scoundrel! A tingling, bone-deep sensation spread through Gao Shiyu. Her pretty face flushed red, and she felt her whole body burning hot. She then struggled to sit up and, before Chen Yu and Lu Hui could react, slapped Chen Yu across the face. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Her delicate pink palm pounded on Chen Yu's shoulder. The next second, Chen Yu grabbed Gao Shiyu's hands and said coldly, Miss, don't you understand? I'm saving you. Hey, aren't you Song Hu? Gao Shiyu was stunned. She rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at Chen Yu in front of her. Isn't this the kind person we met at Wild Buffalo Ridge before? He actually saved me? Was he the one who cured the snake venom in my body? Cousin Shiyu, you scared me to death. At that moment, Lu Hui burst into tears of joy and hugged Gao Shiyu tightly, saying, If it weren't for this handsome guy saving you and curing your snake venom, you would have really died. Sister Hui, where are those 2 classmates? Gao Shiyu took a deep breath, recalling the scene of their chase before she lost consciousness, and quickly said, Where are they? Call the police immediately and arrest them. I've already chased them away. Chen Yu crushed the Chinese herbs and applied them to Gao Shiyu's wound, then looked up and said, Did you save us? Gao Shiyu's beautiful eyes trembled as she looked at Chen Yu. Brother, I knew you were a good person. Don't thank me yet. Chen Yu stood up, patted the dregs of medicine off his hands, and said indifferently, I have cleaned the snake venom from your foot, but there is still one spot where the venom has not been cleaned. If it is not cleaned, Gao Shiyu, you will still die. Handsome guy, you have to save my cousin. Lu Hui also stood up and pleaded, Since you can remove the snake venom from the first wound, you can definitely remove the snake venom from the second wound. 500,000. Before Chen Yu could speak, Gao Shiyu, who was sitting on the ground, looked at the thigh that Chen Yu had treated and felt a cool sensation. She realized that the young man she had just met on the mountain must be a doctor with medical skills. Thinking of this, Gao Shiyu looked up at Chen Yu and said, Brother, if you can cure him, I'll give you 500,000. Okay, deal. Chen Yu agreed without hesitation. That's 500,000. This was a huge sum of money for him. Moreover, he wouldn't accept money even if it were given to him for free, unless Chen Yu had a grudge against money. In Chen Yu's view, even if Gao Shiyu doesn't give him money, he will still treat Gao Shiyu. Okay, but you have to follow my instructions. Chen Yu glanced around. This is in the middle of nowhere, so no one should come here. The safety measures are quite adequate. You say? Gao Shiyu's pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't help but recall the comfortable feeling she had when she was unconscious. Unexpectedly, the antidote the other party gave her made her feel aroused and happy. Take off your skirt, Chen Yu said calmly. This place is remote and few people come here. Your wound is here, and if you don't take off your skirt, it's impossible to clean the snake venom. The snake venom on your body can't be delayed any longer. Okay, I'll take it off. Gao Xiu was very carefree. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, she unbuttoned her skirt and took off her long dress. Then Gao Xiu's perfect figure was presented to Chen Yu and Lu Hui. Xiu, aren't you afraid of accidentally exposing yourself? Lu Hui was also dumbfounded. She never expected that her cousin Gao Xiu would undress so cleanly and efficiently. Sister Hui, I don't want to die yet. Gao Xiu took off her long dress and threw it at Lu Hui, saying, Who would come here in this desolate wilderness? 2. Lu Hui nodded and said nothing. However, when she looked at Chen Yu, Lu Hui was dumbfounded. This guy was a huge lecher. Ah, buddy, you're bleeding. Lu Hui blushed and called out to Chen Yu. Hey kid, are you trying to take advantage of me? Gao Xiu was also fuming, staring at Chen Yu and gritting her teeth as she said, I, Gao Xiu, have been trained. I just kicked my classmates' balls. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gao Xiu. You have a really great figure. Chen Yu wiped the blood from his nose and finally snapped out of his daze at the pink bra and pink panties. Just now, after Gao Xiu took off her long dress, a powerful shockwave hit her in the face. A strange feeling swept over Chen Yu, making his blood boil and wishing he could merge with Gao Xiu right now. Chen Yu had never experienced this strange feeling before. Quickly, give me the antidote for the snake venom. Stared at by Chen Yu, Gao Xiu's pretty face blushed again. The area where I was bitten by the venomous snake has already started to go numb. If I don't get an antidote soon, I'm afraid I'll fall into a coma again. Okay, bend down. Chen Yu came up to Gao Xiu and asked her to bend down. As a result, as soon as Gao Xiu bent over, her snow-white cleavage appeared, and 2 soft, snow-white mounds inside her bra seemed to leap out from within. Damn, this is going to kill me, Chen Yu cursed under his breath. At this moment, he finally understood that his mother, Yi Sangxue, had ulterior motives in choosing these 9 wives for him. In terms of experience, Chen Yu is quite experienced. First it was Chu Ran, then her aunt Su Yingying and stepmother Su Junrou. But all they gave Chen Yu was excitement. They didn't create that strong shockwave or the feeling of wanting to merge with them. Hey buddy, what are you standing there for? After bending down, Gao Xiu saw that Chen Yu did not move. She was both ashamed and agitated. Enduring the numbness in her back, she urged, If you don't hurry up, I'm going to faint again. Okay, I'll detox you first. Chen Yu awkwardly wiped his nose. Only then did Chen Yu remove Gao Xiu's pink panties, and sure enough, he saw a conspicuous wound on her snow-white skin. A trickle of blood seeped from the wound. Even the area around the wound had black spots, clearly indicating that the poisoning was too severe. Seeing this, Chen Yu pressed his hands against the wound on Gao Xiu's fair skin and lowered his head to bite at the wound. Chapter 36 Sister Hui. It has a soft texture and a delicate fragrance. The fair, rosy skin pressed against his face made Chen Yu's heart flutter and his lust surge. Hey, what are you doing, buddy? Gao Xiu's pretty face flushed red, and she pushed Chen Yu away with her hands as she breathed rapidly. I asked you to cure me of the snake venom, not to suck it from here. Xiu, the snake venom on your thigh just now was sucked out by this guy. Lu Hui, who was standing nearby, reminded her, This is the best way. Your cousin is right. Chen Yu spat out poisonous blood, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and pointed to the ground. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay in this position and don't move. See the poisonous blood on the ground. Okay, thank you very much. Gao Xiu trembled and didn't dare to look at Chen Yu again. She bent over again, sticking out her buttocks, so that Chen Yu could help her detoxify from the snake venom. Soon, Chen Yu had absorbed most of the snake venom from Gao Xiu's buttocks, but a lot of venom still had accumulated around the wound. So Chen Yu began to use ancient massage techniques to detoxify Gao Xiu. Gao Xiu's cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened, and she felt a tingling sensation spreading through her bones from behind. Her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Hey buddy, be gentle. Lu Hui, who was standing to the side, frowned and said, My cousin is a girl. You're being so rough. You're hurting her. Why don't you do it? Chen Yu stopped what he was doing and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. If you think I'm rude, then if you know how to treat illnesses, you treat your cousin, okay? Sister Hui, the young man is not rude at all. Gao Xiu turned around, her cheeks flushed, and looked at Chen Yu and Lu Hui. Brother, please continue treating me, don't stop. As the eldest daughter of the Gao family, Gao Xiu had never felt this way before. The number of men pursuing her in the capital was countless, but Gao Xiu didn't even glance at any of them. Even when she was very young, her father arranged a marriage for her, But Gao Xiu was never interested in men. Gao Xiu graduated from Huaxia University of Technology. Her only hobby is scientific research, contributing to the country's scientific and technological development. She never considered romantic love or affection for her children. To this day, in this small county town, on this wild buffalo ridge, we encountered this mysterious young man. Surprisingly, this stirred Gao Xiu's heart. Under the other person's massage, her heart fluttered, and she wished that he would force himself on her and pin her down. Miss, the poison in your body has been drained. Not long after, Chen Yu spat out the last mouthful of poisonous blood, then withdrew his hands and calmly said, "When I return to the county, I will get you some traditional Chinese medicine to recuperate, and the poison in your body will be almost gone." "Oh, it's healed already?" Lu Hui, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. It has only been about an hour since Chen Yu started treating his cousin Gao Xiu. This is King Cobra Venom. Even if you take him to the People's Hospital and give him anti-venom, he won't be able to get out of bed for at least half a month. As a teacher, Lu Hui has some knowledge in this area. "Thank you, sir." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Gao Xiu's beautiful eyes. She put on her long dress, her face flushed, and looked at Chen Yu excitedly, asking, "Young man, what's your name?" "My name is Chen Yu, and this is my contact information." Chen Yu nodded. Then he gave out his phone number. After Gao Xiu saved Chen Yu's phone number, Chen Yu then gave her his bank number. Soon, Gao Xiu transferred 600,000 yuan to Chen Yu's bank card via mobile banking. "Brother Chen, the money has been transferred to you." Gao Xiu put down her phone, her face beaming with smiles. "Thank you so much this time. Without you, I might have stayed here at Wild Buffalo Ridge forever." "You're welcome, it's what I should do." Chen Yu smiled. Chen Yu didn't even dare to dream of the 500,000 yuan medical expense. Gao Xiu truly lives up to her reputation as a wealthy heiress from the capital. She's incredibly generous. No wonder your mother, Yi Songxue, would betroth him to you. However, since Gao Xiu was unaware of Chen Yu's existence, Chen Yu did not explicitly state it. "Why is it 600,000? Chen Yu's expression changed as he took out his phone and opened the text message. "No matter how rich the other party is, there's no need to wave like that, right? We agreed on 500,000. As a result, the other party insisted on transferring 600,000 yuan. They really don't care about money at all." "Hey, Chen Yu." Gao Xiu looked embarrassed, took a deep breath and smiled. "Look, I've just recovered from the snake venom, and I can't walk at all. Consider this 100,000 yuan as a reward for your hard work. Why don't you carry me down the mountain?" "Yes, Chen Yu, I can't carry my cousin on my back." Lu Hui stuck out her tongue and said awkwardly, "You're the only boy here now. Why don't you carry my cousin down the mountain?" "All right, come on up." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu squatted down. Upon seeing this, Lu Hui and Gao Xiu, the two women behind him, were delighted. Gao Xiu then carefully climbed onto Chen Yu's back. A rich, refreshing fragrance wafted over him, and feeling the softness against his back, Chen Yu's heart fluttered. Gao Xiu is not only beautiful, but her place is also very large. It felt so good to have it pressing against my body. Then, carrying Gao Xiu on his back, Chen Yu identified the direction of descending Wild Buffalo Ridge and headed into the woods ahead. As they walked, Chen Yu asked about the people from earlier. After listening to Gao Xiu's explanation, Chen Yu finally understood the whole story. "Sister Hui, from what you're saying, your classmates are all hooligans in Jiangnan County." Chen Yu sneered. "They dared to treat you like this, and they certainly won't let you off the hook once you return to the county town." "Yeah, cousin, they'll definitely retaliate against us." Upon hearing this, Lu Huijiao trembled and said in terror, "What do we do now? I'm just a weak woman. I'm no match for these thugs." "Sister Hui, don't be afraid." Gao Xiu remained calm and said coldly, "Although my connections are in the capital and don't extend to small counties, this is an era of the rule of law. If they really try to harm us, I will arrest them and send them to jail." "Miss Gao Xiu." At this moment, Chen Yu said indifferently, "You talk about the law, but you need evidence. Since they know your whereabouts, it's very possible that they'll sabotage you along your usual routes. Can you guarantee there are cameras on every single road?" Chapter 37 Fury. Then what do we do? Lu Hui was so frightened that she trembled. She knew these classmates very well. They were ruthless killers who would seek revenge for any wrong done to them. If we really take drastic measures against them, it will be very troublesome even if we return to the county town. If it were me, I would kill their leader and beat him to a pulp. Chen Yu carried Gao Xiu on his back, and soon they arrived at the foot of Yinyu Ridge. Gao Xiu weighed only 100 pounds, and it was a downhill road. After Chen Yu cultivated the dragon and phoenix technique, his physique improved by leaps and bounds. Carrying Gao Xiu on his back, he felt as light as a feather. Yes, brother Chen Yu is right. Gao Xiu nodded, rested her head on Chen Yu's shoulder, and laughed. Brother Chen Yu, I just heard Sister Lu Hui say that you injured one of Yi Dao's men to save us. Yi Dao is vengeful, he'll definitely come after you. Then let's wait until they come looking for trouble with me before we talk about it. After carrying Gao Xiu to the parking area at the foot of the mountain, Chen Yu quickly followed Gao Xiu's directions and carried her to a Mercedes-Benz. Yes, this is it. After Gao Xiu pressed the car key and opened the car door, Chen Yu put Gao Xiu into the car. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz E-Class in front of him, Chen Yu's expression also hardened. Gao Xiu truly lives up to her title as the eldest daughter of the Gao family. Any car is the ceiling for ordinary people. Brother Chen Yu, let's make contact in the county. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yu had just turned to leave when Gao Xiu's voice came from behind him. With a wave of her hand, Gao Xiu drove her Mercedes-Benz away from Chen Yu. Chen Yu picked up the backpack from the ground, then opened his Lexus and left Wild Buffalo Ridge. Jiangnan County, People's Hospital. Yi Dao lay on the bed. Around his bedside, several surgeons gathered, their brows furrowed. Doctor, can my injury still be healed? Yi Dao's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth as he said, I'm still so young, and I don't even have a wife. I really don't want to die without an heir. Young man, I understand you. Yi Dao's attending physician spoke up, sighing. The murderer was extremely vicious. It was clearly meant to kill you. It's a small matter that you lost your testicles. If you had been brought in any later, your life might have been in danger. Yes, if your testicles are ruptured, even surgery won't restore them to their original function. Young man, try to think more positively. The few surgeons who had gathered shook their heads and left. Click. As soon as Yi Dao's attending physician left, he was furious. He picked up a glass from the table and smashed it on the ground. The sound of shattering glass echoed in the ward, quickly attracting the attention of the younger guards standing outside the door. Brother Dao, what happened? Yi Dao's henchman rushed into the room and asked him nervously. I'm ruined. Yi Dao lay on the bed, his whole body radiating murderous intent. Where's Songhu? Have they come back yet? I'm going to tear Gao Xiu to pieces. He was a notorious, ruthless thug in Jiangnan County. Yi Dao never imagined that his lifelong reputation would fall into the hands of a woman. The doctor's test results are in. Gao Xiu was going all out, which is why she kicked him so hard. Brother Dao, there's still no news about Songhu. Seeing Yi Dao's murderous aura, these underlings trembled with fear, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash. Yi Dao, his face contorted with rage, snapped. You can't even handle such a small matter? What am I supposed to do with you guys? Ding ding ding. Just then, Yi Dao's cell phone rang. The henchman quickly walked over, picked up the phone, and turned on the screen. He respectfully said to Yi Dao, Brother Dao, this is Boss Song from Jade Finger Wonderland. Song Zijian. Upon hearing that it was Song Zijian, Yi Dao's expression softened. He slowly reached out to unlock the screen, pressed the answer button, and said with a smile, Brother Song, what's up with the call? Did Jade Finger Wonderland get another batch of goods? Haha, little knife, you understand me best. Song Zijian laughed loudly and said generously, You little rascal, we haven't seen you for days. The girls at Jade Finger Immortal Realm are all hoping you'll come and patronize their business. Bring your brothers to the club tonight and have some fun. We'll arrange a hot one for you. Brother Song, sob. When the painful topic came up, Yi Dao, who was usually so imposing, burst into tears and sobbed miserably. Damn it, little knife, what's wrong with you? On the phone, Song Zijian was also taken aback and asked in shock. You've been with me for so many years. You're one of my most trusted brothers. Even though you're no longer working at Jade Finger Immortal Realm, in my eyes, anyone who dares to touch you is touching me, Song Zijian. Brother Song, I'm ruined. I'll never be able to play with women again in this lifetime. Yi Dao took a deep breath and said heartbrokenly, I was kicked to pieces by a woman. Damn it, the doctor said my illness is incurable. Little knife, don't panic. After hearing Yi Dao's story, Song Zijian was also extremely shocked. No way, a bitch dared to mess with my brother? I'll avenge you. Brother Song, you don't need to get involved in this. Yi Dao said with tears of gratitude, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll do it myself. What I'm worried about now is my manhood. I'm so young, and I'm about to be childless. What good is money if I can't even have women? Little knife, there is a divine doctor in my jade finger wonderland. At this moment, Song Zijian smiled and said, you should rest and recuperate first. Once you're feeling better, I'll introduce you to someone who can definitely heal your injuries. Oh really, brother Song? Why would I lie to you, bro? Surprised by Yi Dao's surprise, Song Zijian finally hung up the phone. Song Zijian was his sworn brother, a man of generosity, loyalty, and integrity. Yi Dao understood that since Song Zijian had said that, he was definitely not lying to him. He was currently unable to move, and once he could walk again, Yi Dao knew that whether his body could recover its functions would depend on the divine doctor in the Jade Finger immortal realm. Bang! Just then, the door to Yi Dao's ward was pushed open. Song Hu, along with his underlings, rushed into the ward in a disheveled state. Brother Dao. Song Hu stood straight and knelt down in front of Yi Dao's sickbed with a thud. His underlings followed suit, kneeling on the ground without daring to utter a sound. Go ahead and hit me, I accidentally hit you. Song Hu burst into tears. I was about to catch Gao Shiyu when suddenly a young man appeared and kicked me away. By the time I went to look for them, they had already left Wild Buffalo Ridge. Fuck you, you piece of trash. Yi Dao was drinking hot water when he spat it all over Song Hu. I'm injured like this, and you fucking can't even do this simple thing, right? If they're not in Wild Buffalo Ridge, then they must have gone back to the county town. Find them right now, and catch Lu Hui first. Chapter 38 Old Classmate. After returning to the county town, Chen Yu first went to a traditional Chinese medicine shop to buy some medicinal herbs before driving to Jade Finger Wonderland with bags and packages. The reason for refining pills in Jade Finger Immortal Realm is because the location is good and the security measures are also good. Good. His aunt and stepmother, Su Junrou, will never discover his secret. Dr. Chen, you've finally arrived. As soon as Chen Yu arrived at Jade Finger Wonderland, the receptionist standing at the entrance immediately notified Song Zijian. When Song Zijian learned that Chen Yu was coming, he ran to the door to greet him. Under Chen Yu's treatment, his functions were truly restored. These past 2 mornings, Song Zijian has been able to feel that same state of mind when he wakes up. Help me move the things from the car into the private room. As Chen Yu spoke, he walked towards the Jade Finger Wonderland. Song Zijian followed behind Chen Yu, waving to the security guards on both sides. The guards nodded and then began to help Chen Yu with his things. The items Chen Yu purchased were wrapped up very securely, and although the security guards were puzzled, they didn't dare to ask any further questions. Dr. Chen, I've already arranged the room. Song Zijian smiled and said, what kind of beautiful woman do you need? Young or experienced? Pick a smart one for me. Chen Yu replied indifferently. We'll open a private room, mainly to refine the youth preservation pill and the rejuvenation pill. Because the refining process is very complicated, Chen Yu is really too busy to handle it all by himself. If he had an assistant to help him and give him guidance, the refining of pills would be much more efficient. All right, Dr. Chen, I'll go arrange it for you right away. Song Zijian nodded. He quickly found the best candidate. Lu Xiaoshuan, Jade Finger Fairyland's most beautiful courtesan, Dr. Chen's old classmate. Although Dr. Chen didn't say it explicitly, Song Zijian believed that he was definitely after Lu Xiaoshuan. Chen Yu nodded and quickly entered the private room. Before long, the security guards moved all the things he brought into the room. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Chen Yu was sitting on the soft sofa, eating the fruit brought by the waiter, there was a knock on the door of the private room. Enter. Chen Yu crossed his legs, and soon the door to the private room was opened. In the dim light, a graceful figure walked in from outside the door. She wore a short, fitted skirt and red high heels. Her figure was slender, sexy, and alluring, radiating a captivating charm. Lu Xiaoshuan, is that you? Upon seeing the figure standing in the hall, Chen Yu frowned and said coldly, I told you, I have no interest in dead people. You should leave, I don't want you. Knock, knock. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Lu Xiaoshuan, who had been keeping his head down and not saying a word, immediately knelt down in front of Chen Yu. She grabbed Chen Yu's ankles with both hands, her snow-white chin pressed against Chen Yu's shoes. Chen Yu, it was my fault, please forgive me. Lu Xiaoshuan burst into tears. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I know your medical skills are amazing. As long as you can help me, I will agree to anything you ask. I am still young, and I really don't want to die. Why should I help you? Chen Yu sat on the sofa, raised his foot, and pressed his toes against Lu Xiaoshuan's chin. When you were insulting me before, you weren't this servile. Chen Yu, I am the top courtesan of Jade Finger Wonderland. Lu Xiaoshuan stared intently at Chen Yu with her beautiful eyes. I have little professional experience. I'm young and beautiful, and I have great ventriloquism skills. The men who like me could line up from Jiangnan County to Jiangnan Province. If you like it, I'll satisfy you every day from now on. As Lu Xiaoshuan spoke, she licked the corner of her mouth, exuding a sexy and alluring charm. Even Chen Yu, who was sitting upright on the sofa, was suddenly aroused, and his lust was aroused. As the top courtesan of Jade Finger Immortal Realm, Lu Xiaoshuan really knew how to seduce men. Her charming gestures easily captured men's hearts. If you want me to cure your illness, fine. Chen Yu withdrew his foot. Lu Xiaoshuan had stooped so low as to kneel at his feet, her toes pressed against his. Chen Yu really couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. However, you have to listen to me and do whatever I tell you to do. Chen Yu looked down at Lu Xiaoshuan. Chen Yu, don't worry, I'm very well behaved. Seeing that Chen Yu had softened, Lu Xiaoshuan was filled with excitement and said with a beaming smile, whatever you ask me to do, I will definitely serve you well and make you comfortable. In Lu Xiaoshuan's view, his old classmate Chen Yu could even cure the illness of Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland. Not to mention the cancer she had. Breast cancer was Lu Xiaoshuan's secret, unknown even to her boss Song Zijian, but Chen Yu noticed it immediately. Considering the above 2 points, Lu Xiaoshuan understood that her old classmate Chen Yu was her hope for survival. Okay, then stand up. Chen Yu coughed lightly. This woman truly lives up to her reputation as the top courtesan of Jade Finger Wonderland. The way she talked, with that flirtatious and seductive air, was really captivating. Chen Yu, when do we start? Lu Xiaoshuan blushed, her watery eyes looking at Chen Yu as she asked. The thought of soon revealing her figure to Chen Yu made Lu Xiaoshuan feel extremely aroused. After all, Chen Yu was her college classmate. Let's begin now. As Chen Yu spoke, he lowered his head and rummaged through the medicinal herbs under the table, as well as the induction cooker he had bought at the electronics store. Since we are going to refine the youth preservation pill and the rejuvenation pill, we naturally need to heat the ingredients. Unable to find a suitable furnace, Chen Yu used an induction cooker instead. I don't know if it will be effective. Chen Yu muttered something to himself. Just as Chen Yu took the items out and was about to give Lu Xiaoshuan instructions, he looked up and was immediately dumbfounded. Chen Yu, do I have a good figure? Inside the room, Lu Xiaoshuan took off her bodycon skirt and top. Since she worked at a massage parlor, she was wearing nothing underneath. All the scenery was laid out before Chen Yu in its entirety. Gulong. Looking at Lu Xiaoshuan's smooth and delicate skin, Chen Yu swallowed hard, his mouth dry. It's hard to imagine that Lu Xiaoshuan, who has a great figure and outstanding looks, is already suffering from late-stage breast cancer at such a young age. Lu Xiaoshuan, what are you doing? Chen Yu held his breath, trying his best to suppress the evil fire burning within him, and said in a low voice, Chen Yu, didn't I just say I'm very capable? Before Chen Yu could react, Lu Xiaoshuan immediately came to Chen Yu, squatted down, and was about to take off the belt from Chen Yu's pants. Don't worry, I will definitely let you experience the joy of life. Lu Xiaoshuan said with a smile. In her opinion, Chen Yu came to Jade Finger Wonderland just to have fun, didn't he? Since entering this industry, Lu Xiaoshuan has come to believe that no man is any good. Chen Yu was no exception. If Chen Yu hadn't possessed medical skills and been able to cure her breast cancer, how could Lu Xiaoshuan possibly stoop to serve Chen Yu? Chen Yu? Just as she was thinking this, Lu Xiaoshuan was suddenly dumbfounded, because she saw a terrifying scene in front of her. Chapter 39 Misunderstanding. Lu Xiaoshuan, I think you've misunderstood. Chen Yu coughed lightly and said, Lu Xiaoshuan is very beautiful, but in his opinion, even if he has feelings for Lu Xiaoshuan, he should at least wait until she is healthy before making any decisions. Chen Yuzhen had no interest in a patient with advanced breast cancer. Besides, he came to the private room today to refine elixirs, not to seek out women. I need to refine 2 kinds of pills. You can just assist me from the side. As Chen Yu spoke with a smile, he took out all the medicinal herbs he had purchased. Lu Xiaoshuan stood frozen in place, staring at Chen Yu with a dumbfounded look. If Lu Xiaoshuan hadn't witnessed Chen Yu's remarkable medical skills, he would have been nothing more than a mentally unstable lunatic in her eyes. Chen Yu, what do you need me to do? Lu Xiaoshuan asked haltingly. Other guests who come to Jade Finger Wonderland, aren't they all here to seek pleasure and indulge in debauchery? As it turned out, my old classmate Chen Yu actually came to the club to concoct medicine. She had been eagerly anticipating the meeting, thinking they would get straight to the point, but unexpectedly, Chen Yu wanted her to be his assistant. It's very simple. Just go and rinse these herbs. Chen Yu pointed to the Chinese medicinal herbs on the table, and Lu Xiaoshuan nodded and quickly went to the bathroom in the private room to wash up. Not long after, Lu Xiaoshuan finished washing up. The induction cooker on the table also made a boiling sound. Chen Yu began to refine the rejuvenating pill and the youth preservation pill according to the steps of the primordial medical classic. Lu Xiaoshuan, standing to the side, was surprised but dared not speak, silently watching Chen Yu refine the pills. Jade Finger Wonderland, in Song Zijian's office. Boss, Dr. Chen hasn't come out yet. Ghost Blade Hand whispered. This Dr. Chen is too amazing. It's been 7 or 8 hours, and he still hasn't come out. Holy crap. Song Zijian was leisurely smoking when he heard this, and his expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, it really has been 8 hours. That's right. It started from the moment Lu Xiaoshuan from Jade Finger Wonderland entered the private room. Ghostblade took a deep breath and said with envy in his eyes, Dr. Chen and Lu Xiaoshuan haven't come out at all. This Dr. Chen is as brave as an ox, and he can last so long. Do you think Dr. Chen might kill Lu Xiaoshuan? Song Zijian frowned. He had been living in Jiangnan County for many years, and the death of 1 or 2 people had no impact on him whatsoever. Song Zijian was concerned about his illness. Although the patient's mourning function has returned, Dr. Chen said it would take at least 6 months for a full recovery. Boss, it's hard to say. Ghost Blade Hand also looked solemn and sighed. Don't let my fierce appearance fool you. At most, I can only last half an hour, 8 hours. In my opinion, Dr. Chen is not even human. My biggest worry is whether Dr. Chen will die. Lu Xiaoshuan is the top courtesan at Jade Finger Wonderland. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has superb oral skills. No normal man could resist her. No matter how skilled Dr. Chen is, he is ultimately a young man full of vigor and passion. Yes, let's go take a look. At Ghostblade's prompting, Song Zijian's expression changed, and he quickly stood up and walked towards the office door. Inside the private room, a rich aroma of medicine wafted over, bringing a smile to Chen Yu's face. Inside the induction cooker were several black pills. Chen Yu took out 2 ceramic bottles he had prepared beforehand and put the youth preservation pill and the rejuvenation pill into them respectively. Chen Yu, do you really think this youth preservation pill is that effective? Seeing Chen Yu put the pills away, Lu Xiaoshuan asked curiously. She witnessed the entire process of alchemy. In Lu Xiaoshuan's view, Chen Yu's alchemy steps were simply unbelievable, just like those in online cultivation novels. You don't believe me? After tidying up, Chen Yu took out a youth preservation pill. Old classmate, if you don't believe me, you'll know once you try it. This youth preservation pill can be used both externally and internally. For external and internal use? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoshuan also showed curiosity. What exactly is the foreign server? Crush it and apply it to your face. Chen Yu said, not only can it remove wrinkles, it can also make you girls look a few years younger. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoshuan was dumbfounded. How could there be such a miraculous medicine in this world? Although Lu Xiaoxiu is only in her early 20s, her complexion has already deepened considerably after working at Jade Finger Wonderland for the past 6 months. If you apply the anti-aging pill. Thinking it over, Lu Xiaoshuan immediately ran to the bathroom. Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Dr. Chen, are you alright? Song Zijian's worried voice rang out. Are you sleeping inside? Upon hearing Song Zijian's knock on the door, Chen Yu glanced at the viscous liquid that had dripped down from the boiling potion on the table and looked embarrassed. He made a mess of the private room at Jade Finger Wonderland, which is now quite embarrassing. Mr. Song, I'm fine. At this moment, Chen Yu opened the door, and Song Zijian and Ghostblade were standing outside. Phew. After the door opened, Song Zijian and Ghostblade quickly covered their noses as a foul odor wafted towards them. The two looked at each other, then cautiously entered the private room. Dr. Chen, how are you so strong? Song Zijian couldn't help but ask. You actually worked in there for 8 hours straight? Did you take some kind of drug? 8 hours. Even a calf wouldn't last that long. Mr. Song, I think you've misunderstood. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu gave an awkward smile, just about to explain. Ghostblade, standing to the side, pointed to the brown liquid on the table and exclaimed in shock. Boss, look. Dr. Chen made Lu Xiaoshuan, the top performer at Jade Finger Wonderland, poop and pee, and he still tells us it was a misunderstanding. Dr. Chen, you're awesome. Song Zijian gave a thumbs up, his eyes full of admiration, and said, You're too brave. Other women might really be killed by you. Lu Xiaoshuan is incredibly seductive and experienced in the Jade Finger Wonderland. If you don't have experience, the consequences can be dire. Boss Song, who do you think killed whom? Just then, Lu Xiaoshuan's voice came, and then the bathroom door opened, and Lu Xiaoshuan came out. When Song Zijian and Ghost Blade saw Lu Xiaoshuan, they both froze on the spot. No way, is it really that amazing? After 8 hours of this, Lu Xiaoshuan has actually become younger and more beautiful. Both Ghost Blade and Song Zijian stared at Lu Xiaoshuan in shock. Lu Xiaoshuan looks absolutely stunning today. Her skin was fair and her face was without a single wrinkle. She looked at least 5 years younger. Chen Yu, your youth-preserving pill is very effective. Lu Xiaoshuan quickly came to Chen Yu's side and whispered, it really is as you said. After I used it just now, my skin turned into a girlish color. Chapter 40 All. Lu Xiaoshuan blushed as she spoke, not daring to look at Chen Yu. I applied it for a while. The medicine then took effect. Seeing her skin regain its healthy color, Lu Xiaoshuan never dared to imagine that the effect would be so rapid. Youth-preserving pill? What youth-preserving pill? Dr. Chen, what kind of magic did you use on Lu Xiaoshuan? Ghost Blade and Song Zijian were both filled with shock. As the top attraction of Jade Finger Wonderland, they were well aware of Lu Xiaoshuan's beauty. But to the surprise of both Ghost Blade and Song Zijian, Lu Xiaoshuan looked even younger and more beautiful than before, like an 18-year-old girl, radiating youthful energy. Mr. Song, this is a new drug that I have developed. Chen Yu smiled calmly and said, this medicine can be taken internally or used externally to make women look younger. Oh really? Song Zijian trembled and looked at Chen Yu with excitement in his eyes. If what Chen Yu said is true, then this is an unprecedented opportunity for Jade Finger Immortal Realm. It should be noted that Jade Finger Wonderland is the most upscale club in the county. Which customer who comes to Jade Finger Wonderland doesn't like young and beautiful women? If he had this medicine, the business of Jade Finger Wonderland would definitely be booming. Mr. Song, I've personally tried this medicine. How could it be fake? Lu Xiaoshuan, standing to the side, took a deep breath and exclaimed in shock, this youth preservation pill is truly amazing. Tada! Song Zijian staggered back 3 steps and immediately hugged Chen Yu's knees. Dr. Chen, how much medicine do you have? Song Zijian, will take it all. This youth-preserving pill has such remarkable effects. Once the women of their Jade Finger Immortal Realm use this youth preservation pill, the business of Jade Finger Immortal Realm will surely explode. Yes, we do. How much are you willing to pay per piece? Chen Yu looked at Song Zijian. Chen Yu neither disliked nor liked Song Zijian. A few days ago, he even kidnapped his sister Sophie to threaten Chen Yu, saying that if he hadn't cured Song Zijian's illness, the feud between Chen Yu and Song Zijian will inevitably lead to enmity. 50,000 yuan for one. Song Zijian looked at Chen Yu and said. Chen Yu didn't say anything. 50,000 yuan apiece. The owner of Jade Finger Wonderland is indeed very rich. He spent 50,000 yuan in one go. Originally, Chen Yu had envisioned making a killing by selling each one for 10,000 yuan. After all, the cost of Chen Yu's youth preservation pill was only a few dollars. Dr. Chen, 100,000 yuan, one pill. Seeing that Chen Yu did not speak, Song Zijian gritted his teeth and made a decision. As the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, he knew very well how precious these pills were. Once the auction was won, Jade Finger Wonderland would be able to continuously supply girls. And she's a young and beautiful girl. Nowadays, which rich and powerful man doesn't like young and beautiful girls? Okay, deal. Upon hearing Song Zijian's offer of 100,000 yuan per pill, Chen Yu's body trembled. That's 100,000 yuan. He refined at least 50 youth-preserving pills, which means that Chen Yu Wang's youth-preserving pills could sell for 5 million. A huge sum of money. This is truly a huge sum of money. Dr. Chen, how much of this medicine do you have? I'll give you half the price now, and you can pay the balance after it's all sold. Upon hearing Chen Yu's agreement, Song Zijian said with great excitement. He had already foreseen the phenomenal success of Jade Finger Wonderland in the Jiangnan County town. 40. Chen Yu replied. He also kept 10 pills for his stepmother Su Junrou and his sister Su Fei. Even the scars on Chu Ran's face could be easily removed with the youth preservation pill. Because of the previous transfer record, Song Zijian quickly transferred 2.5 million to Chen Yu. Mr. Song, please take this medicine. After seeing the payment notification on his phone, Chen Yu took out a rejuvenating pill and tossed it to Song Zijian, saying, after taking it, You'd better find a woman to test it on. Okay, Dr. Chun, I understand. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Song Zijian immediately understood the effects of the elixir. He quickly said to Ghostblade, Ghostblade, please take good care of Dr. Chun. I have something important to discuss. With that, Song Zijian took the pills and left. As soon as Song Zijian left, Chen Yu also left the Jade Finger Wonderland. Back at the lakeside cottage, stepmother Su Junrou was busy in the kitchen, clearly preparing dinner for Chen Yu. My aunt was also at home. She was holding her phone, leaning back on the sofa scrolling through short videos. Chen Yu, you're back? As soon as Chen Yu entered the room, Su Yingying put down her phone, a smile spreading across her face, and asked, Did you bring back the medicine for your mother? I brought it. Chen Yu nodded, and at that moment Su Junrou, wearing an apron, also came out of the kitchen. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Su Junrou blushed and said, Dinner will be served soon. Let's talk about it after we finish eating. Looking at the blush spreading across his stepmother Su Junrou's face, Chen Yu's heart fluttered. He was about to give his stepmother a good beating. This long-cherished wish had been hidden in Chen Yu's heart for a long time. Dinner's ready, Fei Fei. After Su Junrou set the food on the table, Su Yingying called out to Su Fei in the room. They're here. Sophie came out of the room, her face puffed up with anger. Upon seeing Chen Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. She didn't dare say much and sat obediently next to Su Junrou. Okay, let's eat then. Chen Yu didn't seem to mind and started eating heartily. During dinner, everyone was lost in their own thoughts, and the entire hall was unusually quiet. It was as if you could hear each other's heartbeats. While eating, Su Yingying kept glancing at Su Junrou and Su Fei. Su Yingying knew Su Fei all too well. She was fearless, rebellious during her adolescence, and often disliked Chen Yu. However, Sophie was unusually quiet today. Every time she looked at Chen Yu, her eyes were full of affection, like a young girl in love. Su Yingying, being an experienced person, could naturally tell that Su Yingying had probably fallen in love. Chen Yu, come to my room. After Su Junrou finished cleaning the kitchen, her aunt Su Yingying called out to Chen Yu from the doorway. After seeing Su Fei enter the room, Chen Yu got up and went to his stepmother Su Junrou's room. Su Junrou sat on the bed, clutching her stomach, her face full of pain. Aunt Su Yingying stood next to Su Junrou, massaging her belly. Chen Yu, did you buy the medicine? Su Yingying's face was full of anxiety as she shouted at Chen Yu. Your mother has a stomachache again. Aren't you going to think of something to help her? Auntie, Aunt Su's wound is infected. Chen Yu said calmly, and it's a very serious infection. I bought the medicine, but just applying it probably won't be effective that quickly. You need to massage to improve blood circulation so that Aunt Su won't be in so much pain. Chapter 41. Aunt. Chen Yu, hurry up. Look how much pain your mother is in. Seeing Su Junrou clutching her stomach, her face pale, Su Yingying became anxious. Since you brought the medicine back, apply it to your mother. Su Junrou endured the pain and looked at Chen Yu, urging him. Chen Yu, hurry up. I can't stand the pain anymore. Aunt Su, then take off your pants. Chen Yu took out 2 youth preservation pills, then went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl of water and handed one of the pills to Su Junrou. This is a youth preservation pill. It can be used both externally and internally. Try taking one first. Su Junrou took the pill from Chen Yu's hand and swallowed it. A burning sensation came from my abdomen, and the intense pain I had just experienced had lessened considerably. The pain has indeed lessened a bit. Su Junrou's face was filled with surprise. She hadn't expected the pills Chen Yu brought back to be so effective. As soon as I swallowed it, the pain in my stomach lessened considerably. Aunt Su, this is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Chen Yu looked at Su Junrou's black short skirt and felt his mouth go dry. Her flesh-colored stockings on her straight and slender legs exuded endless allure. The main problem is the area where you got infected. It needs to be completely cured. You should take it off quickly. As Chen Yu spoke, he took the large bowl, crushed the pills, put them into the bowl, and then poured in water and stirred. This. Su Junrou blushed and looked at Chen Yu, her heart pounding. Although this wasn't the first time she had exposed her most intimate parts to Chen Yu, Su Junrou still felt embarrassed when she thought about Chen Yu's identity. Junrou, what are you standing there for? Seeing this, Su Yingying laughed and said, Chen Yu is treating your illness. What's so embarrassing about it? How about I help you take it off? Okay, please help me. Su Junrou trembled, spread her legs, and turned her head away shyly. Seeing this, Su Yingying smiled and squatted down, then unbuttoned Su Junrou's pants and slowly took them off. Okay, Junrou, I've helped you take it off. Su Yingying smiled and said, Chen Yu, you go ahead. I'd better go out first, so your mother won't feel awkward. With that, Su Yingying turned and left, while Su Junrou stared at the wall, not daring to look at Chen Yu. Aunt Su, I'll start treating your illness now. After seeing Su Yingying turn and leave, Chen Yu took a deep breath, squatted down, and took off Su Junru's flesh-colored stockings. After coating his hands with the anti-aging pills liquid, he began the treatment. When Chen Yu used his ancient massage technique to clear Su Junru's blood vessels, Su Junrou, who was lying on the bed, suddenly let out a soft moan. A tingling sensation swept over her, causing Su Junru's thighs to tremble. Chen Yu, are you treating my illness, or are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Su Junrou raised her head, her cheeks flushed, and looked at Chen Yu with rapid breathing. For her, this feeling was incredibly comfortable. If Chen Yu continued to press down like this, he was afraid he would completely embarrass himself in front of Chen Yu. Chen Yu, you're not lying to me. Taking a deep breath, Su Junrou asked again. Aunt Su, how could I lie to you about this? Chen Yu smiled and continued. You'll find out soon enough. Just wait and see. As he spoke, Chen Yu continued to use the ancient massage technique. The ancient massage technique, combined with the medicinal effects of the anti-aging pill, resulted in rapid and noticeable effects. After massaging her for a while, Chen Yu looked at his stepmother Su Junrou, who had recovered completely and looked alluring and seductive. It was as if a hook had caught his soul. This stirred Chen Yu's heart and stirred up a burning lust within him. With his eyes blazing with fury, Chen Yu quickened his pace and pressed his hands against Su Junru's body. You should know that since Chen Yu started practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, his hands were already full of magic power. Combined with the ancient massage technique, it wasn't long before Su Junru's legs trembled and she gasped as she reached her climax. Chen Yu, hurry up. Chen Yu's hands explored rapidly, kneading and rubbing. As he watched Su Junrou, her eyes glazed over, her body drenched in fragrant sweat. His inner fire grew stronger and stronger, and in an instant, tensions rose. Chen Yu, do you have a woman you like? Su Junrou raised her head, looking at Chen Yu with seductive eyes, imagining Chen Yu forcefully attacking her. You know perfectly well that no woman would like a good-for-nothing like me. As Chen Yu spoke, his hands continued to tinker, saying, Aunt Su, even you look down on me, don't you? Pa, who said I looked down on you? Su Junrou laughed and scolded. Then she looked down at the protruding part of Chen Yu's body. Chen Yu, it seems you've really grown up. Su Junrou swallowed hard, her gaze reluctantly pulling away from Chen Yu. Auntie, I'm doing this for your own good, aren't I? I've never looked down on you. Really? Then Aunt Su, let me have you just once. As Chen Yu spoke, he quickly took off his shirt and pants. What? No way. Upon hearing this, Su Junru's beautiful eyes trembled, and she waved her hands vigorously, saying, I am your stepmother, you can't treat me like this. Chapter 42, saying one thing insincerely. Aunt Su, you have such skillful hands. With Su Junru's comforting words, Chen Yu's cheeks flushed red, his heart pounded wildly, and he was extremely nervous. Chen Yu had imagined this scene countless times. Chen Yu understood that if he hadn't awakened the dragon and phoenix technique, his hands would have been filled with magic, easily making women unable to resist him. His stepmother, Su Junrou, would never have been so obedient and allowed to be manipulated by him. We've all become rusty. Su Junrou lowered her head, her face full of excitement. After comforting her for a moment, Su Junrou raised her head again, looked at Chen Yu, and explained with a smile, Actually, before I married your father had already castrated himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu shuddered. Staring dumbfounded at Su Junrou, who was his stepmother, his father had already castrated himself before Su Junrou remarried. Why would he castrate himself when he was perfectly healthy? Therefore, your father and I are husband and wife in name only, not in reality. Su Junrou spoke with a smile, then lowered her head again. With his eyes closed, Chen Yu's mind was filled with images of his stepmother, Su Junrou, being gentle. It must be said that stepmother Su Junrou is very gentle. While comforting Chen Yu, she was also able to take care of his feelings. She had a masterful control over both the strength and speed of her movements. Auntie, can you tell me why my father castrated himself? Chen Yu took a deep breath and asked. My father has so many secrets. His mother, Yi Tsangxue, not only arranged for him to have 9 wives, but also arranged for Su Junrou and Su Yingying to stay by his side. If he hadn't awakened the dragon and phoenix technique, Chen Yu probably would never have known his parents' secret in his lifetime. Once you have my approval, I will naturally tell you. Su Junrou looked at Chen Yu with seductive eyes. Her pretty face flushed and said with a smile, "Right now, you're not qualified." "I'm not qualified yet." Chen Yu was taken aback. He stared at Su Junrou with some disbelief. "The 9 wives your mother arranged for you," Su Junrou said calmly. "If you get 3 of them, you will have passed my test. Then you can take revenge on me however you want." After playing around for a while, Su Junrou regained her composure and stood up. "Su Junrou, you said it yourself." At this moment, Chen Yu was seething with anger, which had been aroused by Su Junrou. He thought he could display his masculine prowess in front of Su Junrou and make her submit to him. As a result, Chen Yu did not expect that Su Junrou had never intended to have a deep conversation with him from the very beginning. "Using my mouth is already my limit," Su Junrou said indifferently. "Chen Yu, don't disappoint me. You can leave now." "Su Junrou, you just wait." Chen Yu looked extremely ugly. After putting on his clothes, he slunk away from Su Junrou's room. After Chen Yu left, Su Yingying returned to her room. "Junrou, why are you treating Chen Yu like this?" Su Yingying came to Su Junrou's side and sighed. "Chen Yu is a good learner. It's only been a few days, and he already has the demeanor of his father back then. Given enough time, I think Chen Yu will definitely surpass his father." "I know that." Su Junrou nodded. Miss did this because she didn't want Chen Yu to follow in Chun Song's footsteps. That's why she found 9 girls with extremely yin bodies to suppress Chen Yu's 9 yang dragon body. "I'm not going to say anything more. Yingying, take a look at my injuries and see how well I'm recovering," Su Junrou said shyly. The next second, Su Yingying looked up at Su Junrou with a shocked expression and exclaimed, "Junrou, what medicine did Chen Yu give you? It's so effective." "Oh, really?" Su Junrou's expression also changed drastically, and she lowered her head. "And you look much younger than before." Su Yingying stared at Su Junrou. Before, Su Junrou had some wrinkles on her face, but now, there were no wrinkles at all. Su Junrou's face was delicate and smooth, not at all like the skin of a woman in her 30s. "Quick, bring me a mirror, let me take a look." Su Junrou was filled with excitement. Soon, Su Yingying brought a mirror and placed it in front of Su Junrou. Looking at her youthful face in the mirror, Su Junrou was stunned again. Was this really her face? Hee hee, I didn't expect Chen Yu's youth preservation pill to be so effective. At this moment, Su Junrou smiled, recalling the scene of using her mouth on Chen Yu. If it weren't for the last bit of rationality remaining, Su Junrou understood that what she had just done to Chen Yu was probably not just using her mouth, but rather engaging in a more in-depth exchange. "Junrou, I always said that Chen Yu is a very talented kid." Su Yingying smiled and said, "Chen Yu's father wouldn't know how to do this." "Indeed." Su Junrou nodded. "Besides being handsome, Chen Song doesn't give me a comfortable feeling. On the contrary, Chen Yu, although not handsome, has an irresistible charm when you get close to him." Once his hands were on his body. At this point, Su Junrou felt hot all over again, her mouth dry, and said, "It's easy to lose yourself in the charm of his male hormones. That's how I submitted to him." Su Yingying smiled slyly. "Just keep being reserved. I'm going to see Chen Yu again tonight. If you don't enjoy it, I won't be polite." "Oh, really?" Upon hearing this, Su Junrou revealed a wicked smile and reached out with both hands to grab Su Yingying's high, soft breasts. "Before you go to Chen Yu to enjoy yourself, I'll torture you properly first and make you submit to my feet." "Ah, no, master." Su Yingying cooperated very well. While resisting, his hands kept scratching and clawing at Su Junrou's body. Soon, the 2 women were entangled together again. However, this time, because Su Junrou's injuries had just healed, both Su Junrou and Su Yingying were very restrained and did not use any props or beer bottles. At most, they used their hands to satisfy each other. Sophie's room. After leaving his room, Chen Yu went to Sophie's room. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Su Fei was overjoyed and hugged him tightly, asking, "Brother Chen Yu, you brought back the medicine? Quickly, apply it to me. It hurts so much." Chapter 43, Playing Hard to Get. In Sophie's room. Upon seeing Chen Yu push the door open and enter, Su Fei obediently sat on the bed, feeling excruciating pain. Even Sophie, who knew nothing about medicine, understood that her wound was infected. "Does it hurt a lot?" When Chen Yu entered the room, he saw that Su Fei looked haggard and figured she must have been holding back all day. It must be said that although stepmother Su Junrou and Su Fei are not actually mother and daughter, but the 2 women's behavior is really like that of a mother and daughter. Nonsense, why don't you give it a try? Sophie's cheeks flushed red as she glared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, you really can't say anything nice. She was already in great pain, and Chen Yu was making sarcastic remarks, so Sophie was naturally furious. All right, shall I leave? Just as Chen Yu was about to sit down, he noticed that Su Fei's attitude was not good. A smile spread across his face as he pretended to turn and leave. He was truly adept at dealing with his sister, Sophie. Playing hard to get. This is a tactic Chen Yu often uses. No, brother Chen Yu, don't go. Sophie stood up in a panic and quickly grabbed Chen Yu's hand. What am I going to do if you leave? I still need you to heal my wounds. She's a girl, and this is the most shameful thing ever. That's why Sophie didn't dare tell anyone or go to the doctor, in case her mother, Su Junrou, found out. Based on Sophie's understanding of Su Junrou, her mother, Su Junrou, would definitely break her legs. So, are you still going to yell at me? Hearing this, Chen Yu stopped and looked at Su Fei with interest. I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. Even if you are my sister, if you treat me badly, why should I help you? I don't have any masochistic tendencies. Brother Chen Yu, it was my fault. Sophie blushed and said awkwardly. How about this? You treat my illness, and I can satisfy you. Okay, that's more like it. Seeing Sophie's alluring appearance, Chen Yu's heart fluttered and his gaze became burning. He immediately put his arm around Sophie's shoulder and said, Take it off first, and I'll take a look to see how serious it is. It's best not to delay this kind of thing, otherwise your mother, Su Junrou, will find out sooner or later. Okay, brother Chen Yu, I understand. Sophie nodded. Then, following Chen Yu's orders, she quickly took off her bathrobe. Brother Chen Yu, what do we do now? Upon hearing this, Sophie looked flustered. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and she sobbed. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have taken that thing. How could I have used it? It's just too dangerous. Sophie, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Chen Yu looked at Su Fei with burning eyes. It's hard to imagine that the woman in front of him, Sophie, is one of his 9 potential wives. The demand in this area is so strong that they've even started using carrots. Don't use this kind of thing carelessly in the future, understand? Chen Yu warned, It's dangerous for you girls here. You're most likely to get scratched. Do you hear me? Brother Chen Yu, I understand. Sophie's cheeks flushed. She steadied herself, took a deep breath, and urged, Brother Chen Yu, you'd better hurry up and treat my illness. Chen Yu nodded. He first stood up and took out a large bowl. Then crushed the youth-preserving pill, pour in water and stir it into a paste, then apply it to your fingers, to ensure rapid absorption of the medication. Looking at the blushing Sophie, Chen Yu took a deep breath and controlled his burning desire, saying, You need to combine this with a massage to achieve better results. Sophie, just bear with it. As Chen Yu lowered his hands, Su Fei trembled and gasped for breath. The tingling, numb sensation that went straight to my bones felt so incredibly comfortable. Sophie was surprised that Chen Yu's hands felt so comfortable. A moment later, Sophie's cheeks flushed red, her breathing became rapid, and she looked at Chen Yu with seductive eyes. Brother Chen Yu, did you study somewhere? What have you studied? Chen Yu's hands maintained their strength and speed as he looked up at Sophie and asked her a question. A massage, your massage is very comfortable. Sophie suppressed the urge, biting her lip to try and stop herself from crying out. However, her patience has its limits. Under Chen Yu's massage, it wasn't long before Su Fei's delicate body trembled and her legs shook. Seeing this, Chen Yu not only did not stop, but instead sped up his massage. Massage? I've never studied that. Chen Yu answered with a smile, seeing that Sophie was breathing heavily and was covered in sweat. Brother Chen Yu, you're such a bad person. Sure enough, Sophie suddenly hugged Chen Yu tightly, saying, You're really good at bullying people. The tingling sensation made her feel like her body was about to fall apart. If there were no support, Sophie knew she would probably expose the ugliest side of herself to Chen Yu. All right, Sophie, feel it. At this moment, Chen Yu withdrew his hands, stood up, looked at Su Fei and smiled. Do you feel more comfortable now, and not in so much pain anymore? Hey, yeah, brother Chen Yu, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Sophie's pretty face flushed red as she closed her eyes, feeling the changes in her body. She exclaimed with delight, This medicine is truly amazing. It made me feel no pain so quickly. That's right, don't you even know who your brother is? Chen Yu laughed, and as he spoke, he touched Sophie's head with his right hand. His eyes were practically spitting fire, his breathing was heavy, and he looked at her with lustful desire, saying, Sophie, look, The illness is cured, and you've had your fun. Now it's my turn to have fun, isn't it? Chapter 44 Fool. Let's begin. Chen Yu sat on the bed, then leaned back and lay down. Sophie's bed smelled wonderful, a fresh, virgin scent that eagerly wafted into Chen Yu's nostrils from under the covers. Just smelling the fragrance made Chen Yu's mind wander. Brother Chen Yu, you're so awesome. Sophie played with it for a while and then laughed. If I find a sister-in-law in the future, I think my current sisters-in-law would definitely not be able to stand it. What woman would like a good-for-nothing like your brother? Chen Yu rested his hands on his head, feeling the softness of Sophie's touch, and sighed. What's the use of being powerful? At night, I still can't sleep alone. Puff. Sophie was busy when she heard Chen Yu's words and burst out laughing. Brother Chen Yu, how about Fei Fei comes to keep you company at night from now on? Sophie stared intently at Chen Yu with a serious expression and expectant eyes. Chen Yu waved his hand and sighed. Fei Fei, don't take me for a fool. If your mother finds out, she'll probably break my legs. In Chen Yu's opinion, his mother, Yi Zhangxue, had long regarded Su Fei as her daughter-in-law. Even if her stepmother saw it, Su Junrou probably wouldn't say anything. Chen Yu remembered very clearly that obtaining the bodies of 9 potential wives was considered passing Su Junrou's test. But Sophie is completely different from Chu Ran. Chu Ran uses money to buy a body, while Sophie, at most, rewards herself. She wouldn't dare to do anything reckless, much less sell her body. Moreover, Sophie is still in school, and if she gets pregnant, it will be troublesome. So even Chen Yu wouldn't dare to mess around with Su Fei. Half an hour later. Brother Chen Yu, are you feeling restless? Seeing Chen Yu's flushed face, Sophie bit her lip and mustered her courage to say, how about I give you my body? You've just recovered, so you shouldn't do anything too strenuous. Chen Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, if you tease me again in a few days, I'll have to charge you interest. After saying that, Chen Yu got dressed and left Sophie's room. Upon arriving in the hall, Chu Ran's mother, Zhang Yu, was also present. After seeing Chen Yu appear, Zhang Yu stood up with a respectful expression. Chen Yu is back. Zhang Yu smiled broadly, looking at Chen Yu with increasing fondness. On the contrary, Su Yingying and Su Junrou in the hall had calm expressions, and there was even a hint of displeasure between their brows. Aunt Zhang, are you here to pick up your medicine? Upon seeing Zhang Yu arrive, Chen Yu asked with a smile. Yes, Chen Yu. Didn't you say you could remove the scars on my daughter's face? Zhang Yu took a deep breath and sighed. As you know, my daughter is only 19 years old this year. She's so young and hasn't even found a boyfriend yet. With such a big scar on her face, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for her to find a suitable boyfriend in the future. Don't worry about that, Aunt Zhang. Chen Yu smiled broadly. I've brought the medicine back. The scars on Chu Ran's face will be removed tonight. What? It can be removed tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. If it were the previous Chen Yu, she really wouldn't have believed it. But ever since Chen Yu cured Chu Ran's illness, Zhang Yu realized that Chen Yu had never lied to her. Such good medicine must be very expensive, right? Right. Zhang Yu's eyes flickered, and she looked at Chen Yu cautiously and asked. The 30,000 yuan they gave Su Junrou yesterday was all they had in their family. They were just an ordinary family, and 30,000 yuan was all their assets. Aunt Zhang, you'll cover the cost of the medicine. Chen Yu explained with a smile. Besides, we're all neighbors, so I can definitely help with this. Previously in Jade Finger Wonderland, Chen Yu sold one to Song Zijian for 100,000 yuan. That's because Song Zijian is a businessman and has plenty of money. Moreover, as the largest massage parlor in the county, Jade Finger Wonderland earns its money by exploiting women, so Chen Yu is even less likely to be lenient. Okay, Chen Yu, then I'll leave it to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was naturally extremely excited. After drinking the tea in his cup, Zhang Yu took Chen Yu to her house. Chen Yu greeted his stepmother Su Junrou and Su Yingying before following Zhang Yu to Chu Ran's house. Chen Yu, please have a seat. I'll go pour you some tea. After having Chen Yu sit on the sofa, Zhang Yu went to the kitchen to get busy. Auntie, where's the restroom? Chen Yu needed to urinate, so he immediately stood up. Then Zhang Yu's voice came from the kitchen. It's on the right, the innermost room. Good. Chen Yu nodded, walked through the hall, and came to the house on the right-hand side behind. Squeak. As soon as Chen Yu arrived, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and a graceful body appeared before him amidst the rising steam. Ah! Chen Yu's sudden appearance startled Chu Ran. Just as she was about to scream, Chen Yu swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Chu Ran, it's me. Chen Yu said in a low voice, and Chu Ran relaxed upon hearing this. After Chen Yu let go, Chu Ran's pretty face flushed red, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chen Yu. Brother Chen Yu, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Ahem. Looking at Chu Ran's perfect figure, Chen Yu breathed heavily and coughed. Chu Ran, go put on some clothes first. Chapter 45 Aunt Zhang. Okay, Brother Chen Yu. Chu Ran blushed and turned to go back to her room to get dressed. Gazing at Chu Ran's charming figure, Chen Yu licked his dry lips. The lust that Su Fei had stirred up at home finally had an outlet. Here, Chen Yu, have some water. When Chen Yu returned, he saw that Zhang Yu looked normal and secretly rejoiced that he had stopped him in time. Otherwise, Chu Ran's mother, Zhang Yu, would definitely find out. If that's discovered, it will be a real problem. And Zhang, why are you being so polite? Chen Yu smiled and was about to take the tea. Zhang Yu, who had just walked towards Chen Yu, suddenly felt weak and was about to collapse to the ground. Aunt Zhang, be careful. Chen Yu reacted quickly, grabbing Zhang Yu and helping her up. Zhang Yu's cheeks flushed, and the mature masculine scent emanating from Chen Yu stirred her heart and made her breath quicken. Chen Yu, your hand. Zhang Yu came to her senses and felt Chen Yu pinching the two soft mounds of flesh on her body. She immediately tried to struggle free from Chen Yu's grasp. Oh, Aunt Zhang, I'm so sorry. Chen Yu gave an awkward smile, reluctantly pinched her cheek, and then withdrew his hand. Aunt Zhang, you seem very weak. How could you fall like that? It's an old problem. Zhang Yu sighed and said with a wry smile, since my daughter Chu Ran fell ill, I haven't had much rest this year. I've been feeling dizzy and lightheaded these past 2 days. Chen Yu, aren't you a doctor? Why don't you take a look at your aunt? After saying that, Zhang Yu stared at Chen Yu's hands. No wonder it felt so good just now. It turns out Chen Yu was holding me. For years, her husband had been working as a mover, and this year, in order to pay for their daughter's medical treatment, he hadn't been home for a whole year. Is she so desperate for men that just one pinch has made her addicted? Aunt Zhang, to be honest. Chen Yu's face was full of smiles. He pointed to Zhang Yu's high, soft breasts and said, the root of the disease lies here with you. Me here. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhang Yu's pretty face flushed red. She glared at Chen Yu and scolded him. Chen Yu, I'm the same age as your mother. How can you take advantage of your aunt? Chen Yu, however, looked righteous and said seriously, Auntie, I'm serious. When you pinch those 2 places, there are hard tubes, right? Huh, you've already sculpted it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yujiao trembled and stared at Chen Yu in shock. She never expected that Chen Yu would bring out her ailment with just a pinch. Yes, Auntie, this is breast cancer, the most typical symptom. Chen Yu frowned. In the Jade Finger Wonderland, he encountered his old classmate Lu Xiaoshuan, who also had breast cancer. Moreover, Lu Xiaoshuan was only in her early 20s when she was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer. For women, breast cancer truly doesn't discriminate by age. Tada! Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhang Yu was shocked and took 3 steps back, staring at Chen Yu in disbelief as she asked, Chen Yu, is what you said true? Do I really have breast cancer? In the past, Zhang Yu would not have believed Chen Yu's words. But now that Chen Yu has even cured his own daughter's illness, what reason does she have not to believe in Chen Yu's medical skills? Aunt Zhang, I'm not lying to you about this. Chen Yu continued, haven't you and your husband had sex in a year? And your period hasn't come for about 6 months, has it? This. After hearing Chen Yu's diagnosis, Zhang Yu was completely convinced. With a face full of excitement, she grabbed Chen Yu and pleaded, Chen Yu, you must cure my aunt's illness. Mom, Chen Yu, what are you talking about? Just then, Chu Ran came out of the house after getting dressed. Seeing Chen Yu and Zhang Yu in the hall, Chu Ran asked with a smile. Ran, it's nothing. Zhang Yu avoided eye contact, then turned around and walked towards her room. By the way, Chen Yu, after you've treated my daughter, come to my room too. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, she had already returned to her room and closed the door. Brother Chen Yu, what happened to my mom? Watching her mother Zhang Yu's departing figure, Chu Ran frowned and asked with a face full of curiosity. She knew her mother too well. It must be something Chen Yu said to his mother that made her unhappy. It's nothing. Let's go back to our room. Chen Yu didn't want to tell Chu Ran. It was better for her mother to tell her herself. Chen Yu turned and walked towards Chu Ran's room, and Chu Ran followed. Fine, if you don't want to tell me, I'll go ask you myself. Chu Ran puffed up her cheeks and turned her head away angrily. A moment later, she opened the door and led Chen Yu into the room. Because of their close physical contact, the two were less awkward with each other and became much more familiar and intimate. Lie down first, I'll go get some water. Chen Yu left for a while, then returned with a large bowl, crushed the youth preservation pill, and applied it to his hands. Brother Chen Yu, can the scars on my face be cured? Lying on the bed, Chu Ran looked at Chen Yu with her beautiful eyes and said sadly, I checked online, and with the current level of medical technology, it is simply impossible to completely remove the scars. Who said that? You should believe your brother Chen Yu. As Chen Yu evenly applied the youth preservation pill to his hands, he said with a smile, your scar will be completely removed in no time. Brother Chen Yu, don't try to make me happy. Chu Ran sighed. I once saw a short video about a celebrity who was burned and disfigured. He spent a fortune on medical treatment, but the scars on his face were still not completely removed. That's because they haven't met me. As Chen Yu spoke, he squatted down and looked at Chu Ran, whose pretty face was flushed. Despite the prominent scar on Chu Ran's face, Chu Ran is only 19 years old this year, a budding age. At first glance, Chu Ran's figure is so good that Chen Yu immediately reacted. All right, I'm going to start treating you now. Chen Yu placed his hands on Chu Ran's face and gently kneaded them. Your scar is quite severe, so I need to open up the pores on your face so that the medicine can be absorbed better. Okay, I got it, Brother Chen Yu. Having experienced the power of Chen Yu's massage, Chu Ran's breathing became rapid, and her heart pounded with tension. Although they had already had an in-depth conversation, in Chu Ran's eyes, Chen Yu exuded a charm that she couldn't control. Although Chen Yu was massaging his face, his hands seemed to possess a magical power. After massaging Chu Ran's face for a while, Chu Ran, who was lying on the bed, was covered in sweat. Her face felt numb as if she had been electrocuted, and her delicate body trembled as she gasped softly. Brother Chen Yu, let me touch it. Unable to contain himself, Chu Ran stretched out his right hand and reached out to grab Chen Yu. Chapter 46 Medicinal Efficacy. Chu Ran grabbed it and played with it. Busy Chen Yu felt that softness. His heart was stirred, and he couldn't help but hum aloud. Despite being only 19 years old, Chu Ran is very experienced in this area and knows how to please men. Moreover, Chu Ran is naturally beautiful with soft skin that feels very comfortable to pinch. Do you like it, Brother Chen Yu? Seeing Chen Yu's face turn red, Chu Ran said with a smile, You tormented me last time, so this time I'll torment you. Chu Ran can still feel the tearing sensation from her in-depth conversation with Chen Yu yesterday. It's too big, so forget about it. Originally, in Chu Ran's eyes, the old man still had considerable fighting power. You little devil, you'll find out soon enough who's torturing whom. Chen Yu took a deep breath and repeatedly kneaded the scars on Chu Ran's cheeks with both hands. Sure enough, under Chen Yu's massage, the scars on Chu Ran's face faded more and more. A few minutes later, the conspicuous scar disappeared, replaced by fair and rosy skin. This was a beautiful face that could bring ruin to a woman. After applying the anti-aging elixir, Chu Ran was even more beautiful and charming than before. All right, go look in the mirror yourself. Chen Yu stood up and said, Wow, really? You were cured so quickly. Chu Ran was stunned, staring at Chen Yu in disbelief. In her opinion, no matter how advanced the medical technology in the world is, it is impossible to achieve such speed. It has only been a short time. Even plastic surgery cannot be this fast. You'll see for yourself. Chen Yu smiled. Chu Ran quickly stood up, went to the dressing table in the room, turned on the lights, and sat down. Is this me? Staring at the fair, rosy, and flawless young face reflected in the dressing table, Chu Ran froze on the spot. She rubbed her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed on the stunningly beautiful face reflected in the dressing table, a face even more beautiful than before. She was dumbfounded. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Chen Yu said irritably. Little sister Chu Ran, I don't like lying. Look, you've become even prettier, haven't you? Chen Yu was already confident about the effects of the youth-preserving pill. The scars on Chu Ran's face were terrifying, but the youth preservation pill could easily erase them. Chu Ran, one of the 4 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan County No. 3 Middle School, has a good foundation and excellent looks. Now, after being treated by Chen Yu's youth preservation pill, she has become even more beautiful. Brother Chen Yu, thank you so much. Swish. Chu Ran was filled with excitement and hugged Chen Yu tightly. I always thought you were lying to me. I know my injuries very well. I never thought you really weren't lying to me and that you could heal the scars on my face. Chu Ran couldn't even bear to imagine such an outcome. Especially after being treated by Chen Yu and regaining her senses, Chu Ran often burst into tears. Now, Chu Ran has finally returned to normal. What's the big deal? Chu ran. Feeling the softness in his arms, Chen Yu's heart fluttered. He played with Chu Ran's hair and said with a smile, "Now that I've cured your illness, you should thank me properly." "Okay, brother Chen Yu, I understand." Chu Ran nodded, tiptoed, and moved closer to Chen Yu. Chen Yu was treating Su Fei at home and had been holding back his anger for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that Su Fei was still in school and hadn't recovered yet, he would have already lost control and pinned Su Fei down. But Chu Ran was different. She took a break from school for more than a year. Returning to school is virtually impossible. Therefore, Chen Yu naturally had no worries. "Come on, let's go to bed." Half an hour later, Chen Yu's lust surged, his face flushed, and his breathing became rapid. He scooped Chu Ran into his arms in a bridal embrace. "Brother Chen Yu, is what you just said true?" Feeling the heat emanating from Chen Yu, Chu Ran held her breath and looked at him with shocked eyes, asking, 2 hours, and you're only just getting into the zone?" "Little sister Chu Ran, do you think brother Chen Yu would deceive you?" Chen Yu chuckled, toying with Chu Ran's thick, beautiful hair. "It's just that we were pressed for time. If we had more time, I'll show you how amazing your brother Chen Yu is another day." "Wow, this is even more powerful than taking medicine." Chu Ran's cheeks flushed, and she said expectantly, "I've been with men who take drugs before, and it only lasts half an hour at most. As for someone as amazing as you, brother Chen Yu, I'm afraid you can't find anyone more powerful than you among the hundreds of millions of men in China. Don't flatter your brother Chen Yu." Chen Yu patted Chu Ran's bottom and laughed. "You should rest well in bed. I still need to go treat your mother. Your mother will be very happy to see that you have recovered." "Okay, brother Chen Yu. Thank you for your help." Chu Ran nodded. She also felt very guilty towards her mother, Zhang Yu. "This year, I worked day and night for my own affairs, and my body was worn out. Chen Yu's medical skills are so amazing. He might even be able to cure his mother's illness." Soon, Chen Yu got dressed, leaned close to Chu Ran's fair and rosy cheeks, kissed her, and then walked out of Chu Ran's room. But when Chen Yu closed the door, he was immediately dumbfounded. Chu Ran's mother, Zhang Yu, sat outside the door, her face ashen. Upon seeing Chen Yu emerge, she glared at him angrily and sneered. "You, Chen Yu, is this how you treat my daughter? I heard everything you did in there." Chapter 47 Aggressive. Looking at Zhang Yu's aggressive and cold demeanor, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He was doomed. Could it be that Chu Ran's mother, Zhang Yu, overheard everything? In other words, Zhang Yu was eavesdropping outside the door the whole time? "And Zhang, I think you've misunderstood." Chen Yu forced a smile and explained, "I really am treating your daughter Chu Ran. If you don't believe me, go inside and see for yourself." "To treat my daughter's illness?" Zhang Yu sneered, her cold eyes fixed on Chen Yu. "Can healing produce slapping sounds? Chen Yu, do you think I'm deaf?" "Ah, so that's what it is." Chen Yu forced himself to remain calm and continued his performance, saying, "This pill of mine needs to be taken with a massage, which is why it caused such a commotion." If Chu Ran denies something like this, Chen Yu would never admit it, even if he were beaten to death. Real. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's expression softened considerably. She walked past Chen Yu, opened Chu Ran's door, and went inside. Before long, Zhang Yu's face was filled with excitement, and she hugged Chen Yu tightly. "Hey, Chen Yu, Aunt Zhang misunderstood you. I never expected that your medical skills were so amazing. You actually cured the scars on my daughter's face." Just now, Zhang Yu entered Chu Ran's room. At first, Zhang Yu didn't believe that Chen Yu could completely cure the scars on Chu Ran's face. As a result, Zhang Yu was dumbfounded when he arrived at Chu Ran's room. Not only were the scars on Chu Ran's face removed, but her skin also looked much younger, fair and rosy, and delicate. Such delicate, pink skin made it hard for Zhang Yu to believe that it was her daughter's cheek. "Aunt Zhang, don't get agitated, let go first." Feeling the softness of Aunt Zhang's body, Chen Yu's hands naturally landed on Zhang Yu's soft waist. Believe it or not, Zhang Yu is only 40 years old this year. She still retains her charm and has maintained a great figure. Apart from 2 hard lumps in her white flesh, she is curvaceous and sexy. Pressing her body against Chen Yu's, Zhang Yu was momentarily bewildered and entranced. This inexplicable feeling of comfort made Zhang Yu Jiao gasp. A moment later, Zhang Yu finally realized what had happened. Her pretty face flushed red, and she quickly distanced herself from Chen Yu, explaining awkwardly with a smile. "Chen Yu, I'm so sorry. I was just too excited and forgot my limits." "Auntie, it's all right." Chen Yu withdrew his hands and saw a hint of disappointment in Aunt Zhang's eyes. He understood that Chen Yu hadn't been satisfied for a long time. By the way, Chen Yu, what you just told me, is it true? Chen Yu suddenly asked. You said I have breast cancer, and there's a lump here. Can it be cured? Auntie, I would never lie to you about this. Chen Yu said sincerely. Other doctors really couldn't cure you, but I'm different. I can treat your illness, and I can cure it very quickly. Oh, Chen Yu, you must save your aunt. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhang Yu's face was full of anticipation. She was unaware of her cancer condition. Not even her husband knew about it, let alone Chu Ran. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu saw through it at a glance, so Zhang Yu naturally believed Chen Yu's words. Then I'll give it a try first. Chen Yu nodded. Soon, Zhang Yu led Chen Yu towards her room. Once inside the room, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Zhang Yu sat on the bed, looked up at the tall and strong Chen Yu, her breathing a little rapid, and asked, Then, Chen Yu, how are you going to treat Auntie's illness? Although she wasn't a doctor, this was the first time she had encountered a situation where treatment had to be done in a room. However, Zhang Yu understood that Chen Yu's medical skills were very advanced, and he would never deceive her. Auntie, take off your clothes so I can give you a massage. Chen Yu's face flushed slightly, realizing he had been too blunt, and he quickly added, I meant, let me take a look. Huh, take off your clothes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's face turned even redder. In her eyes, Chen Yu was just her junior. As a result, it was quite awkward for him, as an elder, to be completely honest with Chen Yu. Aunt Zhang, I'm treating your illness. If you don't take your clothes off, I can't tell what's wrong with you. Chen Yu awkwardly touched his nose. Since practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, Chen Yu's needs in this area have become extremely strong. In the past, he would not have had any physical reaction after having a deep conversation with Chu Ran, but now, looking at Zhang Yu sitting on the bed with her graceful figure, he suddenly felt aroused and became very aroused. All right, then Auntie, take your clothes off. Zhang Yu nodded. She understood that Chen Yu was right. He was treating her illness. In Chen Yu's eyes, she was just one of her patients, and perhaps that's how Chen Yu treated his daughter. Thinking of this, Zhang Yu turned around and slowly took off her clothes. A red leopard print bra was presented in front of Chen Yu. Zhang Yu turned around again. Her pretty face flushed and asked Chen Yu shyly, Do I need to take this bra off? For Zhang Yu, Chen Yu was the godson of her neighbor, Su Junrou. Because they were too close, Zhang Yuzhen didn't dare to make a move. Having not had in-depth communication in this area for over a year, Zhang Yu missed it every night, especially after her daughter fell asleep. Facing the endless darkness, I thought about my daughter's future. She was under immense pressure. Normally, Zhang Yu is emotionally stable, but she is, after all, a woman. Women also need an outlet. So sometimes Zhang Yu would use her fingers to relieve stress and release the pressure that had been building up inside her. And Zhang needs to take it off. Looking at Zhang Yu's fair skin, Chen Yu licked his dry lips and explained, If you don't take your clothes off, Aunt Zhang, I won't be able to prescribe the right medicine for you. Breast cancer is a very difficult cancer to treat. Oh, okay. Then help me take it off. After hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhang Yu felt an urge to tease him for some reason. Hey, don't tell your auntie that you've never unhooked a girl's bra before. Chen Yu, this kid, although he's been working for a while now. As a neighbor, Zhang Yu often heard his mother's various complaints about Chen Yu, so she naturally knew that Chen Yu had never had a girlfriend since he was a child, and even now that he was working, she had not heard any news about Chen Yu's girlfriend. And Zhang, you're right this time. Chen Yu smiled bitterly and said with annoyance, What woman would like a good-for-nothing like me? Me? Let alone taking off a bra. Aunt Zhang, I've never even touched a woman's hand. Pa, I don't believe you. Zhang Yu laughed and scolded, then said, Your medical skills are so good. Chen Yu, I'm not just praising you, but if you open a clinic in the future, the business will definitely be booming. Then I'll have my daughter Chu Ran marry you. What do you think? Chapter 48, Opening a Clinic. When Chen Yu heard Zhang Yu say that she wanted to marry her daughter to him, he was startled and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Aunt Zhang, how could I have the ability to open a clinic? Let's focus on treating patients first. All right, then help me solve it. Zhang Yu stared at Chen Yu expectantly, a sly smile on her face. Let me see if you really know how. In the room, women like to take the initiative and enjoy manipulating men. Zhang Yu was no exception. She just wanted to tease Chen Yu. Okay, Aunt Zhang, you've got your eye on it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu moved closer, and soon a captivating fragrance wafted from Aunt Zhang. Smelling the fragrance emanating from her, Chen Yu's heart fluttered, and he was instantly filled with lust, his breathing becoming rapid. Because they were standing so close, Jiang Yu had a strange feeling as soon as Chen Yu got close. This feeling is so comfortable. I wish I could lie on the bed and let Chen Yu do whatever he wants to me. Jiang Yu shook his head to shake off the dangerous thought, and the next second he felt a loosening of his body as Chen Yu had taken off the bra that was binding him. "Pa, you little pervert. What are you looking at?" Seeing Chen Yu staring intently at her, Jiang Yu's pretty face flushed even more, and she quickly covered her private parts with her hands. "I'm old enough to be your mother, and you're still trying to take advantage of me? Do you believe I'll tell your mother?" "Aunt Zhang, this really isn't my fault." Chen Yu awkwardly wiped his nose and said with a smile, "It's because Aunt Zhang, your figure is too good. You don't look like someone who's 40 at all, and your skin is so good that even young girls feel ashamed of themselves. Stop trying to make me happy." After being showered with praise by Chen Yu, Jiang Yu felt as sweet as honey, and her face was full of smiles. "I'm old and faded. How can I compare to a young girl? Aunt Zhang, let's begin." Chen Yu reached out and removed Jiang Yu's right hand. With the previous groundwork laid, Jiang Yu was much more obedient this time and did not resist, moving both hands away. Soon, two large white houses appeared before Chen Yu, one after the other. Faced with these two enormous, soft waves, even Chen Yu couldn't help but gasp. They were truly damn big. It's not only big, but also very white. No wonder it sags. Two wild rabbits that big would be strange if they weren't drooping. "Is it good, Chen Yu?" Seeing Chen Yu's flushed face, Jiang Yu asked with a smile, "What's so interesting about this?" "Your auntie's skin is sagging. Once a woman's skin starts to sag, it means she has entered menopause. Don't worry, Auntie, I can restore you to your original state." Chen Yu raised his head, but his hands reached out to pinch Jiang Yu. Sure enough, upon squeezing, that familiar feeling came. Jiang Yu's two soft waves were quite large, but in the center of the waves, there were two obvious hard lumps. These two lumps could have serious consequences if left untreated. The moment Chen Yu's hands grasped her, Jiang Yu suddenly trembled. Her pretty face flushed red, and she looked at Chen Yu with rapid breathing. "You brat, where did you learn this skill?" Just as Chen Yu's hands grasped hers, a tingling, electric-like sensation swept over him. Jiang Yu had never experienced this feeling before. Even when facing her husband, he would just go through the motions and never let her experience the joy of being a woman. "Aunt Zhang, I taught myself this." Chen Yu needed repeatedly. "You have a lump here. You need to massage it more to break it up. That way it will be fine." "Okay, go ahead and press it." Jiang Yu kept her head down, not daring to look at Chen Yu. As an elder, she actually showed such girlish emotions in front of Chen Yu. If Chen Yu's stepmother, Junrou, knew about this, wouldn't she be embarrassed? The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more she wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. "By the way, I remember you when you were little." The more Jiang Yu tried to control himself from having wild thoughts, the more an image surfaced in his mind. "I've heard that you're the oldest in our lakeside lodge. You're so young, yet you're already more mature than most adults. What good is being big, Aunt Zhang?" Chen Yu smiled bitterly and sighed. "It's all because I don't have a girlfriend. I don't even know what it's like to be with a woman. Aunt Zhang, I have all this strength, but I have nowhere to use my talents. How about this?" Jiang Yu turned her head and looked at Chen Yu with seductive eyes. "If you cure my breast cancer, I will reward you. On the condition that you do not tell anyone about this, not even my daughter. Some things you can do, but you can't say carelessly. Especially since everyone lives in the same community." Jiang Yu didn't want to be unable to face others in the future. "Okay, Aunt Zhang, you said it yourself." Chen Yu had been holding back his lustful desires for a long time, and when he heard that Jiang Yu wanted to reward him, Chen Yu became full of energy and started massaging Jiang Yu. A dozen minutes later, Chen Yu finished the massage and then took out silver needles to prick Jiang Yu's two soft breasts. "Auntie, how are you feeling?" Seeing that Aunt Jiang Yu was trembling and had her eyes closed, ignoring Chen Yu asked, "Auntie, are you feeling unwell? Why aren't you saying anything?" "So comfortable. Chen Yu, I feel so comfortable." At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly spoke up. After the comfortable feeling subsided, she continued, "It's been more than 10 years, and this is the first time I've felt satisfied. Chen Yu, you're really amazing. You've made me experience the joy of being a woman." That's right. Jiang Yu reached her climax just as Chen Yu was massaging her. The wonderful feeling made Jiang Yu think she was hallucinating. She had never felt this way in the decades she had been married to her husband. To Jiang Yu's surprise, Chen Yu's massage was all it took for her to reach her climax. "Ah, Auntie, are you satisfied with this? Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Chen Yu was also taken aback, then laughed and said, Auntie, the best is yet to come. Feel it. Is the lump still there? Okay, I'll give it a try. Zhang Yu nodded, then reached out and pinched it. Afterwards, she looked at Chen Yu with a shocked expression and said incredulously, How is this possible? Chen Yu, pinch me quickly. This can't be real. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu reached out and pinched one of Zhang Yu's fingers. Zhang Yu shouted loudly, and only then did Chen Yu withdraw his hand. You really cured the lump on my body? Zhang Yu asked again. The hard lump on her body had been with her for a long time. Every time Zhang Yu takes a shower, she pinches the lumps, and every time she touches them, she experiences excruciating pain. Unexpectedly, Chen Yu eliminated the lump in just a short time. And Zhang, look, your illness has been cured too. Chen Yu carefully put away the silver needles he had pulled out, then smiled and said, You just said you were going to reward me, so why don't we begin? Chapter 49 Cousin. After kneading it repeatedly, Zhang Yu was certain that the lump was indeed gone. She then looked at Chen Yu and smiled. Chen Yu, what reward do you want from your auntie? Well, as Zhang Yu grabbed and played with him, the soft sensation made Chen Yu's heart flutter and his breathing quicken. Compared to Chu Ran's inexperience, Zhang Yu was clearly much more experienced. Both the force and the speed were perfectly controlled. Auntie, tell the truth. Chen Yu closed his eyes, enjoying Zhang Yu's comforting words. What woman would want a man like me? You, keep fooling your aunt. Zhang Yu laughed and cursed. From initially resisting Chen Yu to now comforting him. Even Zhang Yu felt that all of this happened too fast. It was as if Chen Yu possessed a kind of magic, captivating every woman who approached him with the allure emanating from him. Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mom, we're out of shampoo. Where did you put the new shampoo you bought? Chu Ran's voice came through. Chen Yu and Zhang Yu both trembled with fear, afraid that Chu Ran would rush in from outside. Zhang Yu swallowed hard, looked up at the door and said, It's in the cubicle next to the bathroom. Chu Ran, look for it yourself. Chen Yu is treating your mother. Good. Chu Ran's voice continued from outside the door. Mom, you saw it too, right? Brother Chen Yu is really amazing. Whatever he asks for, you must cooperate with Brother Chen Yu. Cluck cluck. Inside the room, Zhang Yu quickened her pace, and after a short while, she exhaled and said, Mom knows. Chu Ran, go take a shower. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, the footsteps outside faded away, clearly indicating that Chu Ran had gone to take a bath. Phew. After Chu Ran left, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Stimulate. That scene was tense and exciting. If Chu Ran rushed in and happened to see his mother serving him, Chen Yu would be in deep trouble. Having just had an in-depth conversation with Chu Ran, he's now looking for Chu Ran's mother. At this moment, even Chen Yu felt that the more he cultivated the dragon and phoenix technique, the stronger his needs became. Did Chen Yu scare you? Seeing Chen Yu's unpleasant expression, Zhang Yu said with a smile, If my daughter sees this, the whole lakeside villa will know, including your mother. Auntie, what do I have to be afraid of? Chen Yu was too lazy to say anything more and continued working. 3 hours later, it was already late at night. As a 40-year-old woman, she has quite a lot of experience in this area. Take her husband, for example. In this regard, he surrenders in a maximum of 3 minutes. As for Chen Yu, his incredible fighting prowess lasted for over 3 hours. Any woman would adore that. Auntie, it's because you have such a great figure. Chen Yu pinched it a couple more times and said with a smile, I'll write you a prescription later. Just follow the prescription to get the medicine, and after taking it twice, your breast cancer will be cured. Chen Yu, thank you. Zhang Yu expressed his gratitude to Chen Yu once again. Auntie, thanking me is easy. Chen Yu smiled and said, As long as you want. Auntie, I can come over any time and help Uncle comfort you. Chen Yu then got up and dressed. All right. You said it yourself. Auntie will remember it. Zhang Yu lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, her legs still trembling, the tingling sensation deep in her bones still lingering. Soon, Chen Yu came out of Zhang Yu's room. When Chen Yu arrived in the hall, Chu Ran was already asleep in her room. Chen Yu then left Chu Ran's house. As soon as he stepped out the door, he took out his phone, which showed several missed calls. It's so late. Yu, you're looking for me? After dialing the number, Chen Yu asked casually. Chen Yu had saved Gao Shiyu's contact information at Yinyu Ridge. He didn't expect that Gao Shiyu would call him so soon after he returned home. Chen Yu, something happened to my cousin. On the phone, Gao Shiyu's voice trembled. She went out to buy groceries this afternoon and hasn't come back yet. Yi Dao and the others were Lu Hui and Gao Shiyu's elementary school classmates. Therefore, Yi Dao and the others knew their whereabouts all too well. Sure enough, my cousin Lu Hui got into trouble today. What? Something happened to your cousin Lu Hui. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu frowned and comforted her. Gao Shiyu, where are you? I'm coming over right now. Gao Shiyu then told Chen Yu the address, and Chen Yu remembered it before hanging up the phone. Then came 7 missed calls from Song Zijian. Mr. Song, why are you calling me so late? After dialing Song Zijian's number, Chen Yu said with a smile. Ah, Dr. Chen, you finally answered the phone. On the phone, Song Zijian was full of excitement. You must come to Jade Finger Wonderland tomorrow. Your youth preservation pill is so effective, all the girls under my command love it. And Dr. Chen, the effect of your yang restoration pill is terrifying. The names rejuvenation pill and youth preservation pill may sound rustic. However, Song Zijian had personally experienced both medicines and found them to be remarkably effective, clearly not ordinary medicines. Chapter 50 Dislike. Let's see tomorrow. I have something urgent to do right now. After saying that, Chen Yu hung up the phone with Song Zijian. Compared to the safety of his wife Gao Shiyu, making money is always the last thing for Chen Yu. Upon arriving home, Chen Yu greeted his aunt, Su Yingying, and then hurriedly left. Hee, Firefly, are you still going to wait? Seeing Chen Yu rush out the door, Su Junrou came to Su Yingying's side with a big smile. Chen Yu has been acting mysteriously these past 2 days. Maybe he has a woman outside. What's it to me? Su Yingying turned her head, her cheeks flushed, and said coquettishly, I wish he could sleep in a gentle embrace every day. I could tell you were all love-struck when you were in the room just now. Su Junrou stared intently at Su Yingying with her beautiful eyes, as if all of Su Yingying's secrets were easily exposed to Su Junrou. Junrou, I'll scratch you to death. With a face full of anger, Su Yingying waved her delicate pink hand and reached out to grab Su Junrou. While grabbing him, Su Yingying teased, at least I taught Chen Yu some experience. What about you? You want Chen Yu, but you don't dare let him in. You're not even as good a stepmother as I am as your aunt. Pa, I hate Chen Yu the most. Su Junrou scoffed. Even if he's changed a bit now, in my eyes, he's still a piece of trash. You're so stubborn. Su Yingying shook her head and sighed. Are you really going to wait until Chen Yu gets his 3 beautiful concubines before you open the door for him? That's right. If he doesn't work hard, he'll end up like his father anyway. Su Junrou sneered. When the time comes to castrate ourselves, it will be you and me who suffer. There's a saying that goes, if you never get it, you never lose it. I don't want to end up like Mississippi. When Chen Yu's mother, Yi Sangxue, was mentioned, both Su Junrou and Su Yingying fell silent. If Chen Yu's father, Chen Song, hadn't possessed the art of dual cultivation, Yi Sangxue, the young lady of the Yi family, would probably have fallen in love with him. You're too pessimistic. Humph, I'm going to teach Chen Yu a lesson. Su Yingying smiled calmly, put her hands behind her back, and went back to her room to sleep. Jinhua Luxury City Residential Area in Jiangnan County. It is the most luxurious high-end residential area in the county. At this moment, a dilapidated Lexus sedan slowly pulled up at the entrance of the residential area. Young man, this is an upscale residential area, not a place for you to park. Chen Yu just stopped. A middle-aged man with a square face, wearing a security guard uniform, walked over with a frown and waved his hand, saying, Drive now, do you hear me? High-end residential area? Chen Yu looked up at the gleaming characters on the rooftop, his expression turning cold. You snobbish bastard, why won't you let me stop? How high-class can a rundown neighborhood in a county town be? What did you say? Upon hearing this, the security guard's face turned ashen, and he glared at Chen Yu with fury, shouting, How dare you insult me? You're dead tonight. It's one thing for someone to drive a beat-up Lexus and park it in a gold luxury car, but to be so arrogant is just plain stupid. Get out of the car now. The middle-aged security guard, holding a baton, pointed it at Chen Yu and shouted at him. Did you hear me? I'll count to 3. Chen Yu sat motionless in the room, his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze coldly fixed on the security guard outside the car. Zhang Wu, what happened? Is someone uncooperative? Soon, security guards rushed out of the security booth at the entrance of the residential area and came to Zhang Wu. This kid has shifty eyes. He looks like a thief. The middle-aged security guard named Zhang Wu sneered. I asked him to get out of the car just now, but he wouldn't. Things have been going missing in the neighborhood lately, and I suspect it's his doing. Upon hearing this, the security guards behind Zhang Wu all turned cold. Hey kid, did you hear me? Get off the bus now. Another security guard shouted. If you don't get out of the car, don't blame us for using force. What kind of place is Jinhua Luxury? It is the most luxurious high-end residential area in a county town in Jiangnan. There are far too many thieves trying to steal chickens and dogs here. Therefore, after hearing their companion's words, they naturally assumed that Chen Yu was a thief. Use violence? How do you intend to use violence against me? Looking at the group of people outside the car, Chen Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. He never expected that such a melodramatic scene would happen to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu was about to get out of the car. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from the side. Who gave you the audacity to insult my friend? Ah, is this Miss Gao? Miss Gao, why did you come down? A cold voice rang out, and Zhang Wu and the others turned around to look. When they saw Gao Shiyu, they all showed expressions of horror. Mr. Chen Yu, you've arrived. Gao Shiyu ignored the group of security guards, walked up to Chen Yu, and smiled. The situation is a bit special. Come home with me first, and I'll explain it to you in detail. Okay. Chen Yu nodded, and then got out of the Lexus. Park my friend's car right away. Gao Shiyu's smile turned cold again, and she scolded. If there's a next time, you'd better move over. After tossing the car keys to the security guard, Chen Yu followed Gao Shiyu toward the golden luxury city. Zhang Wu, I'm cursing the old man. As soon as Chen Yu and Gao Shiyu left, the other security guards suddenly flew into a rage and grabbed Zhang Wu, beating him mercilessly. This is all you're doing. You couldn't even recognize Miss Gao's friend, you idiot. Do you even know who the owner of this golden luxury city is? Captain, I really don't know. Zhang Wu was bruised and swollen, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. To Zhang Wu's surprise, the poor young man driving a beat-up Lexus turned out to be Miss Gao's friend. Thinking of this, Zhang Wu was filled with deep regret. The other security guards were furious and beat Zhang Wu again, because he had almost cost them their jobs with monthly salaries of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Inside the Jinhua Luxury City residential complex. In the pitch-black night, the streetlights on both sides of the street illuminated Gao Shiyu's graceful and delicate body. Today, Gao Shiyu was wearing a white shirt and a black bodycon mini-skirt, with her long, straight legs covered in flesh-colored stockings. Wearing a pair of high heels, she perfectly showcased her exquisite figure. As Chen Yu walked behind Gao Shiyu, he felt his mouth go dry, and the image of Yinyu Ridge detoxifying Gao Shiyu flashed through his mind. Yi Dao and his gang are lawless and extremely arrogant. As Gao Shiyu walked, her voice trembling, she said, they not only want money, but also my sister, and they threaten me not to call the police. If they do, Sister Lu Hui's life will be in danger. As Gao Shiyu was speaking, she suddenly screamed loudly and fell backwards towards Chen Yu before she could even react. Chapter 51 Zhang Yicheng. Shiyu, be careful. Chen Yu reacted quickly and caught Gao Shiyu as she fell. He held her soft, delicate body in his arms, and a unique fragrance wafted over him, making Chen Yu's heart flutter. When Chen Yu hugged her, Gao Shiyu felt as if she had been electrocuted, a tingling sensation enveloping her. This feeling is all too familiar. When Chen Yu treated her at Wild Buffalo Ridge, she experienced this wonderful feeling. Chen Yu, let go of my hand. Gao Shiyu's pretty face flushed red, and she let out a soft gasp, trying to break free from Chen Yu's embrace. Good. Seeing Gao Shiyu's shy expression, Chen Yu also awkwardly opened his arms. Gao Shiyu was caught off guard when Chen Yu suddenly let go. Because she was wearing high heels, she struggled violently and fell forward again. Just then, the elevator doors leading upstairs suddenly opened. Ow! Just as she was about to fall into the elevator, Gao Shiyu screamed in terror again. Just then, a pair of strong hands suddenly came from behind and grabbed Gao Shiyu's small hand. Miss Shiyu, is there something wrong with your foot? After Chen Yu pulled Gao Shiyu, the two entered the elevator. After scanning Gao Shiyu's body with his X-ray vision, he quickly discovered the chronic ailment in Gao Shiyu's ankle. Even Chen Yu was surprised to find that Gao Shiyu, despite her young age, had severely degenerated bones in her ankles. Gao Shiyu's Gao Chanyuan holds an important position in the capital. The Gao family is a truly powerful and wealthy family. To Chen Yu's surprise, Gao Shiyu contracted such a disease. Huh? How did you know? As Chen Yu held her small hand, a warm feeling swept over her, causing Gao Shiyu's delicate body to tremble. At this moment, even Gao Shiyu looked at Chen Yu with a shocked expression. I always thought I had concealed it very well, but you actually saw through it. As the chief scientist in Beijing's semiconductor industry, Gao Xiu dedicated his entire life to the country's scientific and technological endeavors. When it comes to relationships, Gao Xiu is almost completely clueless. As a result, her body was gradually overdrawn by her hard work over the years, and the problems with her feet became more and more serious. Miss Xiu, don't forget that I know medicine. Chen Yu smiled and explained. Take the last time at Wild Buffalo Ridge, for example. If I hadn't given you the antidote, you probably wouldn't have made it to Jiangnan County. Half an hour is far from enough to get from Yinyiling to Jiangnan County. Oh right, you know medicine. Gao Xiu smiled. The elevator doors opened, and she turned to look at Chen Yu. We're here. Soon, Chen Yu followed Gao Xiu to Gao Xiu's home. Please sit wherever you like. I bought this house many years ago. Upon entering Gao Xiu's home, a large 200 square meter single-level house came into view for Chen Yu. The interior is luxuriously decorated in a very modern style, and all the furniture looks very high-end. In a county town, such decorations would be considered a luxury mansion. I studied in the county town when I was a child. Gao Xiu poured Chen Yu a glass of water and placed it on the table. Then she sat down opposite Chen Yu, her beautiful eyes looking out at the night view of Jiangnan County through the glass window. I am a girl who has no childhood. When I was young, my father was busy with work and left me with my uncle. So Jiangnan County holds too many memories for me. Miss Xiu. Chen Yu picked up his cup and took a sip of water before slowly and methodically asking, where was your cousin Lu Hui kidnapped? What did your elementary school classmates say to you when they kidnapped Lu Hui? How much money did they want? Earlier downstairs, Gao Xiu had mentioned the ruthlessness of Yi Dao and others. Do not call the police. If you call the police, they'll kill the hostage. It was obvious that this group of people were repeat offenders, and they were after Gao Xiu and Lu Hui. 5 million. Gao Xiu's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful face became even more solemn. I'm not worried about the money. What I'm worried about is my cousin's safety, and they also made a request. What are the requirements? Chen Yu looked up at Gao Xiu, who stammered. Let me call you to deliver the money. Call me. Chen Yu suddenly realized. At Wild Buffalo Ridge, he rescued Gao Xiu and Lu Hui, which clearly offended the group of thugs. They've come here to get revenge on him. Chen Yu, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with you. Gao Xiu looked at Chen Yu and frowned, saying, Yi Dao's men are saying this to retaliate against you. You'd better not go. I'm not going, are you going? Chen Yu also looked at Gao Xiu and said calmly, you still have an injury on your foot, and you're not allowed to call the police. Do you think a weak woman like you can walk out of the clutches of these thugs alive? Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gao Xiu quickly stood up and walked over. They're here. Soon, the door opened, and a calm-looking young man stepped in. Xiu, what's going on? A gentle voice rang out, and the young man smiled when he saw Gao Xiu. I rushed here from Tiannan City as soon as I heard you had some problems. Senior Zhang Yiqing, thank you for your help. Gao Xiu smiled and turned to the side, gesturing for them to come in. Please come in and sit down. Xiu has become even more beautiful in the past 6 months. Zhang Yiqing praised. He and Gao Xiu were classmates at Beijing University. After graduation, Zhang Yiqing came to Tiannan City, while Gao Xiu stayed in Beijing. Zhang Yiqing was well aware of Gao Xiu's family background. As long as he wins over Gao Xiu, with just a word from her father, who holds an important position, Zhang Yiqing can rise rapidly in rank, be transferred from Tiannan City to Beijing. However, although Zhang Yiqing had been pursuing Gao Xiu remained lukewarm towards him. 6 months ago, he went to Beijing on a business trip, had a meal with the locals, and that was the end of it. Chen Yu, this is my senior, Zhang Yiqing. Just then, Gao Xiu blushed and introduced Chen Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, saying, his name is Chen Yu, he's my friend. Chen Yu. Zhang Yiqing's pupils contracted, and a look of shock flashed across his face. He had no idea that there were other men in Gao Xiu's house, and that they were Gao Xiu's friends. Hello. Chen Yu politely extended his hand. Zhang Yiqing frowned, but could only suppress his anger and shake hands with Chen Yu. Almost instantly, Zhang Yiqing regarded Chen Yu as a rival in love. Senior Zhang Yiqing. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Gao Xiu said, the local thugs in Jiangnan County kidnapped my cousin and demanded that I not bid for her, and that I pay 5 million to ransom her. You are the captain of the criminal investigation team, so you have experience with this kind of thing. Xiu, what's your name, Senior Zhang Yiqing? Zhang Yiqing withdrew his gaze from Chen Yu, crossed his arms over his chest, and said with a smile, just call me Yiqing. We've known each other for so many years. Why do you still treat me like an outsider? Chapter 52 Jealousy. Okay, Yicheng. Gao Shiyu blushed slightly, and then recounted the whole story to Zhang Yicheng. After listening to Gao Shiyu's story, Zhang Yicheng's expression softened. From the moment he entered the house, he regarded Chen Yu as a rival in love. As it turned out, Zhang Yicheng had no idea that Chen Yu was actually Gao Shiyu's savior. Mr. Chen, I was really rude just now. Zhang Yicheng suddenly stood up, politely extended his hand, and smiled. I am the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of Tiannan City. I am Shiyu's college classmate. Thank you for saving Shiyu. He didn't know what Wild Buffalo Ridge was. However, Gao Shiyu was poisoned by snake venom, and if Chen Yu hadn't treated her, she would have surely died from the poison. Officer Zhang, you're too kind. Chen Yu waved his hand. He had a very uncomfortable feeling ever since he entered the house from Zhang Yicheng's place. Jiangnan County is a county under the jurisdiction of Tiannan City. Chen Yu hadn't expected that Zhang Yicheng was such a big shot, actually the captain of the Tiannan City Criminal Police Detachment, and he seemed to be very familiar with Gao Shiyu. By the way, Chen Yu. At this moment, Gao Shiyu placed her hands on her ankles, a look of pain on her face. My feet have a chronic problem. Since you can tell that there's something wrong with my feet, I suppose you know how to treat them. Why don't you treat me? As she finished speaking, Gao Shiyu recalled the scene yesterday at Wild Buffalo Ridge where Chen Yu had cured her of snake venom. She and Chen Yu were complete strangers, yet Chen Yu used his mouth to detoxify her. Such fearless behavior is truly rare in this day and age. Men like this are a rarity. Shiyu, what illnesses can he cure? At this moment, Zhang Yicheng said with a smile, I also have some connections in Tiannan City. How about I ask an orthopedic doctor at the People's Hospital to take a special look at your foot injury? In Zhang Yicheng's view, Chen Yu helped Gao Shiyu get rid of the snake venom. But that's all. Chen Yu is an ordinary person, so it's best if he doesn't have too much interaction with Gao Shiyu. Besides, he'd been pursuing Gao Shiyu for so many years without even holding her hand, and this poor guy, to cure Gao Shiyu's poison, actually used his mouth. He was so angry after hearing Chen Shiyu's story. Doctors in regular hospitals are all incompetent idiots. At this moment, Gao Shiyu frowned slightly and said, I've been doing scientific research in Beijing for many years and have seen many doctors, but none of them have been able to cure my foot injury. The medicine they prescribed didn't even provide relief. Miss Shiyu, your foot injury, you must have gotten it from standing. Chen Yu pointed to Gao Shiyu's 2 ankles and sighed. I didn't expect that you researchers work so hard. You must stand for at least 10 hours a day, otherwise your ankles wouldn't be injured so badly. Oh, you even know that. After listening to Chen Yu's story, Gao Shiyu's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Chen Yu with a face full of surprise. As a scientist, Gao Shiyu's mission is to elevate China's semiconductor industry chain to a new level. She single-handedly broke the technological blockade imposed by the West, especially in this year's tech war. Gao Shiyu worked even harder, devoting all her energy to scientific research, until she collapsed at her post half a month ago. Her superiors then asked her to take a break for a while. Shiyu, your foot injury is easy to treat. Ignoring Zhang Yicheng's increasingly grim expression, Chen Yu squatted down, grabbed Gao Shiyu's red high heels, and placed them on his lap. Chen Yu, what are you going to do? Upon seeing Chen Yu's actions, Gao Shiyu's cheeks flushed, and she looked away as she glanced at Zhang Yicheng. She wasn't stupid. She naturally knew that Zhang Yicheng had been pursuing her for many years. In Gao Shiyu's eyes, Zhang Yicheng was a very good person with a respectable family background, but she was busy with her scientific research and had no interest in romantic relationships, so she always kept her distance from Zhang Yicheng. Chen Yu, we're here to discuss how to deal with the robbers. At this moment, Zhang Yicheng's face turned ashen, and he said, I didn't send you here to cause trouble. If you can't help, I think you can leave now. Seeing Chen Yu gripping Gao Shiyu's ankle tightly, his anger surged instantly. This is the goddess in his heart. After years of relentless pursuit, he hadn't even held hands with her. Yet this Chen Yu, who had only known Gao Shiyu for less than a day, was already this intimate. This infuriated Zhang Yicheng. You see, he was hoping to win over Gao Shiyu, and then, through Gao Shiyu's father, get transferred out of Tiannan City. Officer Zhang, this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Chen Yu turned to look at Zhang Yicheng and said indifferently, I'm treating Yu, not you. Why are you being so nosy? If it were any other woman, Chen Yu would have given her some leeway, considering that Zhang Yicheng was a public official, captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment of Tiannan City. This identity alone is something that countless ordinary people can only dream of. But Gao Xiu happened to be one of Chen Yu's 9 potential wives, and Chen Yu certainly couldn't just hand over the woman beside him. "Kid, what did you say?" Zhang Yiqing, his face contorted with rage, abruptly stood up. His previous politeness vanished completely. He stared coldly at Chen Yu and sneered. "I bet you're just pretending to treat Yu. You really want to take advantage of her." "Senior Zhang Yiqing, that's enough." Just then, Gao Xiu, looking embarrassed, spoke up again. "Let Chen Yu give it a try. Once those robbers call, I'll go deliver the money immediately. I don't want to hold you back." Upon hearing Gao Xiu's words, Zhang Yiqing trembled, gritted his teeth, and could only sit down. He's petty. He doesn't want any other man to touch the woman he set his sights on. But Zhang Yiqing also understood that Chen Yu and Gao Xiu had only known each other for less than a day. So how could Chen Yu compare to him? Not only were they college classmates, but Chen Yu had also been pursuing Gao Xiu for several years. "Chen Yu, can my leg injury really be cured?" With Chen Yu pinching her ankle, Gao Xiu's pretty face flushed red, and she felt a strange sensation on the sole of her foot. "This feeling is very comfortable." It was as if Chen Yu's hands had magic power, and I wanted to keep holding them tightly in his hands forever. "Xiu, don't worry, your foot injury can be healed." Chen Yu smiled. Soon, he took off Gao Xiu's high heels, revealing a crystal-clear, flawless jade foot. It's hard to believe that such beautiful feet could have such severe ankle damage. "Xiu, just bear with it." Chen Yu looked up and said with a smile, "I'll give you a massage first, and then I'll do acupuncture." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu pressed his hands down towards Gao Xiu's beautiful feet. As soon as Chen Yu's hands touched Gao Xiu's snow-white soles, her delicate body trembled, and she let out a soft, panting breath. Her face flushed. Chapter 53 was effective. Chen Yu kneaded Gao Xiu's beautiful feet with both hands, and a tingling sensation made her gasp softly. "It feels so good, so incredibly good." This wonderful feeling was something Gao Xiu had never experienced before. "Chen Yu, does your massage really work?" Gao Xiu's cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes gleaming as she looked at Chen Yu, and she asked in a voice barely above a whisper, "After all, this is an old ailment of mine, and even in the capital." Gao Xiu's voice trembled. She spoke haltingly because she felt so comfortable. "I have seen many doctors in Beijing, but none of them have been effective." Taking a deep breath, Gao Xiu gritted her teeth and said, "Xiu, don't worry, it will be effective soon." Chen Yu smiled. He continued to bend down and massage Gao Xiu's beautiful legs. Her legs were so beautiful that Chen Yu held her feet in his hands and found himself becoming so enamored with the feeling that he couldn't put them down. This feeling puzzled Chen Yu. He would never be interested in the beautiful feet of other ordinary girls. "Chen Yu, if you can cure Gao Xiu's old ailment." Zhang Yiqing, who was smoking nearby, exhaled a puff of smoke out the window, turned to Chen Yu, and said sarcastically, "I, Zhang Yiqing, will kowtow to you and admit my mistake in person." "Senior Yiqing, no, please don't do this." Lying on the sofa, Gao Shi's cheeks flushed even more as Chen Yu massaged her. Her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body trembled. She glared at Zhang Yiqing with her beautiful eyes. The latter looked at Gao Xiu's appearance, and his heart fluttered. He immediately felt that Gao Xiu in front of him was too beautiful and too feminine. Putting aside his utilitarian motives, Zhang Yiqing was determined to get his hands on a woman as charming as Gao Xiu. The more Zhang Yiqing thought about it, the angrier he became. His ideal goddess was actually showing such an embarrassed expression in front of Chen Yu. This poor boy, which made him lose face. "Did you say that?" At this moment, Chen Yu finished massaging Gao Xiu's foot, put down her left leg, looked up at the unpredictable Zhang Yiqing, and asked, "I've cured Gao Xiu. Are you really willing to kowtow to me and admit your mistake?" From the moment he entered, Zhang Yiqing was hostile towards him. Moreover, this person always seemed arrogant and condescending. Chen Yu was naturally very unhappy with this kind of person and planned to put an end to his arrogance. "A real man keeps his word." Zhang Yiqing sneered, staring at Chen Yu and gritting his teeth. "What will happen if you fail to cure Shi Yu's illness?" He was waiting for Chen Yu to take the bait. Once he takes the bait, if Gao Xiu's illness isn't cured, Zhang Yiqing will completely destroy Chen Yu's image in Gao Xiu's mind, exposing Chen Yu's true colors as a con artist. "I'll kneel down and apologize to you." Chen Yu spoke calmly and indifferently. Seeing Chen Yu and Zhang Yiqing locked in a fierce argument, Gao Xiu wanted to stop them, but opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. Moreover, Gao Xiu was also very curious about what Chen Yu would use to heal her foot injury. Admittedly, Chen Yu's massage was very comfortable and made her heart flutter. If Zhang Yiqing were not there, she might not even be able to control herself. But Gao Shiyu was very rational at this time and wanted to see just how good Chen Yu's medical skills were. Even famous doctors in the capital couldn't cure his foot injury. So how could an ordinary young man from a county in Jiangnan have such confidence that he could cure it? Soon, Chen Yu picked up Gao Shiyu's right leg and began massaging it again. Under Chen Yu's massage, Gao Shiyu's cheeks flushed again, her breathing became more rapid, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Chen Yu, why does your massage feel so good? With a sudden exhale, Gao Shiyu reached her peak of pleasure. The tingling sensation from the soles of her feet, like an electric shock, made her lose her heart. If massaging the first foot is just foreplay, the massage of the second foot completely captivated Gao Shiyu until she reached her climax. Shiyu, this is a family-inherited medical technique. Chen Yu looked up and smiled. His ancient massage technique, combined with the true energy of the Dragon and Phoenix manual, is truly irresistible to most girls. Chen Yu, are you treating Shi Yu's illness? Zhang Yiqing, standing to the side, was ashen-faced. Seeing Gao Shiyu covered in sweat, he angrily said, I feel like you don't know how to treat a patient at all. You're taking advantage of Shiyu. Chen Yu witnessed the entire process of treating Gao Shiyu. Seeing Gao Shiyu's blushing face and sweaty body, Zhang Yiqing was furious. It's like a woman you're about to win over is suddenly snatched away by another man. Senior Zhang Yiqing, this is my business. At this moment, Gao Shiyu frowned and said coldly, I know my foot injury very well, and I think Chen Yu has the potential to heal it. Hearing Gao Shiyu say that, Zhang Yiqing was furious. He rushed from Tiannan City to Jiangnan County, hoping to impress Gao Shiyu and win her over. As a result, he inexplicably gained a rival in love, and it was a poor guy who was inferior to him in every way. Shiyu, I'm starting to give you acupuncture. Soon, Chen Yu took out silver needles, aimed at the acupoints, and immediately used the 13 ghost needles technique to insert them into the acupoints on Gao Shiyu's ankle. Then, a wisp of true energy was sent into Gao Shiyu's body. A few minutes later, Chen Yu pulled out all the silver needles and patted Gao Shiyu's feet. Shiyu, put on your high heels and walk a few steps, try it. Chen Yu put away the silver needles, stood up, and smiled. You recovered so quickly? Gao Shiyu was taken aback. After being massaged by Chen Yu, her legs improved significantly. But Gao Shiyu believes that her old leg injury will relapse as soon as she walks. So how could it be so easy to cure? Seeing Chen Yu staring intently, Gao Shiyu sat up, picked up the red high heels next to her, and put them on. Creak. Gao Shiyu frowned as her red high heels touched the floor. Seeing Gao Shiyu frown, Zhang Yiqing couldn't wait to sneer. Chen Yu, I told you you're a con man. How dare you try to swindle me, Zhang Yiqing. Come with me to the Tiannan City police station tomorrow. He had long disliked Chen Yu. How dare this kid flirt with his goddess? He really didn't know what he was getting himself into. Tada! Chen Yu ignored Zhang Yiqing's clamor, and at this moment Gao Shiyu quickened her pace. Wearing high heels, Gao Shiyu actually started running in her large apartment. My goodness, how is this possible? Gao Shiyu was utterly shocked. She never expected that Chen Yu's treatment would be so effective. Not only has my foot injury healed, but it also looks like it has returned to its youthful state. Chapter 54, A Small Favor. Shiyu, is your foot injury healed? Inside the room, Zhang Yiqing stared in shock at Gao Shiyu, who was wearing high heels. He also knew something about Gao Shiyu's old ailment. This is an occupational hazard. Gao Shiyu is a chief scientist in the semiconductor field. To overcome the technical challenges of semiconductors, they spend more than 10 hours a day in the research and development lab. Zhang Yiqing was aware of this. As a result, Zhang Yiqing did not expect that after only a short time of treatment by Chen Yu, Gao Shiyu's old ailment was not only cured, but she was also able to walk briskly again. Okay, I feel my legs are full of power. Gao Shiyu, shuffling in her high heels, found herself unable to stop. The pain that had once felt like needles had vanished in an instant, replaced by a light and agile feeling as she walked briskly. This feeling is both familiar and strange. If she hadn't met Chen Yu, Gao Shiyu believed she would likely have spent the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Chen Yu, thank you. Suddenly, Gao Shiyu hugged Chen Yu tightly, leaned forward, and kissed Chen Yu on the cheek. Shiyu, it was nothing at all. At all. Feeling that moment of tenderness, Chen Yu put his hands behind his back and a smile appeared on his lips. Zhang Yiqing, standing to the side, was stunned and stood frozen in place. The goddess he had pursued for years kissed an ordinary guy right in front of him? Senior Zhang Yiqing, I. Seemingly sensing Zhang Yiqing's gaze, Gao Shiyu blushed and didn't dare to look at him. She knew all along that Zhang Yiqing had been pursuing her. I kissed Chen Yu in a moment of panic, without considering Zhang Yiqing's feelings. Officer Zhang Yiqing, do you still stand by what you just said? At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly looked up at Zhang Yiqing, whose face was ashen, and asked, Kid, don't fall into my hands. How could Zhang Yiqing, the captain of the Tian'an City Criminal Investigation Detachment, possibly kneel down to Chen Yu? He glared at Chen Yu fiercely, then turned to Gao Shiyu. By the way, Shiyu, I have other things to do in the county, so I can't help you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. After saying this, he turned and left before Gao Shiyu could reply. This guy seems really angry. Watching Zhang Yiqing's departing figure, Gao Shiyu never expected him to be so petty. Stomping her foot, Gao Shiyu looked at Chen Yu. Seeing his serious expression, she smiled and comforted him. Chen Yu, don't be afraid. I'm here. If this guy dares to mess with you, I'll have my father remove him from his post so he can't keep his government job. Her father, Gao Changyuan, held an important position in the capital, although he had few connections in the ordinary county town. But when it comes to using my father's power, whether in a prefecture-level city or a county, isn't it all just a matter of my father Gao Changyuan's word? Shiyu, this person has ulterior motives towards you. Chen Yu sneered. I think the reason he approached you is probably to use you to advance his career. Huh, you even know that? Upon hearing this, Gao Shiyu's eyes flickered, and she laughed. Actually, when we were in college, after Zhang Yiqing learned about my family's financial situation, he tried his best to please me. But I was only interested in semiconductors and focused on researching chips. I never thought I would be with her. Studying chips? Chen Yu gasped, his eyes wide with shock, and asked, Shiyu, so you're saying that your scientific research in Beijing is about chip development? Gao Shiyu nodded and sighed. Yes. As a Chinese, I want to contribute my own strength to the science and technology of our country. Amazing, Shiyu, you're really amazing. Chen Yu secretly gave a thumbs up. In China, young people like Gao Shiyu, who are full of passion and not interested in fame or fortune, are truly rare. Ding ding ding. Just then, Gao Shiyu's phone rang. They called. Gao Shiyu took out her phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. She quickly realized that it was Yi Dao and the others who had kidnapped Lu Hui. Yi Dao's elementary school classmates not only robbed him of his money, but also of his virtue. Gao Shiyu was well aware of this. What should Chen Yu do now? Senior Zhang Yiqing has already left. Gao Shiyu held her phone, her hands trembling, and didn't dare answer the call. Before taking up his public office, Senior Zhang Yiqing was a special forces soldier with extensive combat experience. If he were there, the safety of myself, Chen Yu, and my cousin would at least be guaranteed. It's okay, you answer it. Shiyu, I've got your back. Chen Yu smiled. Since he started practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, ordinary thugs and ruffians have been unable to get close to him. People like Yi Dao and Song Hu. Chen Yu was able to settle things in no time. Oh, just the two of us. Gao Shiyu's eyes flickered, and she looked at Chen Yu with some disbelief. In her opinion, the two of them had absolutely no chance of winning against Song Hu and Yi Dao. Seeing Chen Yu's determined gaze, Gao Shiyu had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer the phone. Gao Shiyu, have you called the person I requested? On the phone, Song Hu's cold voice came through. Call Chen Yu, bring 5 million in cash, and come to the brewery on Saluan Road right now. Now, Gao Shiyu hesitated, then asked stammeringly, could you give me a little more time? Gao Shiyu, listen to me carefully, don't even think about calling the police. Song Hu threatened, if I find out you called the police, you can expect to be collecting your cousin's body. After finishing his sentence, Song Hu hung up the phone quickly before Gao Shiyu could reply. 5 million in cash, that's a real problem. Chen Yu frowned. Moreover, they want us to go there now. If we're late, Song Hu and his men are capable of anything. Let alone elementary school classmates. In a small place like a county town in Jiangnan, even brothers will turn against each other when it comes to interests. Cash, I have it ready. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Gao Shiyu placed 2 packages in front of him. Chen Yu bent down and unzipped the package, revealing bundles of red train tickets inside, a dazzling sight. So much cash. Chen Yu was dumbfounded when he saw this. Keep in mind that this isn't a county town, where there are readily available banks. It would be almost impossible to withdraw 5 million yuan in cash in a single day. Chen Yu, let's hurry and save my cousin. Gao Shiyu looked grave, fearing that something might have happened to Lu Hui. Money was just an external thing to her. All she cared about was that her cousin, Lu Huiren, was safe and sound. Okay, let's go. Chen Yu nodded, picked up the 2 packages, and walked downstairs. Gao Xiu followed behind Chen Yu, and soon the 2 arrived at the underground parking garage, where Chen Yu got into Gao Xiu's luxury car. Boom. With a roar, Gao Xiu started the car, drove the luxury Mercedes out of the garage, and sped away. Chapter 55 Tiger. You 2 think you can rescue anyone? In the dimly lit underground parking garage, Zhang Yiqing strode out, his expression unpredictable. Looking in the direction Chen Yu and Gao Xiu drove away, he sneered inwardly. When he came from Tiannan City, he thoroughly investigated these criminal suspects. Yi Dao and his gang were a group of wicked people. It would be impossible for Chen Yu to rescue Lu Hui. No, I'll go with them and take a look. Zhang Yiqing murmured softly. He didn't care about Chen Yu's life or death at all. He hoped that Yi Dao and the others would kill him on the spot. But Gao Xiu is different. Her father, Gao Changyuan, held an important position in Beijing, and she herself was the captain of the Tiannan City Criminal Police Detachment. If she wanted to rise through the ranks, she needed someone above her who could speak on her behalf. Gao Xiu's father, Gao Changyuan, was the person Zhang Yiqing was trying to curry favor with. Over the years of working as a criminal police officer, Zhang Yiqing has accumulated a wealth of experience in both combat and subduing criminals. Perhaps at the most crucial moment, he could change Gao Xiu's opinion of him and win her heart. Heart. Yes, I can't just leave like this. Having figured this out, Zhang Yiqing went to the nearby domestic new energy vehicle, opened the door of Qin's car, started the engine, and quickly sped away in the direction Gao Xiu and Chen Yu had left. Kai Luan Road, in Jiangnan County. Inside an abandoned factory. Smack. A slap rang out, and Song Hu glared angrily at his companion. You fucking get this straight. These 2 women are the women Brother Sherdao wants. If you dare to mess with them, you're asking for death. Brother Tiger, isn't Brother Knife in the hospital? The henchman looked at Lu Hui, whose clothes he had torn off, with a look of terror on his face. Lu Hui. She has a great figure, is an elementary school teacher, and has fair skin. Those 2 towering white houses trembled precariously, as if they were about to steal the souls of Yi Dao and his men. So what if you're in the hospital? Song Hu sneered. Brother Dao said there's a divine doctor in the Jade Finger Immortal Realm who can completely cure his illness tomorrow. What do you know? Oh, really? Upon hearing this, the subordinate trembled even more. Tonight, after Song Hu left, his brothers were bored. Seeing Lu Hui's hot figure, they couldn't resist making a move on her. But at the crucial moment, Song Hu returned. After seeing that they were plotting against Lu Hui, they took direct action to teach them a lesson. Song Hu, I'm begging you. On the straw mat-covered ground, Lu Hui looked haggard, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were full of pleading as she looked at Song Hu. I really don't have any money. I'm just a primary school teacher, earning a fixed salary of only 80,000 or 90,000 a year. Lu Hui, don't be naive. Song Hu squatted down, stared at Lu Hui, and sneered. Brother Dao said that tonight he's going to torture you 2 sisters so badly that you'll wish you were dead. As he spoke, Song Hu reached out and lifted Lu Huishue's white chin, raising his eyes to look at Lu Huishue's 2 white breasts bound by a black bra. Even he secretly swallowed his saliva. That bitch, she's got a really big, fucking big. Not to mention his own men holding back, even Song Hu, if it weren't for Brother Dao's promise to personally train him, would probably have executed Lu Hui on the spot. Brother Tiger, we're classmates. Lu Hui pleaded. Please let me go for the sake of our past as classmates. Looking at Song Hu's greedy and terrifying eyes, Lu Hui was so frightened that her heart trembled. If she had known this would happen, Lu Hui would have truly regretted bringing Gao Xiu to this class reunion. If they hadn't attended the class reunion, she and Gao Xiu wouldn't have offended Yi Dao, and this whole thing wouldn't have happened. Let you go, Lu Hui. Do you really think that's possible? Song Hu sneered. Listen up, brothers. Once Brother Dao is done playing around, we'll join in for a little something. Haha, Tiger is right. Brothers, come and have some soup with us. Inside the abandoned factory, the others began to lewdly laugh. Boom. Just then, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from outside the abandoned factory. A luxury SUV tore through the darkness of the night and slowly drove into the factory. Upon hearing the roar of the car engine, Song Hu and the others stood up with renewed vigor and quickly surrounded the luxury car. Brother Dao. Song Hu opened the car door with a big smile. In the back seat, Song Dao, dressed in a hospital gown, sat upright. After the car door opened, he stepped out of the car, leaning on his cane and enduring the excruciating pain. Little tiger, you did a great job. Yi Dao took out a cigar, put it in his mouth, and Song Hu, who was standing next to him, quickly took out a lighter and lit it for Yi Dao. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Yi Dao sneered. That bitch Gao Shiyu dared to kick my balls. Tonight, it's time to let them know how powerful I, Yi Dao, am. Brother Dao, I've already made the call. Song Hu's expression was cold, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. Gao Shiyu is a rich young lady from the capital. 5 million is just a drop in the ocean for her. She will come to deliver the money right away. Moreover, I have told you everything you asked, Brother Dao. Don't call the police. Upon hearing this, Yi Dao nodded and patted Song Hu on the shoulder. Little Hu, well done. He then carefully moved his feet and came to the innermost room of the abandoned factory. Yi Dao, what exactly are you trying to do? After Yi Dao appeared, Lu Hui also became nervous. This leaf knife is their leader. Lu Hui knew very well that Yi Dao was the mastermind behind this incident. He had ordered his men to kidnap her. What exactly are you trying to do? Yi Dao sneered, picked up his cane with his right hand, pointed to his lower body, and said, You bitch, you better watch out. My body is ruined, all because of your cousin. Tonight I'll show you what happens when you offend Yi Dao. You. Looking at Yi Dao's chilling face, Lu Hui was too frightened to speak. At Wild Buffalo Ridge, she witnessed Gao Shiyu kick Yi Dao, but Lu Hui did not expect the power of Gao Shiyu's kick to be so terrifying. With one kick, Yi Dao's testicles were really crushed? That leaf blade is so unlucky. Someone, bring the weapons. Just then, Yi Dao waved his hand, and soon several of his men came over with ropes and a large hunting dog. This is a large male hunting dog with thick fur and an imposing presence. Tie her up and then force-feed her the drugs. Yi Dao gave the order. Upon hearing this, Song Hu and the others were dumbfounded. Gavage medication, using a dog. Is Brother Dao going to use this dog to torment Lu Hui and Gao Shiyu? Hey, Brother Dao. At this moment, Song Hu licked his dry lips, looked at Yi Dao, and said hesitantly, Wouldn't it be a waste to let a dog train Lu Hui and Gao Shiyu? Why don't I and my brothers go first? Chapter 56 Murderous Intent. Asterisk smack. Smack. Asterisk. Before Song Hu could finish speaking, Yi Dao slapped him across the face, coldly rebuking. Haven't you ever seen a woman before? I haven't even had one, and you guys want to? Song Hu touched his burning right cheek, stunned by Yi Dao's sudden punch. He immediately turned around and yelled at the others. Did you hear that? Brother Dao said to force-feed this bitch the drug. In Jiangnan County, Yi Dao is ruthless and vicious, and everyone has to give him some leeway. Because Yi Dao has a sworn brother, Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, with a command from Yi Dao and Song Hu. Soon, the two thugs sneered and walked towards Lu Hui. No, please, I beg you. At this moment, Lu Hui, who was lying in the corner, was curled up and looked at Yi Dao's men. One of them was leading a large male dog, and the other was holding a hemp rope. She trembled with fear and retreated to the corner. Brother Dao, I'll give you anything you want. At this point, Lu Hui broke down. Faced with such inhuman torture, she would surely feel like she was living a life worse than death. Lu Hui never expected that Yi Dao would be so ruthless, using large hunting dogs to torture her. Lu Hui, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Yi Dao grimaced, enduring the excruciating pain in his lower body. Ever since the doctor at the People's Hospital declared him crippled, Yi Dao had wished he could tear the Lu sisters to pieces. To vent his anger, he specially bought this large male dog from a pet store. You should have thought about this kind of consequence when your cousin kicked me. Yi Dao hugged himself with both arms. He then nodded to his men, and soon one of them, carrying a rope, stepped forward and, with the help of the others, bound Lu Hui's limbs. Lu Hui cried out in terror, begging for mercy and weeping uncontrollably, but Yi Dao and the others ignored her. Brother Dao, the medicine is here. At this moment, Song Hu brought over a large bowl filled with white medicinal liquid. This aphrodisiac was brought by Yi Dao. He also understood that once it was injected, the most exciting part would begin. Thinking of this, Song Hu secretly regretted that two fair-skinned beauties were going to be taken advantage of by this beast. Pry open her mouth and force the medicine down her throat. Yi Dao gave the order. Upon receiving the order, one of Yi Dao's men quickly grabbed Lu Hui's head, while another pried open Lu Hui's mouth. Lu Hui, just enjoy yourself. Song Hu sneered. Who told you to offend Brother Dao of all people? Glug glug. Soon, Lu Hui drank all the medicine in Song Hu's bowl. In just a moment, Lu Hui, her face flushed with fear, began to ramble incoherently. Her limbs were bound, and her whole body gradually became burning hot. Big Black Dog, it's your turn to go on stage. Yi Dao squatted down and stroked the big black dog's head. The others looked at each other, bewildered, at the large black dog in front of Yi Dao. Originally, they all thought that Yi Dao would just beat up Lu Hui and Gao Shiyu, and that they could at least have some soup and enjoy the pleasure of beautiful women. To their utter surprise, Yi Dao was so ruthless that he used dogs to torture Lu Hui. They all understood that after tonight, Lu Hui, their elementary school classmate, would be completely ruined. Even if she didn't contract any diseases, she would be driven to mental illness by the torment. No, Brother Dao, I beg you. Bound by ropes, Lu Hui felt hot all over, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at the large male dog beside Yi Dao. Such torment was worse than death for her. Leaf knife. He's a pervert. They actually used such a torturous method to torture her. Lu Hui, enjoy yourself. Yi Dao stood up, then waved his hand and commanded again, begin. Boom. Just then, a loud noise was heard. Suddenly, the dilapidated gate of the abandoned factory shattered, and a disheveled figure crashed through the decaying wooden door and tumbled into the factory. A piercing scream rang out, causing Yi Dao, Song Hu, and the others to change their expressions drastically. Who goes there? Yi Dao, Song Hu, and the others quickly drew their daggers, the cold, sharp blades pointing towards the factory gate. Yi Dao, aren't you looking for me? At the factory gate, Chen Yu stepped over the threshold and into the factory building, followed closely by Gao Shiyu. Brother Dao, that's him. At this moment, Song Hu, who was next to Yi Dao, saw Chen Yu and said through gritted teeth, he's the one who ruined our plans. If he hadn't kicked me down the mountain, I would have caught Gao Shiyu long ago. Brother Dao, you have to avenge me. Even the young man who had been kicked in by Chen Yu quickly got up, came to Yi Dao, rubbed his stomach and gritted his teeth. You're Chen Yu? Yi Dao shoved his subordinate aside, leaned on his cane, and looked at Chen Yu with a cold gaze. There are very few people in Jiangnan County who dare to ruin my plans. You dare to interfere with the woman I, Yi Dao, have my eye on. You are the first in Jiangnan County to do so. Yi Dao, we've brought the money. Release my cousin now. Before Chen Yu could even speak, Gao Shiyu pressed him for answers. As she spoke, her face was full of anxiety, and she looked into the dimly lit factory. At the far end of the factory, there was a naked figure, Lu Hui, whose limbs were bound with ropes, and a large male dog was being led in front of her. The male dog was tense and ready to make its next move. What surprised Gao Shiyu even more was that her cousin Lu Hui, her whole body was flushed, she was biting her lip and twisting her body, and her crazy eyes were staring straight at the male dog's genitals. Yi Dao, what exactly did you do to my cousin? Gao Shiyu took a deep breath and came back to her senses from the shock. The scene before her eyes was truly terrifying, shattering her understanding of the world. Gao Shiyu had never imagined that Yi Dao and his gang would be so ruthless. It's nothing. I just forced your cousin to take medicine. Yi Dao sneered. Shiyu, do you see the big male dog in front of your cousin? You've offended me, Yi Dao, so I'm going to let this big male dog torment your cousin. Now your cousin is getting impatient. Yi Dao, you bastard. Enraged, Gao Shiyu took a step forward, about to rush over and slap Yi Dao across the face. At this moment, Chen Yu reached out and grabbed Gao Shiyu's soft hand. Shiyu, don't move. I'm here. Upon entering the factory, Chen Yu was also shocked by the methods employed by Yi Dao and his group. Administer the medicine. Walk the dog. In broad daylight, in this county town in southern China, there are such lawless scoundrels. Shiyu, what's there to be angry about? Yi Dao sneered and pointed at his lower body. From the moment you kicked and shattered this part of me, you should have understood that your fate would only be worse than your cousin Lu Hui's. Do you hear me? With that, Yi Dao waved his hand. Soon, Yi Dao's men inside the abandoned factory quickly blocked the factory's exit. Chen Yu, now you can't escape. Yi Dao's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said to Song Hu and the others, kill this kid, throw him into the river to feed the fish, and then force-feed the drug to Chen Yu. Chapter 57 Threat. At Yi Dao's command, Song Hu and the others quickly blocked the factory exit with daggers, surrounding Chen Yu and Gao Shiyu. We brought the money. Yi Dao, you've gone back on your word? Gao Shiyu's expression changed drastically, and her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Dao and the others in horror. She never imagined that her former elementary school classmate could be so ruthless and lawless. A class reunion could drive Yi Dao to such madness. Gao Shiyu, you just don't understand. Yi Dao, leaning on his crutch, limped over to the package full of cash and used his crutch to open it. Bundles of banknotes brought a smile to Yi Dao's lips. Looking up, Yi Dao glanced sideways at Gao Shiyu and Chen Yu and sneered. Who am I, Yi Dao? Don't you know my style? I, Yi Dao, want both money and people. Yi Dao, arrogance comes at a price. Chen Yu's gaze was cold, his expression calm as still water. If you turn yourself in now, it might not be too late. Holy crap. Yi Dao suddenly turned to look at Chen Yu. He was already furious that Chen Yu had beaten up his subordinate right in front of him. He turned his head and yelled at Song Hu and the others. What are you all standing there for? This kid is so arrogant. Twist his head off and use it as a football for me. Swish. As soon as Yi Dao finished speaking, Song Hu and his henchmen exchanged a glance, then brandished their daggers and swiftly stabbed at Chen Yu. Kid, you're dead this time. Song Hu's face was gloomy. He roared and strode forward. Swish. Song Hu brandished his dagger and stabbed at Chen Yu. The movements were clean and swift, as if this thunderous strike was destined to kill Chen Yu. Having spent many years in Jiangnan County, he has always been the one bullying others. As a result, at Wild Buffalo Ridge, Song Hu was kicked down the mountain by Chen Yu as soon as he made a move. What a disgrace. An utter disgrace. Shi Yu stepped back. Seeing Song Hu and his companion charging towards him, Chen Yu frowned, shoved Gao Shiyu aside, and then focused his mind on his brow, immediately using his X-ray vision to look at Song Hu and the others. After practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, Chen Yu's physical abilities improved by leaps and bounds. Even the world's most skilled special forces soldiers probably wouldn't last more than 3 moves against Chen Yu. At Wild Buffalo Ridge, Chen Yu didn't go all out against Song Hu, but now that Song Hu has come looking for trouble again, he naturally won't be polite. Chen Yu, be careful. Behind Chen Yu, Gao Shiyu looked nervous, fearing that he was no match for Song Hu and the others. He met Chen Yu at Wild Buffalo Ridge and was saved by him. Gao Shiyu saw that Yi Dao and Song Hu had offended her, and she was deeply moved. People like Chen Yu, who are purely altruistic, are rare in this world. They're just a few petty thieves. Shiyu, don't worry about them. Chen Yu turned around and smiled, quite calmly. It was as if they didn't take Yi Dao and Song Hu seriously at all. Kid die. A loud shout rang out, and Song Hu, filled with murderous intent, gripped his dagger and aimed it at Chen Yu's neck. The dagger gleamed coldly. With a single stroke, this sharp dagger could easily sever Chen Yu's neck, cut off his head, and make him a football for Yi Dao to kick around. Bang! Suddenly, a crashing sound rang out. Chen Yu raised his foot, dodging Song Hu's dagger with a tricky arc, and kicked Song Hu in the groin. A metallic sound rang out as Song Hu's dagger fell to the ground. At this moment, his face contorted, he covered his genitals with both hands, and screamed in agony. Song Hu staggered back 7 or 8 steps and knelt on the ground in agony, wailing, "Brother Tiger." Everyone else's expression changed, and they quickly walked towards Yi Hu. Even Yi Dao bent down, wanting to help Yi Hu up. "Knife. Brother, don't move it. It's broken. Mine is broken too." Song Hu raised his head, his face as pale as paper. He raised his hands, his palms already stained red with blood. As the numbness spread, Song Hu became even more certain that he was following in Yi Dao's footsteps. "Brother Dao, kill him." Song Hu went hysterical, looking up and roaring, "Help me kill him." Knock knock. Overwhelmed by the pain, Song Hu collapsed to the ground and fainted as soon as he finished speaking. "Tiger." Yi Dao crouched down, touched the blood flowing from Song Hu's body, stood up with a gloomy expression, looked up at Chen Yu, and sneered. "Chen Yu, it seems I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be a martial arts expert. No wonder you're so arrogant, daring to kick my little brother to pieces." "Yi Dao, my anger has only just begun." Chen Yu ignored Yi Dao's words and took advantage of the opportunity to use his X-ray vision to rush forward and attack Yi Dao and the others. He had only just begun practicing the dragon and phoenix technique, and his cultivation was still shallow, so his X-ray vision couldn't be used for very long. Therefore, Chen Yu needs to seize this opportunity to crush Yi Dao and the others. Once the X-ray vision is gone, things will be troublesome. Bang bang bang. As soon as Chen Yu made his move, Yi Dao's 4 or 5 men, who were about to attack him, were sent flying by Chen Yu's thunderous strike. After a few breaths, Chen Yu smiled gently and stood in front of Yi Dao. Brother Chen Yu, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Yi Dao swallowed hard in fear, staring at his underlings sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Yi Dao realized that he had met his match. This kid is definitely a skilled fighter. Unless he recovers from his injuries, it will be almost impossible for my men to defeat him. Misunderstand. Chen Yu stared coldly at Yi Dao and sneered. Yi Dao, you were so ruthless and heartless to your elementary school classmate, and now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? After saying that, Chen Yu raised his hand as if to slap him. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Yi Dao knelt down on both knees and begged Chen Yu for mercy, saying, Brother Chen Yu, as long as you let me go, I don't want the money anymore, and I will give you all my assets. After saying that, Yi Dao took out his bank card and held it respectfully in his hands. Song Hu and the others, who were slumped on the ground, were dumbfounded. They never expected that their usually arrogant leader, Yi Dao, would be so spineless, submitting to this young man without even putting up a fight. Chen Yu, please save Sister Lu Hui. At this moment, Gao Xiu, who had come to Lu Hui's side and squatted down, saw that Lu Hui was covered in sweat and turned to Chen Yu and shouted, Sister Lu Hui, she's about to die. Lu Hui sat in the corner, her face flushed with sweat, panting heavily and trembling all over. She bit her lip lightly and kneaded it vigorously. Because he bit too hard, blood started flowing from the corner of his mouth. Let me see. Chen Yu snatched the bank card from Yi Dao and quickly sat down in front of Lu Hui. Seeing Lu Hui's feverish body and noticing the movement in her hand, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Chapter 58 Danger. Seeing Lu Hui, whose body was burning hot, Chen Yu reached out and grasped Lu Hui's wrist, then lifted Lu Hui's eyelids to observe her condition. Chen Yu, I want it, give it to me. Just as Chen Yu was treating Lu Hui suddenly went berserk and quickly reached out with both hands to hug Chen Yu's neck. With her cheeks flushed and her breath sweet as orchids, Lu Hui kissed Chen Yu. Sister Lu Hui, wake up. Feeling those two soft mounds pressing against his body, Chen Yu's heart fluttered. Just as Lu Hui's cherry-like lips were about to kiss him, he quickly held Lu Hui's forehead with his hand. Chen Yu, my cousin, what's going on? Seeing that Lu Hui was unsatisfied and seemed about to pin Chen Yu to the ground like a female dog in heat, Gao Shiyu's cheeks flushed and her breathing became rapid as she asked Chen Yu. Actually, she could tell that her cousin Lu Hui had probably been drugged with something like an aphrodisiac. That's why my cousin Lu Hui turned out this way. Xiyu, your cousin is in danger right now. Chen Yu's expression was solemn as he slowly put Lu Hui down. She has likely been given an aphrodisiac. If she doesn't receive timely treatment, she may very well succumb to the torture and die. That must have been Yi Dao and his group who forced them to drink it. Gao Xiu suddenly realized what was happening, stood up and looked behind her. It's over. Chen Yu and Yi Dao have both run away. What? At this moment, Chen Yu also turned his head to look, and the empty abandoned brewery was completely deserted. Yi Dao, Song Hu, and the others vanished in the blink of an eye, having made their escape. No, I need to call an ambulance right away. Seeing Yi Dao and the others escape, Gao Xiu immediately burst into tears of worry. Lu Hui's poisoning was so severe that if she hadn't been taken to the hospital in time, it could have really turned into a serious problem. Cousin, you can't be hurt. The ambulance will be here soon. While crying, Gao Xiu took out her phone and was about to make a call. Xiu, it's no use. It's too late to get her to the hospital. Chen Yu snatched the phone from Gao Xiu's hand and sighed. This is an aphrodisiac. With the medical standards in this county, even if you have your stomach pumped, it's impossible to completely remove all the toxins from the aphrodisiac. Moreover, if your cousin's condition is delayed in treatment, she could become a vegetable at best, and at worst, she could die. Oh, Chen Yu, what do we do now? Gao Xiu was dumbfounded. Even if she were taken to the hospital, there would be no cure. Cousin Lu Hui's condition was extremely serious. If she and Chen Yu don't receive timely treatment, the consequences will be unimaginable. See that dog? Chen Yu pointed to the large black dog chained up at the foot of the wall and said indifferently, if I'm not mistaken, the reason Yi Dao and the others forced your cousin to take the medicine was to make her suffer at the hands of this big black dog. Yi Dao, you beast. Gao Shiyu's teeth chattered, and her beautiful face turned ashen. In Jiangnan County, Yi Dao and his gang are truly lawless and audacious to such an extent that I wonder how many women they have harmed. Actually, the poison in your cousin's body is also very easy to cure. Chen Yu put his hands behind his back and stood up. Since she's been poisoned by aphrodisiacs, as long as we find a man to help your cousin detoxify, the aphrodisiac in her body can be cured. Find a man to detoxify? Hearing Chen Yu's words, Gao Xiu became even more anxious. It's so late. Chen Yu, where am I supposed to find a man to help my cousin detoxify? Of course, for your cousin's life. Chen Yu pointed to the big black dog next to him. If we really can't find a man, we can only use this big black dog to detoxify. Chen Yu, don't scare me. Gao Xiu was so frightened that she trembled. She looked at the huge black dog chained up in the corner of the wall and felt extremely scared. When my cousin Lu Hui wakes up, I'll definitely kill her. Chen Yu, I want it. On the ground, Lu Hui crawled to Chen Yu's feet, took Chen Yu's big toe into her mouth, and served him to her heart's content. Her eyes burned with rage, and her waist swayed as if she had Chen Yu as her prey. By the way, Chen Yu, you're a man too. Suddenly, Gao Xiu remembered something and excitedly grabbed Chen Yu's wrist. Since a man is needed to detoxify, Chen Yu, I'm entrusting this matter to you. You must save my cousin. Let me detoxify your cousin. Chen Yu was taken aback and said with a face full of embarrassment, it's not that it's impossible, but if your cousin wakes up later and causes trouble for me, who will I complain to? It's all right. I'll be your witness in this matter. Gao Xiu's pretty face flushed red, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chen Yu, and she said with a smile, moreover, my cousin is very conservative. She has never been in a relationship since she graduated from university. She even told me a few days ago that she is a virgin. Oh, that won't work either. Chen Yu waved his hands repeatedly. According to the contract his stepmother signed for him, Gao Xiu was one of his 9 wives. Moreover, these 9 wives were personally chosen for him by his biological mother, Yi Tsangxue. Now, he's going to sleep with his future wife's cousin right in front of her. How can that be allowed? Chen Yu, do you have any compassion at all? Gao Xiu frowned, looking at Lu Hui, whose movements were becoming increasingly exaggerated. My cousin is so sick, and you're just standing by and doing nothing. Don't worry. I'll explain everything to my cousin properly. All right. Chen Yu finally nodded in agreement. Lu Hui had been drugged with aphrodisiacs, and the toxins had spread throughout her body. He understood that if Lu Hui didn't receive treatment soon, her life would be in real danger. Thinking of this, Chen Yu squatted down and picked Lu Hui up in his arms. Lu Hui, wake up. Chen Yu put Lu Hui down in a clean spot next to the factory and patted her flushed cheeks. Tear. But as soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Lu Hui, under the influence of the poison, did not hear what Chen Yu said at all. With a forceful tug, she tore off her black upper garment. 2 round and plump jade balls, like 2 snow-white rabbits, eagerly appeared before Chen Yu and Gao Xiu. It's hot. Chen Yu, I'm so hot. Lu Hui twisted her waist and rubbed her hands repeatedly. As she bit down hard on her lips, bright red blood slowly trickled from the corners of her mouth. Xiu, can you help me get my clothes down? Seeing that Lu Hui was in a critical condition, Chen Yu did not delay any longer and quickly took off his clothes. Good. Gao Xiu nodded, and after taking the clothes from Yi Chun, she looked at Chen Yu's muscular physique and her face immediately turned red, and her breathing became heavy. At that moment, Gao Xiu, whose gaze had shifted downwards, saw a magnificent sight in Chen Yu's groin and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yu, what did you eat to grow up so big? Chapter 59 Cooperation. Gao Xiu has no experience in this area and is wholeheartedly devoted to scientific research, but that does not mean she is a clueless fool. After Chen Yu took off his clothes, her dormant heart seemed to be instantly moved by Chen Yu's precious treasure. I've always been big. Chen Yu turned around, looked at Gao Xiu, and asked, Xiu, do you think you should leave for a moment? I'm about to treat your cousin's illness. Why won't you let me see it? Gao Xiu put her arm around Chen Yu's clothes, a smile playing on her lips, and said, I've seen everything I should have seen, and I've also seen things I shouldn't have seen. Whether my cousin Chen Yu can survive depends on you. No problem. You have to trust my medical skills. Chen Yu nodded and reminded her again. Also, Xiu, it's not that I don't want you to watch. I just mean, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold back if you watch it. What's there to hold back? Gao Xiu blushed, feigning anger, and scolded. Just relax and treat my cousin's illness. What haven't I, Gao Xiu, experienced? How could I resist such temptation? Hearing Gao Xiu say that, Chen Yu didn't say anything more. Chen Yu, you bad guy. Seeing this, Gao Xiu blushed and quickly turned her head away shyly, not daring to look at the scene of Chen Yu and Lu Hui having a deep conversation. This embarrassing scene made Gao Shiyu's heart race, and she was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. But having made that promise so confidently, Gao Shiyu had no choice but to bite the bullet and wait. As a result, Gao Shiyu waited for half an hour. Chen Yu, is it almost time? Seeing her cousin Lu Hui kneeling in front of Chen Yu for half an hour, and Chen Yu enjoying himself immensely, she herself began to feel aroused. This is just the beginning. Chen Yu was panting heavily, his face and neck flushed, under Lu Hui's provocation. The evil fire within him was completely boiling. Lu Hui, let's change positions. Chen Yu bent down and helped Lu Hui up. Although Lu Hui was under the influence of aphrodisiac, she obeyed Chen Yu's every word. Watching her cousin Lu Hui's actions, Gao Shiyu swallowed hard, her mouth dry. Let's change positions. Is Chen Yu finally getting serious? As she thought about it, Gao Shiyu secretly glanced at the place where Chen Yu was about to draw his sword. Outside the factory building. Brother Dao, this kid is a master. Supported by others, Song Hu, his face ashen with anger, said, I never thought we'd run into a tough opponent one day. The others nodded in agreement, their minds filled with dread as they recalled Chen Yu's swift and decisive counterattack in the abandoned factory. Fortunately, that kid didn't go too far with them. Otherwise, given Chen Yu's fighting prowess, he might have been able to turn the tables and kill them. Are you all alright? Yi Dao stopped and looked at his underlings, comforting them. Don't worry, everyone. My eldest brother, Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, will definitely avenge you. Anyone who offends me, Yi Dao, can be made to leave Jiangnan County in a heartbeat by my eldest brother. Yes, Brother Dao. Brother Dao is amazing. As long as Boss Song makes a move, this kid is doomed. Song Hu and the others nodded excitedly. Their arrogance in Jiangnan County stems from the immense power and influence behind Yi Dao. Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland. A powerful figure in Jiangnan County who had influence in both the legitimate and underworld circles, a ruthless figure whose every move could make the entire county tremble. Now, Yi Dao needs to ask Song Zijian, the owner of Jade Finger Wonderland, to personally take action. This kid is not far from his death. Send me to the Jade Finger Wonderland. At this moment, one of his underlings drove up, and Song Dao got into the car, speaking with a gloomy expression. The younger brother sitting in the front nodded and drove off. Song Hu and the others drove away. Interesting, I never would have guessed. In a dark corner of the abandoned factory, Zhang Yiqing walked out with his hands behind his back and sneered inwardly as he looked in the direction where Song Hu and the others had left. Chen Yu, it seems I underestimated you. You actually managed to deal with this group of thugs. Song Zijian. Zhang Yiqing rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. From what I know, this person is a ruthless and vicious thug. He's a real local tyrant in Jiangnan County. Even I don't dare to get involved. Chen Yu, you're in big trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Yiqing sneered, glanced at the abandoned factory, and then secretly left. Gao Shiyu fell in love with someone else. Even if he wanted to curry favor with the Gao family and advance his career smoothly, it was absolutely impossible at the moment. Unless Chen Yu is completely eliminated, Zhang Yiqing understands that he wouldn't bother to deal with a poor kid like Chen Yu himself. With the help of Song Zijian's influence, he can easily wipe Chen Yu out of Jiangnan County. Zhang Yiqing can just sit back and wait for good news. Inside an abandoned factory. Chen Yu, it's been 2 hours already. In the dimly lit factory hall, Gao Shiyu's cheeks were flushed and her breathing was heavy. How could you be so violent? Ugh, why hasn't my cousin woken up yet? Shiyu, your cousin is too deeply poisoned. Chen Yu kneaded Lu Hui's 2 snow-white breasts with both hands, looked up at Gao Shiyu and smiled. Although your cousin is under the influence of aphrodisiacs, her needs in this area are very strong. However, for me, it's not challenging at all. Chapter 60 Difficulty. No challenge. Gao Shiyu's cheeks were flushed, her breathing was rapid, and she was extremely nervous. Previously, it was in the Jinhua Luxury City residential area. Chen Yu massaged her feet, and her dormant heart began to flutter. That feeling was wonderful and comfortable. Gao Shiyu had never experienced anything like this before, where a strange man could give her such a different feeling. Tonight, she witnessed Chen Yu detoxifying her cousin Lu Hui, which made her even more embarrassed. The man who slept with my cousin. In Gao Shiyu's eyes, Chen Yu would be her cousin-in-law from now on. As a result, she actually developed an unspeakable longing for this future cousin-in-law. I bet you'll surrender right away. Gao Shiyu squatted down, her cheeks flushed. Lu Hui, on the other hand, cooperated perfectly with Chen Yu, and it seemed that her cousin Lu Hui did not look poisoned at all. Yu, who do you think you are? Chen Yu was sweating profusely when he slapped Lu Hui on the back. The crisp sound rang out, and a bright red finger mark appeared on Lu Hui's fair skin. Eek! Overwhelmed with excitement, Lu Hui, drenched in sweat, let out a loud, panting cry. If you don't surrender, I'll do whatever I want with you. Gao Xiu was breathing rapidly, feeling both nervous and excited. Although Chen Yu was trying to detoxify her cousin Lu Hui, after 2 hours of intense activity, Gao Xiu suddenly realized that her desires were extremely strong. Okay, you said it yourself. Chen Yu smiled. Seeing this, Gao Xiu behind her suddenly smiled and said triumphantly, I told you, you've already surrendered, but you're still putting on a brave face. No, Xiu, your cousin is about to wake up. At this moment, Chen Yu stared at Lu Hui, whose face was covered in sweat and whose cheeks were flushed with excitement. Suddenly, Lu Hui's long eyelashes trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Chen Yu, am I dreaming? When a handsome face appeared before her, Lu Hui's weak voice rang out. Pinch me quickly. Am I dreaming? This dream was wonderful for Lu Hui. In her dream, she was knocked out 5 times in a row by Chen Yu's terrifying fighting power. 5 times in total. Lu Hui, who had no experience whatsoever, had never felt such pleasure before. Cousin, you're not dreaming. Gao Xiu said with a smile. You were just given an aphrodisiac by Yi Dao and were poisoned. Chen Yu is helping you to detoxify. Oh, cousin Xiu, you're here too? Upon hearing Gao Xiu's voice, Lu Hui finally realized that she and Chen Yu were both completely naked. Naked. She immediately thought of something, and her beautiful face turned bright red. While Chen Yu and I were doing this, I never expected that my cousin Gao Xiu would not only stay away, but also openly watch us from the sidelines. Thinking of this, Lu Hui felt extremely ashamed and wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Lu Hui, the toxins in your body have not been completely eliminated yet. Chen Yu moved rhythmically, placing his hands on Lu Hui's shoulders with a smile on his face, and said, if we give up now, it might affect your fertility in the future. Ah, then Chen Yu, you continue. Lu Huijiao's body trembled, and she spoke softly, panting heavily. That tingling sensation was absolutely wonderful. Now that she knew Chen Yu was trying to detoxify her, Lu Hui could only accept it. Cousin, that kid Chen Yu has been at it for 2 hours already. Gao Xiu, standing next to her, also blushed and breathed heavily as she said, I suspect he prepared this beforehand. What? 2 hours? Lu Hui was also dumbfounded, looking at Chen Yu with a shocked expression. In her mind, she had only been unconscious for a few seconds, but 2 hours had passed? And judging from what my cousin said, Chen Yu has been detoxifying her for 2 hours? Xiu, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Chen Yu shook his head and sighed. Luckily, your cousin met me. If she had met someone else, it would have been troublesome. The toxins in your cousin's body would have remained in her blood, which would have ruined her life. Chen Yu is right. Lu Hui nodded, snapping out of her daze. Chen Yu, you can continue. Ah, Chen Yu, I can't take it anymore. Please spare me. An hour later, Lu Hui lay in front of Chen Yu, her face flushed and her body drenched in sweat. Her delicate body trembled as she pleaded with Chen Yu. If you keep going like this, the poison won't be completely neutralized. Chen Yu, I feel like you're going to kill me. Since waking up, Lu Hui hadn't expected Chen Yu to be so fierce. It's been a full 3 hours since we started treating him, and he still shows no sign of surrendering. On the other hand, Lu Hui lost her phone 3 times in that hour. Lu Hui, tell me honestly, how many times have you lost it? Chen Yu stopped what he was doing and placed his hands on Lu Hui's body, kneading her as if he were unsatisfied. Tonight was a very rewarding night for Chen Yu. Lu Hui was inexperienced and a novice. After Chen Yu engaged in close combat with Lu Hui, he immediately sensed a pure Taiyin energy emanating from Lu Hui's body. Me? Hearing Chen Yu's question, Lu Hui glanced at Gao Xiu, then covered her face with her hands, held her breath, and whispered, It's not many, only 8 times. Oh, cousin, you lost so much? Sitting on the ground with her back against the wall, Gao Xiu looked at Lu Hui with a surprised expression. With so many encounters, any woman would cherish Chen Yu like a treasure. For those 3 hours, Chen Yu spent 3 hours treating Lu Hui to detoxify, and she rewarded herself by sitting on the ground for 3 hours. Even so, she never went even once. There's a big difference between doing it yourself and having someone else do it. Is 8 times too many? Hearing Gao Shiyu's words, Lu Hui laughed and scolded. Cousin Shiyu, I'm poisoned, okay? Qin Yumeng is one thing, but the main thing is to expel the toxins from my body. Unlike you, you not only don't go out, but you're also standing there with your legs crossed. Do you think I didn't notice? Cousin Yu, you saw it? Gao Shiyu blushed. The factory was dimly lit, and she sat in a corner. She originally thought she had done something foolproof, but she didn't expect that her cousin Lu Hui had already discovered her secret. Chen Yu, have all the toxins in my body been eliminated? Lu Hui looked satisfied, panting heavily, and looked at Chen Yu with seductive eyes. I can't take it anymore. Why don't you let my cousin do it? She can satisfy you.